Chapter 1, Monday, July 18, 1988, 6 a.m. Spector pulled down on the padlock with a gloved hand. The lock snapped open. He unlatched the corrugated tin door and put his weight against it, pushing it up and sideways, trying to make as little noise as possible. He slid his thin body through and shut the door behind him. So far, it was going just like they said. The place smelled of dust and fresh paint. The light was dim, coming from a single overhead lamp in the center of the warehouse. He paused to let his eyes adjust. There were boxes of masks all around. Clowns, politicians, animals, some just normal human faces. He picked up a bear mask and put it on. Might as well be safe if someone flipped on the lights. The plastic pinched his nose and the eye holes were smaller than he would have liked. His peripheral vision was shot. Spector moved slowly toward the light, turning his head back and forth to make sure no one was closing in on him. He was a few minutes early. He figured it was the smart thing to do. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble tracking him down and arranging this meeting. They were either desperate or they were setting him up. It could mean trouble either way. Dust irritated his eyes, but he couldn't do anything about it with the mask on. He stopped a dozen or so feet from the light and waited. The only sound was the moths pinging against the metal light fixture. "Are you there?" The voice was muffled, but definitely male, and came from the other side of the lighted area. Spector cleared his throat. "Yeah, it's me. Why don't you move into the light so I can see you? I don't know who you are, and you don't know who I am. Let's keep it that way." There was a pause. Paper crinkled in the darkness. "So, let's hear it." Spector took a long, easy breath. This didn't feel like a setup, and he had the upper hand. An arm reached forward into the light. The person was short enough to be a kid, but the arm was thick with heavy muscle. The fingers on the hand were short. The edge of a plastic glove peeked out from under the leather one. This guy was obviously being very careful. The hand held a manila envelope. "Everything you need to know is in here. Toss it over." The arm threw it toward him. The envelope landed heavily and skidded to the edge of the lighted area, stirring up dust and paint flecks. Like the sound of that? Spector walked over to the envelope. Hell, let the guy see him in the bear mask. It wouldn't matter. He picked the envelope up and popped it open with a thumb. There were several carefully batched stacks of $100 bills. A round-trip ticket to Atlanta in the name of George Kirby, and a piece of paper that had been folded over twice. Spector figured there was over $50,000. Half now, the rest when the job's finished. The voice had moved, and was now between Spector and the door. Spector opened the slip of paper and held it up to the light to read. He took a sharp breath. Shit. Never ask for anything small. And Atlanta, too. What a mess that'll be. Why not wait until he's back in town and get a refund on George Kirby's plane ticket? I want it taken care of in the next week. Tomorrow wouldn't be too soon. We got a deal? Yeah, okay, Spector said, bending the envelope over and tucking it into his shirt. You must hate this guy something fierce. The door opened. Spector got a glimpse of the man before he pulled it closed again. 4 feet tall and built like a linebacker, a dwarf. Not many of those around, and only one who had it in for the guy he'd been hired to nail. "I heard you were dead, Gimli." No answer. But he couldn't expect any from someone who was supposedly stuffed and mounted in the famous Bowery wildcard dime museum. Still, Spector knew better than anyone that just because a person was supposed to be a stiff didn't necessarily make it so. It was Rat's Alley, where the dead men lost their bones. Where Joker's Wild was Rat's Alley. It was probably a good alley for rats. The last of the customers stumbled out through the door, set like a scream into a blank brick imbecile face of wall. The doorway was normal height, but most of them kept heads ducked low into collars wilted with the sweat of fear, anticipation, and sweet release. Kept them that way as they picked their way through mother-of-pearl puddles, the faded glory of plastic food wrappers, stale city smell of tired proteins, and complex hydrocarbons aging without grace. An insignificant figure loitered next to the doorway. James Dean with a hunchback. His black Keds propped against the wall behind him. His white one down in the muck. nodding and humming low in his throat to make sure the night's clientele kept heading in the right direction. It was no sweat. The ones still inside were leaving to put the rubbery, giggling menace of Moongoon behind them. And once outside, the right direction was away from him. On the other side of the door, a bulky figure, bagged in black cloak and pantaloons, nodded and murmured floorwalker endearments, through a seamless clown's mask. "Thank you. Please come again. Thank you. Always a pleasure." At most, they nodded back. Last out were a handful of beautiful youths, late teens who still managed to look fresh and scrubbed beneath their flat tops and floppy nouveau dos, the Joker's wild waitstaff. James Dean Moncay watched them walk. His pupils dilated when his eyes fixed on the boys, jocks as clean-limbed and muscled as fledgling Howard heroes. He wasn't aware. They were probably queers anyway. There were queers everywhere. You never could tell. Mackie's scrotum and fingertips itched at the thought. There were things he liked to do to queers. Not that he got much chance. The gatekeeper and the man were always on him to be careful where he used his powers, and whom on. When the last were gone from Rat's Alley, the man with the clown face shut the door. Its outside was enameled a chipped green. He took hold of the frame with white-gloved fingers, pulled it away from the wall. What lay behind was brick. He folded door and frame into a bundle, like a collapsed artist's easel, and tucked it into the billow of one armpit. "Be good, Mackie," he said, reaching up to pet the thin cheek, just showing a scum of downy whiskers. Mackie didn't pull away. Gatekeeper wasn't queer, he knew that. He liked it when the masked man touched him. He liked approval. A skinny teenage expatriate hunchback didn't get much of that, especially when Interpol wanted to talk to him. "I will, Gatekeeper," he said, grinning lopsidedly and bobbing his head. "You know I'm always good." His words had a broad, loopy North German lilt to them. Gatekeeper regarded him a moment longer. His eyes were only visible sometimes. Right now they were just hooded blacknesses in his mask. His gloved fingertips slid down Mackie's face, rasping softly. He turned and walked away, down the alley with a slight waddle, carrying his bundle beneath his arm. Mackie went the other direction, picking his way carefully around the puddles. He hated to get his feet wet. Tonight, Rat's Alley would be somewhere else. He'll find it, no worry. He'll feel the call, the siren song of Joker's Wild, like the rest of those who belonged, the victims and the audience, whose thrills sprang in part from the knowledge that their roles were interchangeable. Not Mackie, though. In Joker's Wild, Mackie was untouchable. Nobody fucked with him in the nightclub of the damned. He emerged on 9th into a breeze full of Hudson River and diesel fumes. Motile features contorted in a brief twitch of nostalgia and loathing. It was just like the Hamburg docks where he'd grown up. He stuck his hands in his pockets and turned his higher right shoulder to the wind. He had to check a message drop in a Bowery flop. The man was doing something big down in Atlanta. He might need Mackie at any time. Mackie Messer couldn't bear to miss a moment of being needed. He started to hum his song, his ballad. Ignoring a tortured rabbit squeal of bus air brakes, he walked. 7 a.m.
The crazies were out early. Once he walked past the police perimeter at the Atlanta Marriott Marquis, Jack Braun saw hundreds of convention delegates, dressed mostly in casual clothes, silly hats, and vests covered with campaign buttons. Several stretch limos carrying party elders, a 1971 primer gray Chevrolet Impala with a swastika flag fluttering from the aerial, and 3 uniformed Nazi stormtroopers sitting stone-faced in the front seat. For some reason, no one was in back. And 2 gangs of jokers hanging their disfigured heads out of battered VW microbuses, waving at the crowd and laughing at the reactions of the pedestrians. The microbuses were covered with Hartman stickers and other political slogans. "Free Snotman," said one. "Black Dog rules," said the other. Greg Hartman, Jack Braun thought, would not approve. Associating the next president in the public mind with a Joker terrorist was not approved political strategy. Jack could feel sweat beading on his scalp. Even at 7:30 in the morning, Atlanta was humid and sweltering. Reconciliation breakfast. In an hour, he and Hiram Worcester were supposed to become good friends. He wondered why he'd let Greg Hartman talk him into it. The hell with the stroll, he thought savagely. He'd clear his head some other way. He turned around and headed back to the Marriott. Jack had spent the previous night in his suite at the Marriott, getting sloshed with 4 uncommitted superdelegates from the parched Midwest. Greg Hartman's campaign manager, Charles Devon, had called with the suggestion that a little Hollywood charm might swing the uncommitted over to Greg's camp. Jack, resigned by now, knew perfectly well what that meant. He made a few calls to some agents he knew. By the time the superdelegates arrived, the room had been stocked with bourbon, scotch, and genuine Georgia starlets, veterans of locally produced films with names like Chain Gang Women and Stock Car Carnage. When the party finally broke up about 3 in the morning and the last congressman from Missouri stumbled out with his arm around Miss Peachtree 1984, Jack figured he had put at least a couple more votes in Hartman's pocket. Sometimes it was easy. For some reason, politicians often crumble around celebrities, even, Jack thought, famous trader aces and washed-up TV Tarzans like himself. Faded Hollywood charisma, combined with cheap sex, could sap the will of even the most hardened politico. That, of course, combined with the unvoiced threat of blackmail. Devon, Jack knew, would be delighted. A kettle drum boomed in Jack's hollow skull. He massaged his temples as he waited at a red light. The wild card's gift of enormous strength and eternal youth hadn't saved him from a hangover. At least it hadn't been a Hollywood party. He would have had to provide a party bowl of cocaine. He reached into his Marks & Spencer bush jacket and got the first Camel Unfiltered of the day. As he bent over to shield the match in his big hands, he saw the Impala heading down the street toward him again, swastika flag fluttering. The flat caps of the stormtroopers were silhouetted in the front window. The car increased speed as the light went yellow. White power. Bumper sticker slogans. Ausländer raus! Jack remembered, years ago, picking up a Mercedes staff car full of Peronistas and flipping it onto its top. He remembered screaming in anger as German machine guns turned the Rapido River to white froth. The way his arms ached as he drove the sinking rubber raft across to the north bank, where the brush was already full of the black helmets and camo ponchos of SS Das Reich. The shells called by the spotters at Monte Cassino splashing down everywhere, half his squad dead or wounded, bodies sprawled on the bottom of his boat in a mixture of river spray and their own blood. The hell, Jack thought, with politics. All he had to do was step out in front of the Impala. He could make sure the impact pushed him under the car, and while he was underneath, he could rip out the engine supports and leave the brown shirts stranded in downtown Atlanta, surrounded by militant jokers, a large urban black population, and all the crazed and potentially violent lunatics attracted by the madness and confusion of the 1988 Democratic Convention. Jack tossed away his match and swung one foot off the curb. The Impala sped closer, trying to beat the yellow light. Jack stepped back and watched as the Nazis raced by in their car. The black swastika burned itself into his eyeballs. The 4 aces had been dead for almost 40 years. Jack just didn't do that sort of thing anymore. Too bad. 8 a.m. U2 blared from the radio, and the teenager beat out the rhythm line with a fork as he sucked down a glass of orange juice. His blood-red hair had been cut into a brush over the round skull, with a long, skinny braid hanging down the black leather jacket. High-top black tennis shoes, fatigue pants completed his ensemble. The image was aggressively punk, but the face beneath the shock of red hair was too soft, too young for real badass punk. The contrast to his grandsire, who stood in front of the television, was startling. Dr. Tachyon, eyes slitted with interest as he listened to Jane Pauley of Today interview a panel of political pundits, had his violin tucked beneath his sharp chin and was busily sawing through a Paganini violin sonata. He was hearing perhaps 1 word in 3, but it didn't matter. He had heard it all, so many, many times before.
As the months of campaigning ground down to this place, Atlanta, this time, July 1988, one man, Greg Hartman, one prize, the presidency of the United States of America. Tachyon turned to Blaze, gestured toward the television with his bow. It is going to be a desperate battle. And as if in preparation for that upcoming battle, the alien had dressed in boots and breeches with a black stock wrapped about the high lace collar of his shirt. An officer in Napoleon's army could not have been more of a peacock than the slim, diminutive figure in his shimmering green outfit. On his breast, in lieu of a garter order, hung a plastic ID card indicating that the bearer was one of the press contingent from the Jokertown cry. Blaze pulled a face and took a big bite out of a croissant. Boring. Blaze, you are 13, old enough to leave behind childish matters and take an interest in the larger world. On Takis, you would be leaving the women's quarters, preparing for your intensive education, taking responsibility within the family. Yeah, but we're not on Takis, and I'm not a joker, so I don't care a fuck. What did you say? Asked his grandsire in freezing accents. Fuck, fuck. Anglo-Saxon word, crudity is never the mark of a gentleman. You say it, rarely, and please do as I say, not as I do. But Tachyon had the grace to grin sheepishly. But child, jokers are not, we must care. We too are unique individuals, and if Barnett and his philosophy of oppression were to reach the White House, it would devour us as well as the most miserable inhabitant of Jokertown. He wishes to place us in sanatoriums. Tachyon gave a snort of derision. Why doesn't he just say the ugly word, concentration camps? We are aliens, Blaze. You may have been born on Earth, but my blood runs in your veins. You bear my power, and it will set you forever apart from the groundlings. For a time, that natural tendency of all species to cling to the us and shun the them has lain quiet in the human spirit. But that could change. Blaze was yawning. Tachyon closed his teeth on the endless flow of words. He was becoming a bore. Blaze was young. The young were always callous and optimistic. But Tach had little room for optimism in his life. Ever since that desperate night in June 1987, Tachyon had carried in his DNA the twisting, mutating pattern of the wildcard virus.
For the moment, it lay dormant. But Tachyon knew that an instant of stress, extreme pain, terror, even joy could trigger the virus. And if he were not fortunate enough to draw the Black Queen and die, he too might become a joker. It was too much to hope that he would fall into that lucky minority who became aces. There was a tap on the door of the suite. Brows arching in surprise, the alien sent Blaze to answer while he recased the violin. "George!" Tachyon stood tensely in the door to the sitting room, gripping the jamb so he didn't release the furious anger and fear that held him. "What are you doing here?" he asked in a low, controlled tone. George Steele, a.k.a. Viktor Demyanov, a.k.a. Georgy Vladimirovich Polyakov, met the alien's thinly veiled hostility with a bland raise of the eyebrows. "Where else would I be?" The boy released his tight embrace on the portly older man, and George kissed him loudly on each cheek. "I work for the Brighton Beach Observer. I have a story to cover." "Oh, ideal? You're a goddamn Russian spy in a hotel that's crawling with Secret Service agents, and you're in my suite?" Tachyon suddenly pressed a hand to his heart, quieted his breathing, became aware of Blaze listening interestedly. "Go downstairs and he dug out his wallet, "and buy a magazine." "I don't want to." "For once in your life, don't argue with me." "Why can't I stay?" The wine was in place. "You're only a boy. You shouldn't be involved in this." "A minute ago, I was old enough to take an adult interest in adult matters." "Ancestors!" Tachyon dropped onto the sofa, held his head in his hands. Palakiov allowed himself a small smile. "Perhaps your grandpa is right, and this will be boring, Blaze, my child." He dropped a companionable arm over the boy's shoulders and urged him to the door.
Go and amuse yourself while your grandpa and I discuss darker matters. And stay out of trouble, Tack yelled as the door closed on Blaze's heels. The alien smeared jam on a croissant, stared at it, dropped it back onto the plate. Why can you handle him better than I can? You try to love him. I don't think Blaze responds well to love. I don't want to believe that. But what are these dark matters we must discuss? Palakiov dropped into a chair, worried his lower lip between thumb and forefinger. This convention is critical. No joke, no pun intended. Shut up and listen. And suddenly the voice held all the old steel and command it had possessed those long years ago, when Viktor Demyanov had picked a drunken and shattered Tachyon out of the gutters of Hamburg and trained him in the delicate tradecraft of the modern spy. I need you to do a job for me. Tachyon backed away, palms out. No more jobs. I've already given you more than I should. Let you back into my life, close to my grandson? What more do you want? Plenty, and I deserve it. You owe me, dancer. Your omission in London cost me my life, my country. You made me an exile. Just another something we have in common, said Tachyon bitterly. Yes, and that boy. Palakiov gestured toward the door. And a past that cannot be erased. There was again that nervous worrying of lips between fingers. Tachyon cocked his head curiously and firmly suppressed a desire to slip beneath the layers of that secretive mind. Tachyon protocol dictated that one did not invade the privacy of a friend's mind. And there was enough friendship left from those years in East and West Berlin to dictate that courtesy. But Tack had never in all the years seen Palakiov so rattled, so jumpy. The alien found himself remembering incidents from the past year. Late nights of drinking after Blaze had gone to bed, Palakiov providing an exuberant and uncritical audience as Tack and Blaze had charged through a Brahms Hungarian dance for piano and violin. The times that the Russian had kept Blaze from exercising his terrible power on the helpless humans who surrounded him. Tachyon crossed the room, squatted before the old man, rested his arm on Palakiov's knee for balance. For once in your life, don't play the enigmatic Russian. Tell me plainly what you want, what you fear. Palakiov suddenly gripped Tachyon's right hand. Pain! The bite of fire from within, rushing up his arm, through his body, boiling the blood. Sweat burst from his pores, tears from his eyes. Tack sprawled on his elbows on the floor. Burning sky! An appropriate exclamation, said Palakiov with a humorless smile. You Takyshans, always so apt. Tachyon scrubbed a handkerchief across his streaming face, but the tears continued to flow. He gulped down a sob. The Russian frowned down at him. What the devil is wrong with you? You couldn't just tell me you are an ace? Cried Tack bitterly. Palakiov shrugged, rose and pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket. Tachyon's fingers were closed frenziedly about the sodden mass of his own. What the hell is the matter? I gave you only the merest lick of my fire. And I am carrying the wild card, so your little lick could have triggered the virus. Tachyon found himself crushed into a burly embrace. He fought free, gave his nose a hard blow. So today is a day for secrets, is it not? How long? A year. If I had known, I know, you would never have scared me out of 1,000 years of life with that little demonstration. His clothes smelled rankly of sweat and fear. Tachyon began to strip. So now I know why you are so interested in this convention. It goes beyond the fact that I am a wild card, grunted Palakiov. I am a Russian. Yes, Tack threw over his shoulder as he walked into the bathroom. I know. The thunder of the water drowned out Palakiov's words. What? Grumbling, Palakiov followed him into the bathroom, lowered the toilet cover, and sat. From behind the shrouded curtain, Tack heard the clink of metal on glass. What are you drinking? What do you think? I'll take one too. It's 8 in the morning, so we'll go to hell drunk and together. Tack accepted the glass, allowed the water to beat on his shoulders while he sipped at the vodka. You drink too much. We both drink too much. True. There's an ace at this convention. There are a shitload of aces at this convention. A secret ace.
Yes, he's sitting on my toilet. Tachyon stuck his head around the curtain. How long is this going to take? Can't you be a little less cautious and trust me just a little? Palakyov sighed heavily, stared down at his hands as if counting the hairs on the back of fingers. Hartman is an ace. Tack stuck his head back through the shower curtain. Nonsense. I tell you it is true. Proof? Suspicions? Not good enough. Tack shut off the water and thrust a hand through the curtain. Towel. Palakyov dropped one over his arm. Stepping from the shower, the alien studied his image in the mirror as he towel-dried his shoulder-length red hair. Noted the scars on his left arm and hand where the doctors had repaired the bones crushed in an 11th-hour rescue of Angel Face. The puckered scar on his thigh, legacy of a terrorist's bullet in Paris. The long scar on the right bicep, memory of a duel with his cousin. Living takes a hell of a toll, doesn't it? Just how old are you? The Russian asked curiously. Adjusting for Earth's rotational period? 89, 90, somewhere in there. I was young when I met you. Yes, now I am old and fat and in the grip of a terrible fear. You can so easily establish if my fears are real or mere delusions. Probe Hartman, read him, then act. Greg Hartman is my friend. I don't probe my friends. I don't even probe you. I give you permission to do so, if it will help to convince you. Ideal, you must be in terror. I am. Hartman is evil. Odd word from an old material dialectician like yourself. Nevertheless, it applies. Tachyon shook his head, walked into the bedroom, rummaged in a for fresh underwear. He could sense George behind him, a portly, irritating presence. I don't believe you. No, you don't want to believe me. A fundamental difference.
How much do you know of Hartman's early life? His passage through this world has left a trail of mysterious deaths and shattered lives. His high school football coach, his college roommate, so he's had the misfortune to be on the periphery of violent events. That does not make him an ace. Or would you have him damned by association? And what if a politician who is kidnapped twice and escapes both times under mysterious circumstances? What's so mysterious? In Syria, Kahina turned upon her brother and stabbed him. In the resulting chaos, we escaped. In Germany, I was working with Kahina. What? When I first came to America. Gimli too, that poor fool. Now Gimli is dead, and Kahina has vanished, and I fear she too is dead. She came to America to expose Greg Hartman, so you say. Tachyon, I don't lie to you. No, you merely tell me only as much as suits you. Gimli suspected, and now he's dead. Oh, so now Greg is responsible for typhoid Croyd? Gimli died from that virus, not from Greg Hartman. And Kahina? Show me a body. Show me the proof. What about Germany? What about it? One of the GRU's top operatives was in charge of that operation, and he ran like a raw recruit. He was manipulated, I tell you. You tell me? You tell me? You tell me nothing, just slurs and innuendos. Nothing to back up this fantastic allegation. What does it cost you to probe him, read him, and prove me wrong? Tachyon's mouth tightened mullishly. You're afraid. You're afraid that what I'm telling you is true. This is not Takhysian honor and reticence. This is cowardice. There are very few men who would be permitted to say that to me and live. Tachyon shrugged on his shirt and resumed in a dry, almost lecturing tone. Being an ace, you must have considered the political climate. Supposing for the moment that you are correct, and Greg Hartman is a secret ace, so what? There is nothing very suspicious in a man with political aspirations hiding his wild card. This is not France, where it is the height of chic to be an ace. You damn him for keeping a secret that you have kept all your life? He's a killer, Tachyon. I know it. That's why he is hiding. The hounds are gathering, George. They're snapping at our heels. Soon they will want to taste blood. Greg Hartman is our only hope to keep the hate at bay. If we smear Hartman, we open the way for Barnett and the crazies. You'll be all right. You can hide behind that bland, ordinary face. But what of the others? What of my bastard stepchildren waiting in the park, their deformities obvious for all the world to see?
What do I tell them? That the man who has protected and defended them for 20 years is evil and must be destroyed because he might be an ace and because he kept it secret? Tachyon's eyes widened as he considered a new possibility. My God, this might be why you were sent here. To bring down the candidate that the Kremlin fears. A Hartman presidency? What is this nonsense? Have you taken to reading sensational spy fiction? I fled for my life. Even the Kremlin thinks I'm dead. How can I believe you? Why should I trust you? Only you can answer those questions. Nothing I say or do will convince you. I'll say only one thing. I would hope that this past year would have at least demonstrated that I am not your enemy. Polyak walked to the door. That's it? It seems pointless to continue a circular argument. You waltz in here and calmly announce that Greg Hartman is a killer ace, and then waltz back out again? I've given you all that I have. Now it's up to you, dancer. He seemed to struggle with himself for a moment, then added, but if you don't act, be warned, I shall. After Jack crossed the street, he realized he didn't have to deal with the July heat any longer. He could get back to the Marriott by way of Peachtree Mall. The conditioned air was a relief. He rode the escalator to the top level and came face to face with a group of charismatic Catholics for Barnett, all walking circles, counting their rosaries, and chanting the Hail Mary while wearing poster boards with their candidate's picture. Stop wildcard violence, some signs said. This week's cover slogan for Putt, wildcards in concentration camps. Weird, Jack thought. Barnett professed the Roman Church a tool of Satan, and here they were praying for him. He passed by. Sweat cooled on his forehead. Two black kids loaded with Jesse Jackson buttons were throwing large foam plastic gliders back and forth. Delegates in silly hats mobbed the restaurants looking for breakfast. One of the gliders fluttered toward Jack, heading for the pavement. Jack grinned and snatched it from the air before it hit the floor. He cocked his arm to throw it back to its owner, and then stopped and stared at the glider in surprise. The foam glider had been created in the image of Peregrine, her wings outspread to almost 2 feet. The famous bosom, which Jack had gazed at on many memorable occasions aboard the stacked deck, was rendered in loving detail. Only the tail structure, presumably required for proper aerodynamics, was non-anatomical. Small letters were printed on the tail. Flying Ace gliders are, they said, collect them all. Jack wondered if Peregrine was getting any royalties. The two kids stood about 15 yards away, waiting for their glider. Jack cocked his hand back and threw, the same motion he'd used playing football years ago, and added just a touch of his power. A mild golden aura flickered from his body. The glider fired in a fast, straight line, the length of the mall, buzzing like an insect in flight. The kids stared, first at the glider, then at Jack, then at the glider again. Then they took off, running after their Peregrine. People were staring. Jack felt a delirious rise of optimism. Maybe returning to public life wasn't going to be so bad. He laughed and loped up the mall again. On the way, he met the glider seller, his samples assembled on a folding table in front of him. Jack recognized JJ Flash and Jet Boy's JB-1. There was one frisbee-like object obviously intended as the turtle. Jack showed his ID and room key to the police cordoning off the Marriott and walked into the cavernous venturi shape of the atrium. The Marriott was Hartman headquarters, and almost all the people in sight were wearing Hartman regalia. Flying Ace gliders, thrown from the balconies above, swooped in daring loops above their heads. Off out of sight, someone was playing Charge on a portable organ. Jack stepped to the desk to see if anyone had left any messages. Charles Devon wanted him to call. So did one of the Georgia starlets. Which one, Jack tried to recall? Was Bobby, the stacked redhead? Or was it the blonde chain gang woman who spent half the party talking about her expensive dental implants and demonstrating her anti-cellulite exercises? There wasn't likely to be any time at this convention for a personal life anyway. Jack put the messages in his pocket and turned away from the desk. A Flying Ace glider spun into the ground before his feet. He automatically reached down to pick it up, saw the molded white scarf, flyer's helmet, leather jacket. Jack stared for a long moment, the glider hanging from his hand. Hello, Earl, he thought. For a while, he thought it would really be okay. He'd reached a truth with Tachyon. Maybe Greg Hartman could talk old diehards like Hiram Worcester around. Maybe everyone else had forgotten the Four Aces, and Huac, and Jack's betrayal. Maybe he could step out in public and do something worthwhile, without messing up, without being haunted by reminders of the past. Better straighten up, farm boy. Funny how after all these years, he still knew exactly what Earl Sanderson would say. Jack rose to his full height and looked over the heads of the crowd, wondering if someone out there had meant the glider to fall where it did, wanted to remind him that everything hadn't been forgotten. Better straighten up, farm boy. Funny how after all these years, he still knew exactly what Earl Sanderson would say. Jack rose to his full height and looked over the heads of the crowd, wondering if someone out there had meant the glider to fall where it did, wanted to remind him that everything hadn't been forgotten.
Jack must have looked ridiculous enough, heaven knows, hunched over the glider with his guilty conscience welling out of his face and the effigy of his friend and victim dangling from his paw. "Bye, Earl," he thought. "Take care now." He cocked his arm back and fired. The glider whirred as it rose into the atrium, rising forever until it was lost to sight. Greg could feel the hunger. It had nothing to do with politics or the expectation that by the end of this week he could well be the Democratic nominee. Coming down in the Marriott elevator for his breakfast meeting with Jack Braun and Hiram Worcester, the hunger burned in his gut like glowing phosphorus, a pulsing violence that a few croissants and coffee would never touch. The hunger was Puppetman's, and it demanded pain. His face must have reflected some of the inner struggle. His aide, Amy Sorensen, leaned toward him and touched his shoulder hesitantly. "Sir?" Billy Ray, assigned to Hartman's personal security for the convention, glanced over the shoulder of his spotless white Carnifex uniform from the front of the elevator. Greg forced a yawn and a professional smile. "Just tired, Amy, that's all. It's been a long campaign, and by God, it'll be a longer week. Give me a few cups of coffee and I'll be fine. Ready to face the hordes." Amy grinned. Billy Ray returned his solemn attention to the door, ignoring the view of the Marriott Marquis's immense and surreal lobby. Ellen wasn't having trouble, was she? No. Greg watched the lobby floor rise toward them. A large foam glider spiraled lazily past them toward the crowded restaurant below. As the elevator passed it in mid-flight, Greg could see that the body was that of a woman with bird-shaped wings. The features looked suspiciously like peregrines. Now that he'd noticed the first one, Greg saw that there were several more of the gliders performing acrobatics above the lobby. "She hasn't had morning sickness since the first trimester. We're both fine, just tired." "You've never told me, do you want a boy or a girl?" "It doesn't matter, as long as it's healthy." The floor indicators flickered down. Greg's ears popped with a pressure change. Inside, Puppetman snarled, "You're not fine. Give me a few cups of coffee." The presence radiated disgust. "Do you know how long I've been waiting? Do you know how long it's been?" "Be quiet. We can't do anything about it now." "Then it had better be soon. Soon. Do you hear me, Greggy?" Greg forced the power back into its mental cage. The effort cost him. Puppetman struggled, its anger a rasping, continual presence, shaking the bars. Lately, it was always shaking the bars. The problem had only begun in the last few months. At first, it was rare, something he thought of as some strange fluke, a quirk attributed to the weariness of a long campaign. But it had happened more and more often. A mental wall would slam up between Puppetman and his victims. Just as he was about to feed on those dark and violent emotions, he would be cut off, pushed back by some outside force. Puppetman would howl as the link to the puppet was severed. He'd prayed that problem would disappear. Instead, it worsened. For the past 2 weeks, the block had reared up every time Puppetman had tried to feed. Lately, he'd begun to sense a mocking laughter riding with the interference, a faint, whispering voice just on the edge of recognition. The power inside Greg was becoming desperate and uncontrollable,
and Greg was afraid the internal struggle was beginning to show. "Make me wait much longer, and I'll show you the real puppet. I'll give you a goddamn graphic demonstration of which one of us is in control." The power slipped loose of Greg's hold for a moment, defiant. Greg willed it to be silent, but still it screamed at him as he set the mental bars around it once more. Puppetman gibbered and spat. "You're the fucking puppet, do you hear? I'll make you crawl, understand? You need it as much as I do. If I die, you die. You have nothing without me." Greg was sweating with the effort, but he won. He closed his eyes and leaned back as the elevator lurched to a halt at the ground floor. Puppetman lapsed into brooding silence inside. Amy watched him with concern. The doors opened, and the coolness and noise of the lobby hit them. Some of the crowd in the lobby, most of them sporting Hartman buttons and hats, had spotted him. There were screams and a rush toward him. Waiting Secret Service men stepped smoothly between them, cutting off the supporters. Greg waved and smiled. They began to chant, "Hartman! Hartman!" The lobby echoed with it. Amy shook her head. What a circus, huh? Ray ushered Greg toward the private room where he was to meet Hiram and Braun, and then took his station just outside. Greg went in. The air conditioning here was more oppressive than the lobbies. He shivered and rubbed his arms. Only Jack Goldenboy was present, a handsome, tall man who looked as if he hadn't aged a day in the 4 decades since the heyday of the Four Aces, still the image of the movie star he'd once been. He rose to Greg. Braun seemed subdued, which didn't surprise Greg. He hadn't figured Jack would much care for the attempt at reconciliation. Frankly, he didn't give a shit whether Jack was happy with it or not. Greg was going to make the two of them bury this particular hatchet, publicly at least. "Senator, Amy," Braun said. His eyes lingered a bit too long on Amy, which also hardly surprised Greg. He knew they were having an affair. Puppetman knew lots of hidden things. "Good morning. How's Ellen?" "Getting bigger each day," Greg replied, "and tired a lot. Like all of us." "I know what you mean. Ready to begin the good fight?" "I thought we'd already begun, Jack," Greg commented. His voice sounded glum and irritable against Braun's heartiness. He made himself smile. Braun glanced at Greg strangely, but he laughed. "I suppose so. You know Californians. It's bad enough everyone was a little jet-lagged. I was up most of the night with your uncommitted superdelegates. I think we have things worked out. Listen, I thought you said Worcester was going to be here. You haven't seen him this morning?" Greg frowned, irritated. "Not yet, and it isn't exactly like him to pass up a meal, although he'll probably bring his own in since I hear even the Bello Mondo isn't up to his standards." A grimace and shrug. "Hey, I know the reason you wanted this breakfast meeting was to get the two of us to patch up our differences, and I appreciate the sentiment. I'd like it too. But maybe Hiram isn't quite as forgiving as you think. I don't believe that, Jack." Jack gave Greg a lopsided, bitter smile. "He's never served you a plate of 30 silver dimes either." "Amy," Greg began. "Already gone, sir," his aide said. "I'll find him or starve trying. Save me a roll, okay?" As she left the room, Greg turned to Braun. "Okay, well, go ahead and eat. If Hiram shows, he shows." The words snapped out more sharply than Greg intended. He was in no mood for games, not with Puppetman slamming against his restraints. Braun was looking at him strangely again, but before the ace could say anything, Greg shook his head and waved the anger away. "God, that sounded horrible, Jack. I'm sorry. I'm just not myself this morning. Point me in the direction of the coffee pot, would you?" Strange, Jack thought. He'd never felt uncomfortable in the presence of Greg Hartman before. Yet here he was, face to face with the man he hoped would be the next president, the man who had talked him into coming out of his public isolation and joining his crusade for office, and something was missing. "I'm tired," thought Jack. So is Greg. No one can be charismatic every minute. He poured himself coffee. The cup rattled in the saucer. Hangover, maybe, or nerves. If it hadn't been Greg asking for this meeting, he wouldn't have come. "I saw a car full of Nazis outside," he said. "Nazis in uniforms. The Klan are here too." Hartman shook his head. "There's potential for a serious confrontation."
The crackpot right likes that kind of thing. It gives them publicity. Lucky thing the turtle is here. Yes, Hartman gave him a look. You've never met the turtle, have you? Jack held up a hand. Please. He smiled to cover his nervousness. Let's keep it down to one reconciliation a day, okay? Hartman knit his brows. Is there a problem between you? Jack shrugged. Not that I know of. I just sort of assumed there would be. Hartman stepped toward Jack, put a hand on his shoulder. There was concern in his eyes. You assume too much, Jack. You think everyone's got a chip on his shoulder about your past, and it's just not true. You've got to let down the defenses, let people get to know you. Jack stared at the coffee swirling in his cup and thought about Earl Sanderson spiraling to a crash landing at his feet. Okay, Greg, he said, I'll try. You're important to this campaign, Jack. You're head of the California delegation. I wouldn't have chosen you if you weren't suited for the job. You could get some heat on account of me. I've told you that. You're important, Jack. You're a symbol of something bad that happened a long time ago, something we're trying to prevent from happening again. The other 4 aces were victims, but so were you. They paid with prison or exile or their lives, but you, Hartman gave his boyish, half-apologetic smile. Maybe you paid with your self-respect. Who's to say that isn't worth more in the long run? Their agony ended, but yours hasn't. I think it all balanced long ago, that everyone's paid too much. He squeezed Jack's shoulder. We need you. You're important to us. I'm glad you're aboard. Jack stared at Hartman, cynicism ringing in his mind like funeral bells. Was Greg serious? Lives and sanity and prison terms balanced against his own worthless loss of dignity? Hartman had to be laughing behind that sincere expression, making fun of him. Jack shook his head. From the time he'd met him aboard the stacked deck, Hartman had been a man who could make Jack feel good about himself. What he was saying now wasn't substantially different from what he'd said to Jack before. But now the message seemed the reflex posturing of a politician, not the message of a concerned friend. Is something wrong, Greg? Jack blurted. Hartman dropped his hand, turned partly away. Sorry, he said. Things have been a little strained. You need some rest. Guess we all do. Hartman cleared his throat. Charles said you did some good work for us last night. I got some congressmen drunk and laid, is all. Hartman gave a laugh. Charles has given me their names and room numbers. I'll be phoning them as soon as we finished breakfast. Perhaps. The door opened. Jack jumped, spilling coffee. He turned and saw, not Hiram Worcester, but Amy. Embarrassed at his nervousness, Jack reached for a napkin. Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. I just got a phone call from Furs in Jokertown. It's a potential problem. Chrysalis has just been found dead in New York. Ace abilities were involved. Surprise stumbled into Jack's mind. He'd spent months with Chrysalis aboard the stacked deck, and although he'd never been comfortable around her, the organs and muscle visible through the transparent flesh reminded Jack of too many things he'd seen in World War II and Korea. He'd developed an abstract admiration for the way Chrysalis handled her deformity. The cultured accent, cigarette holder, antique playing cards, and dry style. Hartman's face went rigid. When the candidate spoke, his voice was strained. Any more details? Beaten to death, looks like. Amy pursed her lips. Barnett can make some propaganda out of this. It's more wild-card violence that will have to be restrained. I knew her well, Hartman said tightly. The mask-like face seemed unusual in a man who was so open around his friends. Jack wondered if there were aspects to this death he hadn't known about. Tony Calderon checked in late last night, Amy said. Maybe you should get him preparing a statement in case Barnett tries to use this. Hartman gave a sigh. Yes, I'll have to do that. He turned to Jack. Jack, I'm afraid I'm going to have to abandon you. Should I leave? Concern entered Hartman's eyes again as he looked at Jack. I would appreciate it very much if you'd stay. You and Hiram Worcester are two of my most visible supporters. If you could settle your differences, it would mean a lot to me. Jack thought for a moment, wondering if Judas and St. Paul ever settled their differences. He sighed. It had to happen sooner or later.
I don't have a problem with Worcester, Greg. He's just got one with me. Hartman smiled. Good, he said. He raised a hand and squeezed Jack's shoulder again. The room seemed very empty after Hartman and Amy left. Jack watched breakfast turn cold on the buffet. Earl's glider crashed again and again in his mind. 9 a.m. Sarah, Ricky Barnes said, you've got to get off this Hartman thing. It's making you crazy. You're acting obsessive-compulsive. They sat at a round table covered in green-checked oilcloth near LaPeep's front window. Outside, a clot of farm state delegates in loud ties floated down the tiled rectilinear intestine of Peachtree Center, headed for the Hyatt lobby. More delegates vied with ferns for elbow room around them, trying to fortify themselves on lightweight new egg cuisine. It was that, fast food, or hotel restaurants, which had waiting lists past the turn of the century. Rolling Stone says that's the disease of the 80s, Sarah Morgenstern said, dissecting her omelet with her fork. Her winter pale hair was swept from the left side of her head to the right today. She wore a simple pink dress that came to the tops of her crossed knees. Her stockings were sheer black, her shoes wedge-soled and white. Barnes took a bite of his own tofu and spinach omelet. The coat of his severe black two-piece was draped over his hooped chairback. With his suspenders and white shirt, he might have passed for an inherit-the-wind epic Southern Methodist minister, except for his gold wire yuppie granny glasses. It's getting a lot of competition from AIDS, he said. But seriously, you're a long way off your usual Jokertown beat. Your Washington desk is handling everything that comes out of Atlanta this week, and they won't be as indulgent of your little foibles as the New York bureau is. Senator Gregg's the Post's special pet. It's as if Katie Graham invented him. They're not going to be happy with you throwing rocks at him. We're journalists, Ricky, she said, leaning forward, reaching as if to touch the hand resting beside his plate. The white finger stopped millimeters short of the milk chocolate ones. Ricky didn't react. He was an old friend who'd taken a journalism seminar from her at Columbia a few years back and knew her reticence had nothing to do with his race. We have to report the truth. Ricky shook his long and neatly groomed head. Sarah, you're not that naive. We report what the owners want or what our peers want. If the truth happens to fall inconveniently in between, it doesn't have much constituency. Besides, what is truth, as the man who washed his hands asked? The truth is that Greg Hartman is a murderer and a monster, and I'm going to expose him. When Hiram Worcester shambled into the room, Jack gave a start and reflexively began to rise from his chair before deciding not to. He settled back into the chair with his coffee and cigarette. He and Hiram had been on the stacked deck together. Even if they hadn't been friends, there was no need for formality. Hiram looked as if he hadn't slept. He headed wordlessly for the buffet, took a plate, began to fill it. Jack felt perspiration speckling his scalp. His heart seemed to change rhythms every few seconds. Why the hell, he demanded of himself, was he so nervous? He took a long drag on his camel. Hiram kept filling his plate. Jack began to wonder if his wild card had suddenly run to invisibility. Hiram turned, chewing a cruller as if he wasn't really tasting it, and took a seat opposite Jack.
On the stacked deck, he had used his control of gravity to remove a lot of his weight, something that made him oddly agile. He didn't seem to be doing that now. He looked at Jack out of dull, marble eyes. "Braun," he said, "this meeting wasn't my idea." "Mine either. You were a hero of mine, you know, when I was young." We all have to grow up sometime, Jack thought, but decided against saying it. Let the man have his moment. "I've never made any claims to heroism myself," Hiram spoke on. Jack had the feeling it was a speech he'd been working on for some time. "I'm a fat man who runs a restaurant. I've never been on the cover of Life or starred in a feature film. But whatever else, I'm loyal to my friends." "Good for you, chum." This time Jack almost said it, but he thought of Earl Sanderson fluttering to the floor of the Marriott and instead said nothing. He blinked sweat out of his eyes. "Why am I doing this to myself?" he thought. Hiram spoke on, robot-like. "Greg tells me you did good work in California. He says we might have lost without all the celebrity support and money that you organized. I'm grateful for that, but gratitude is one thing and trust is another. I wouldn't trust anybody in politics, Worcester, Jack said, and then wondered if that piece of fashionable cynicism was true, because he did trust Greg Hartman, knew him for a genuinely good man, and he wanted the man to win more than he had wanted anything in 30 years. It's important that Greg Hartman win this election, Braun. Leo Barnett is the Nur Allah in American dress. Remember Syria? Remember jokers stoned to death in the streets? There was a weird gleam in Hiram's eyes. He raised a fist and clenched it, forgetting it contained half a cruller. That's what's at stake here, Braun. They'll do anything to stop us. They'll bribe, smear, seduce us, resort to violence. And where will you be, Braun? Loudly. Where will you be when they really start turning the screws? Suddenly, Jack's nervousness was gone. A cold anger hummed through him. He'd had quite enough. You weren't there, Jack said. Hiram paused, then became aware of pastry dough ballooning out between the fingers of his upraised hand. You weren't fucking there. The words grated slowly from a place inside Jack that seemed like a twilight graveyard, a place without warmth, an endless plain of autumn grass marked with gray stones that noted the passing of Earl, of Blythe, of Archibald Holmes, of all the young men he knew in the 5th Division, all those who died at the Rapido crossing, little stick figures scattered like so many handfuls of dust beneath the pounding guns of Casino. Jack stood up and threw the cigarette away. For someone who doesn't claim to be a hero, Worcester, you sure make a great speech. Maybe you should consider a career in politics. With quick, vicious movements of the napkin, Hiram swabbed dough from his hand. I told Greg you can't be trusted. He told me you've changed. Could be he's right, Jack said. Could be he's wrong. The question is, what can you do about it? Hiram threw the napkin away and rose massively to his feet, a pale mountain lumbering to battle. I can do what I have to do, he said sharply. It's that important? Jack's lips skinned back from his teeth in a Wolverine smile. You don't know that. You haven't been tested. You haven't been there. He gave a stage laugh, Basil Rathbone standing on the parapet and mocking the peasants. Everyone knows about me, Worcester, but nobody's put the screws to you yet. Nobody's asked you to betray your friends. You haven't been there, and you don't know what you're going to do till it happens. He smiled again. Take my word for it. Hiram seemed to wilt before Jack's smile. Then his color drained away, and to Jack's surprise, the big man seemed to stagger back and fall. Springs burst in the chair as Hiram collapsed into it. He tugged at his collar as if he were choking, revealing a painful sore on his neck. Jack stared in amazement. The granite mountain had melted into a marshmallow. And suddenly Jack was very weary. A faint hangover residue throbbed in his temples. He didn't want to watch Hiram anymore. He headed for the exit. He paused by the door. I'm here for Greg's sake, he said. I guess it's the same for you. So let's tell Greg we're the best of friends and do what we have to do. Okay? Hiram, still dragging at his collar, nodded. Jack stepped into the corridor and closed the door of the suite behind him. He felt like the school bully picking on the class fat kid. From down the corridor came the raucous cry of conventioneers on their first day in town. Jack headed toward it. 10 a.m. Greg was tired of talking to the delegates. Jack had gotten laid the night before. He was tired of sounding enthusiastic. Alex James had been a puppet since the beginning of the campaign. Most of the extra Secret Service people assigned to Greg had been uninteresting to Puppetman, too dutiful and without the hidden flaws on which he fed. But Alex, he had slipped through the battery of psychological examinations and background checks. Like that of Billy Ray, Alex's soul was marbled with a delicious streak of sadism, tinted with the jade-green urge to flaunt and abuse his power. Left alone, he might have been only a little overzealous in his duties,
A touch harsh when he moved people away, preferring to confront a situation rather than diffusing it. No one would have noticed. But Puppetman knew. Puppetman saw all the cracks in the veneer of a soul, and he knew best how to make them gape wide open. Greg sat in the living room of his suite. The Zenith bolted to the wall cabinet was on, set to CBS and Dan Rather's coverage of the convention's opening. Cautiously, Greg let down the bars that held Puppetman. The power surged out, searching for Alex's presence. Greg had just seen the man in the hall outside, knew that Ray had just sent him to check the stairwells. There were often people on the stairs, lobbyists looking for a way to the candidates' floors, reporters, groupies, or just a curious. The chances were good that Alex would find someone. Puppetman reached out and curled into the familiar recesses of the guard's mind. This time, the power sighed. This time. Be careful, Greg warned him. Remember what's been happening lately. Go slowly. Puppetman snarled in reply. Shut up. It's all right now. Everything's turning our way again. Chrysalis is finally taken care of. Oddity is going to find the jacket, and we've sent Mackie after Downs. The convention started well. I need this one. Can't you feel the hunger? Remember, if I go, you go down with me. I'll make damn sure of it. With the threat, the power turned away, suddenly rapacious. Through Puppetman, Greg could feel a surge of anticipation in Alex. He knew what that must mean. The guard had found someone. Greg could imagine the scene. Some Nat kid, probably, dressed in stonewashed jeans, a t-shirt studded with oversized Hartman and 88 buttons, and a cheap J-Town mask over his all-too-normal face. Alex would be staring, his hands a shade too close to the bulge under his sports jacket, barking orders. Puppetman lanced into Alex's emotional matrix, thrusting aside the heavy blue layers of duty and the leather-brown binding of morality until he uncovered that orange-red core of psychopathic brutality. Puppetman nurtured it, fanned it into flame. It flared easily into heat. Now, Alex would be shouting by this time, his neck corded and his cheeks red with blood. He'd reach out, grab a fistful of the t-shirt as campaign buttons rattled like tin pie plates, and shake the kid like a disobedient puppy. The mask would fall to the floor and crumple under Alex's floor chimes. Yes, Puppetman could taste it, and Greg tasted with him. There was raw fury there, a waiting feast. Puppetman leaned toward it hungrily, tweaking the emotions again, turning the settings just a little higher. Alex's hand would come back, and the open palm would slash across the kid's cheek, snapping the head to one side. Yes, Puppetman could taste it, and Greg tasted with him. There was raw fury there, a waiting feast. Puppetman leaned toward it hungrily, tweaking the emotions again, turning the settings just a little higher. Alex's hand would come back, and the open palm would slash across the kid's cheek, snapping the head to one side.
Blood would be drooling from a cut on the lip, and the kid would be crying in fear and pain, suddenly terrified. And it happened again. In Greg's mind, the interference seemed like a cold, obsidian wall, cutting between himself and Alex and sending Puppetman reeling backward. The power inside Greg wailed in frustration and rage, hurling itself at the wall again and again, and always being slammed back down. Greg could hear the laughter behind the wall and that faint voice. Only this time, he could hear the words. "You're a fucking son of a bitch, Hartman, but I finally got the way to take you down, don't I? I found your goddamn weakness, Greggy old friend. I found the fucking playmate inside you, the ace you used on me and Misha and Morgenstern and everyone else. Only now, I can play with your ace the way you played with us. I can keep him away from the puppets. I can make him fucking starve. And then what happens to you, Senator? What happens to you when the power turns against you?" The words faded, leaving behind a mocking chuckle, and Greg, with a rising horror, knew that he recognized that voice. He knew who was behind the wall, and the realization left him cold and shaking. Gimli. It was Gimli. "You're dead," he shouted after the voice. "You're dead. Your stuffed skin is sitting in the dime museum. I saw it. Typhoid Croyd killed you." "Dead?" The laughter came again. "Do I sound dead to you, Hartman? Ask the friend you keep locked up inside you if I'm real or not. No, not dead, just changed. It took me a long time to get back." The voice faded and was gone. The wall vanished. Puppetman screamed wordlessly at the place where it had been. "Let me out again," the power demanded. "It's not too late, Alex." "No." Greg looked at his hands. They were trembling on his lap. He could feel sweat running down the back of his shirt. Adrenaline pounded in his chest. He wanted to run, to scream himself. The ordinariness of the hotel room and the droning voice of Rather seemed to mock him. He was very, very scared. "You have to let me out. There's no choice." "No, no choice, do you understand?" The power leapt at him, spearing deep into Greg's own will. Greg gasped in surprise and felt his own presence falling away. His hands clenched. He started to push himself off the couch. Like an automaton, Puppetman walked him stiff-legged across the room. The muscles of Greg's face were locked in a painful grimace. Spasms rippled down his legs as he struggled to regain control. He watched, helpless, as his hand reached for the doorknob to the bedroom, twisted and pushed. "God, no, Greg!" Ellen was reading on the bed, the book propped up against her swelling stomach. "Put your hand here. The baby's been giving me flutterings all morning." She turned to look at him, and her aristocratic, fine New England features went quizzical. "Greg, are you all right?" He could feel his whole body quivering, balanced between Puppetman's will and his own. Each tugged on the strings of the body, trying to yank them from the grasp of the other. Even as Greg made that visualization, Puppetman scoffed. "We're both the same person, you know. I'm just your ace, your power. I'm doing what we need to do to survive. Ellen's here. Use her. No, not that way. She's just another damn puppet. More pliable than most, in fact. Her pain is as good as anyone else's. It's too risky. Not here. Not now. If not here and now, you stand to lose everything anyway. Do it." Greg felt his body take another stumbling step forward. His fist clenched and raised. There was definite fear in Ellen's eyes now. She closed the book, tried to struggle up from the bed. "Greg, please, you're frightening me." Greg let go all his holds on the body, as if he were exhausted by the battle. Puppetman shouted in victory. Then, as his arm lifted for the first blow, and Puppetman relaxed in anticipation, Greg grappled with the power again. Surprised by the renewed onslaught, Puppetman was stripped of control. Ignoring its struggling and cursing, Greg wrestled it deep, deeper than it had been in years, slamming and locking the mental cage, and then burying it far back in his mind. When he could no longer hear it, he stopped and came back to himself. He was gasping alongside the bed. The hand was still upraised, Ellen cowering beneath. Greg unclenched the fist and brought it slowly down to her face as he sat next to her. He felt her draw back, then slowly relax as he began to stroke her hair. "You don't have anything to be afraid of, darling," he said. He tried to laugh and heard pain instead. "Hey, I wouldn't hurt you. You know that. Not the mother of my child. I'd never hurt you. You looked so angry, so violent. For a second, I'm not feeling well. It's nothing. Stomach cramps. Nerves. I've been thinking about the convention. I took some Maalox. It'll pass. You scared me." "I'm sorry, Ellen," he said, soothingly. "Please." With Puppetman, it would have been easy. He could have made her believe him without effort. But that power wasn't safe. Not now. Ellen stared at him, and she thought she was going to say more. Then she slowly nodded. "Okay," she said. "Okay, Greg." She snuggled against him. Greg leaned back against the headboard. Through the faint tendrils of his ace ability, he could feel her relaxing, forgetting. Since she'd become pregnant, she'd become more inward-focused. Things outside were not as important. It was less threatening to accept his excuse, so she did. The realization eased his mind very little. My God, what am I going to do?
He could hear Gimli's laughter. It pounded in his head. The phone by the bed rang. Greg picked it up, thinking it might drive the dwarf away. Hartman? Senator. The voice on the other end was breathless, agitated. Amy, bad news. The word is that we're in for a big fight tonight over the California delegation's credentials. He barely heard her over Gimli's roaring amusement. Jack's hangover finally muted itself after 2 shots of vodka. He had spent the last hour in his suite talking on his bank of telephones with Emil Rodriguez, his second-in-command, and trying to round up all his delegates and have them briefed for the platform fight that would come tomorrow. There was a knock. Jack told Rodriguez he'd call him back and opened the door. Amy Sorensen stood outside, carrying a pile of briefing papers in an envelope. Her chestnut hair was pinned up atop her head. "Hi, Amy." Jack kissed her warmly, then drew her inside and tried to kiss her again. She turned her head away. "Not this time, Jack. This isn't like Buenos Aires. My husband's here." Jack sighed. "You're on business then." Amy stepped out of his arms and straightened her fetching blue suit. "Brace yourself," she said. "I'm braced. I've been braced for months." Amy's nose wrinkled at the appalling stench of tobacco, liquor, and the residue of perfume. She perched on the edge of a chair, then carefully pushed a cigar-filled ashtray as far away as she could. Jack pulled up a chair and sat on it backward, gazing at Amy over the chair back. "What's up? You're not going to like this at all. There's going to be a big credentials fight tonight over the California delegation." Jack stared at her. "The Jackson people are going to spring it on us. They're claiming that a winner-take-all primary is inherently discriminatory against minorities." "Crap." Jack's reply was immediate. "The California primary's been a winner-take-all for as long as I can remember. The challenge gives everyone a chance to dismember our largest block of delegates and do it in a righteous cause. We followed all the rules. We won the primary fair and square." Amy looked exasperated. "The rules, Jack, are what the convention says they are. If they strip our delegates, they open the convention to a series of parliamentary and procedural battles that could unhinge everything. That's what Jackson, Gore, and Barnett want. If things get chaotic, it improves their chances of getting the nomination."
If they can fuck us over and hand us a procedural defeat before the first ballot, they can hope to acquire defectors from our camp during the second ballot. Great. Just great. Funny how he just couldn't get used to women who used words like fuck. Hell, Jack couldn't get used to the way men use the word these days. Some days, more than others, he felt like a relic. The showdown's all gonna be about the rule books and who can manipulate them best. Who's the parliamentarian for your delegation? Jack shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I guess I am." "Do you know anything about parliamentary procedure?" Jack thought about it. "I've sat on a lot of corporate boards. You'd be surprised at some of the tricks they pull." Amy sighed. "Do you know Danny Logan? He's our campaign parliamentarian. I want you to take your instructions from him." "When I last saw Logan, he was lying under a bar stool at LAX." Amy's eyes flashed. She tossed her chestnut hair out of her eyes. "He'll be sober tonight, I promise you." Jack thought for a moment. "Do we have the votes?" "Can't tell. Dukakis is hedging, like always. The people who can save us are the superdelegates. Most of them are congressmen and senators who would do anything to prevent a bloodbath. They may vote for us just to keep things sane. And of course, they know Greg a lot better than they know the Duke and Jackson, let alone Barnett." "This is all crazy. The Democrats haven't had a convention that's gone past the first ballot since 1932. Everybody's making it up as we go along." Jack rested his chin on his big hands. "I remember that convention. My family listened to it on our radio. We were Roosevelt all the way. I remember my dad breaking out the bootleg hooch when Texas Jack Garner defected from Smith and gave Roosevelt the nomination." Amy smiled at him. "I keep thinking of you as my younger indiscretion. I just can't picture you as old enough to live through those times. Till Greg came along, the only presidential candidate I voted for was Roosevelt in '44 when I was overseas. Before that, I was too young to vote. In '48, I couldn't make up my mind between Truman and Wallace, so I never cast a ballot at all." "You also voted for George Wallace?"
Amy seemed a little shocked. That seems unlike you. Jack felt terribly old. Henry Wallace, Amy. Henry Wallace. Oh, sorry. Just to make it absolutely clear, the Roosevelt I mentioned was Franklin, not Teddy. That I knew. Grinning. How'd your meeting with Hiram go? Or should I ask? Jack shook his head. It was weird. I really don't know what to make of it. He looked at her. Is Worcester okay? I wondered if he was ill. He didn't look healthy. He's got this big sore on his neck. I read somewhere that sores like that could be a symptom of AIDS. Amy blinked in astonishment. Hiram? Jack shrugged. I don't know the man, Amy. The only impression I had was that he really wasn't interested in me. Well, she ventured a brief smile, I guess that means you got along all right. He didn't hand me any more dimes anyway. That's encouraging. She cocked her head and looked at him. I met a celebrity this morning, Josh Davidson. You ever met him? The actor? What's he doing here? His daughter's one of our delegates. He's here as an observer. I thought you might know each other, being actors and all. There are a few actors I haven't met, honest. He's charming as anything, real smooth. Jack grinned at her. Sounds like you're considering an older, indiscretion. Amy laughed. Well, maybe if he'd shave off the beard. I doubt it. That beard's one of his trademarks. One of Jack's phones rang. He looked at the row of telephones on his desk and tried to decide which one wanted him. Amy stood. Gotta go, Jack. That's probably Danny Logan anyway. Yeah, parliamentary tactics, Jack thought. Oh, great. Another phone began to ring. Jack crossed the suite and picked up a receiver. He heard only a dial tone. It was setting out to be that kind of day. 11 a.m. With a nasal squeal of fury, Mackie ripped the calendar off the petchiated wallpaper. It displayed an open-lipped pussy, presented for his approval, which wasn't coming, framed in dark hair and olive-thigh flesh, the tentative smile of a Puerto Rican girl hovering off above it in the middle distance. Mackie put a buzz on his fingers and ran them across the photo. Bits of woman went everywhere, a flurry of colored paper snow. That made him feel better. It was almost as good as the real thing. But while it could be assuaged, nothing was changing the thing that was pissing him off in the first place. The man he had come to kill wasn't here. Mackie didn't take disappointment well. Maybe if he hung out a while, Digger Downs would return home. He kicked over a low table of blonde wood-like veneer, purchased from some rental store, and went to the kitchen, while tabloids, racing forms, and issues of Photo District News fluttered around the floor like wounded birds. The sound design stereo on the cinder block and board bookcase spritz Robopop at the fading seams on the back of his leather jacket. The icebox was like a 50s Detroit car, big and bulging and banded with chrome, from which even phony luster was long since gone. All it lacked was fins. He yanked the door open. Inside were a bunch of white cardboard fast food containers, half a deli sandwich, entombed in saran wrap, the meat gone the color of a morning-after bruise, a carton of eggs with the top ripped off, and 2 eggshells punctured, as if by a drunken thumb while some of their comrades were on their way to a morning-after omelet. 2 6-packs of Little King, and 1 of no-name cream soda, and plastic margarine tubs filled with this and that, mostly mold. There were a few little gray plastic cylinders that obviously held film. These Mackie opened and unspooled, gleefully bathing them in the dubious radiance of the one bare bulb protruding like a hemorrhoid from the ceiling. He closed the door, buzzed a hand, and slashed across. The thick-gauge metal parted with a shower of sparks and a satisfying vibration up his arm and down his dick. Only skin was more fun to cut than good metal. He grabbed the refrigerator, pulled, got it rocking with a strength that was surprising in his skinny, twisted little body, and pulled the thing over with a satisfying bang on the cracked linoleum. Then he turned his attention to the cupboards that crowded around a sink filled with caked and crusty dishes, which gave off a fruity, fecal wino smell, something you could dip a spoon into. The cupboards were layered, like a televangelist's wife, with enamel.
Though they hadn't been refinished in living memory, they gave off an odor of paint, overlaid with eons of cigarette smoke that had permeated the cabinets to their presumed bedrock of wood that actually competed with the organic decay in the sink. Inside, he found 16 bags of Doritos, 2 cans of beans, one of them opened, replaced, and forgotten during binge munchies, and a box of Frosted Flakes. Tony the Tiger looked ill. The beans smelled like a dead cat. This is Randy St. Clair, and I'll be coming back at you with more sounds of your city from WBLS-FM 107.5 at the end of your dial, the radio was saying when he came back in the living room. But first, on Newsbreak, Sandy will tell us how the delegates are preparing for a long, hot summer week in Atlanta and update us on continuing reports of genocide in Guatemala. And she'll have the latest on a grisly celebrity murder in Jokertown. Sandy? He frowned. It was too bad about Chrysalis. The man had promised he could do herself one day. Now he'd never find out what it would be like to put his hand in that glass-clear meat. That was a brand new bitch, and it made him mad all over again. He went from room to room of the cramped apartment, breaking what he found, alternating between exhilarated and clinical. Will this make me feel better? It was vandalism as designer drugs.
The bed was propped up with textbooks under one corner, French, darkroom technique, a police text on interrogation. There was no spread. The sheet was tie-dyed with bodily fluids of the kind you were supposed to encase yourself in latex rather than come in contact with. He shredded things. When he emerged, he was starting to feel cranked at Downs again. Their Mon wasn't going to like this, not for one little minute. Well, Downs just wasn't here. The man could hardly blame him for that. It wasn't his fault. Fuck it. He phased through the outer wall, into the corridor. As he did, a door across and down one opened. "I tell you, it's those Chinese people," a woman was saying in that nosy whine that made these New York people sound to Mackie like big, flushy insects. "They're all drug dealers, you know. I saw all about them on the 60 Minutes. This Mr. Downs, he's like a crusading investigative reporter. I figure he got too close to them. The Tongs sent somebody over to mess his place up. There must be a dozen of them, the noise they were making, with sledgehammers and chainsaws." She pushed out into the hallway like an East River tug in housecoat and fluorescent pink fuzzy slippers, with a hanky tied over curlers and a super in tow. The super was a black man not much taller than Mackie, with a mustache and gray stippled hair bushing out in back from beneath a Montreal Expos baseball cap. He had on paint-smeared gray coveralls. He nodded distractedly at the woman while grumbling to himself and tossing his big steel ring of keys for the master to Digger's apartment. He didn't notice Mackie. The woman did notice Mackie. She screamed. He smiled. It was the nicest thing anyone had said to him all day. The super looked up at him, his mouth a shout of pink in his dark face. Mackie felt his hands begin to vibrate as of their own accord. This wasn't going to be a total loss after all. Jack saw the weird red pyramids, looking like some strange form of acoustic tile that crowned the Omni Center, and headed in their direction. He'd got lost in Peachtree Center looking for cigarettes and taken the wrong route to the convention. Ted Turner's Omni Center was built of a new type of steel that was designed to rust. The theory was that the rust would protect the steel underneath, and from what Jack had seen, and Jack had built a lot of buildings over the last 30 years, the theory was perfectly correct. Still, the damn thing was so ugly. He was approaching one of the convention's back entrances. A uniformed guard stood outside the closed door. Jack nodded into the man's shades, then tried to step past him to the door. "Wait a minute," the guard's voice was sharp. "Where do you think you're going?" "Into the convention." "Like hell you are." Jack looked at him. Connolly, the man's name badge said. He had a broken nose and a little silver Christian cross pinned to his collar. Great, Jack thought. Probably a Barnett supporter. He unclipped his ID and floor pass from his pocket and waved them in the guard's face. "I'm a delegate. It's okay. No one gets through this door, ever. Those are my instructions." "I'm a delegate." Connolly appeared to reconsider. "Okay, let's see that ID." Jack handed it over. Connolly squinted as he looked at it.
When he looked up, there was an evil grin on his face. "You don't look 64 to me," he said. "I'm well preserved." The guard reached for his walkie-talkie. "This is Connolly, situation 3. Jack waved his arms. "What the hell is that?" "You're under arrest, asshole. Impersonating a delegate." "I am a delegate." "The Secret Service are on their way. You can talk to them." Jack stared at the guard in rising despair. This, he realized, was only Monday. 12 noon. Devils and ancestors. "What are you doing here?" Jack Braun eyed Tachyon sourly. "I'm headed for that bar." His long arm speared the underside of the raised piano bar. "For a drink, or 2, or 3, and if anybody tries to get in my way, you should be on the convention floor." I was trying to get to the goddamn convention floor when this lard-ass security guard accused me of impersonating a delegate and had me arrested. It took Charles Devon to cut me loose. So I've had a rather trying morning, Tachyon, and I'm going to get a drink. The Barnett forces are desperately politicking for delegates. You need to be there to keep California solid. Tachyon, in case you've forgotten, I'm the head of the California delegation. I think I can handle it." Braun roared, and several ever-vigilant reporters craned to see the fight. "Jesus, you've been an American citizen, what, 5, 6 months, and already you're an authority on American politics?" "Anything I do well," replied Tachyon primly, but he was working to subdue a smile. Braun spotted it and suddenly grinned. "Relax, Tachyon. Greg's not going to lose California." "Jesse Jackson wants to talk to me," said Tacky with one of his bewilderingly abrupt changes of topic. "Are you going to?" "I don't know. I might learn something. I doubt it. Jess is one smart operator. And besides, you're not working for the Hartman campaign, objectivity of the press and all that." Tachyon frowned. "What do you think he could want?" "At a guess, I'd say your support." "I have no delegates, no influence." "Baloney. Tachyon, these conventions are like a big shambling dinosaur. A prod in the ass can sometimes start the whole beast off in a new direction. If you were to switch your support, many of the jokers would follow. People might decide that you knew something. It could tilt things toward Jackson, and that's what he's after. Then I won't see him. This convention is too close already. Drink? No, thank you. I think I'll head over to the convention center." Jack started up the stairs. Tachyon stared at that broad back and powerful shoulders and wondered if he could shift some of his burdens onto those shoulders. Jack! Something of his confusion and fear must have penetrated, for Braun paused partway up the stairs and walked slowly back down. Laying his hands on Tachyon's shoulders, he frowned down at the smaller man. "What? What's wrong? Do you think it's possible for one of the candidates to be an ace?" "What? Here?" "Yes, of course here." "No, the candidate for dog catcher in Shawnee, Oklahoma." "Don't be an imbecile." "I'm not. You just took me off guard, that's all." "Why? You got something?" "No," he said airily, and suspicion flared in the big ace's blue eyes. "It's hooey, bunk. Nobody could keep a thing like that hidden from the press. Remember Hart. He was careless. Look, if you're worried, check it out. You could do it easily enough." "Yes, but information received telepathically is not admissible evidence. Also, given the current climate in this country, what would they do if they discovered I had been using alien mind powers on potential presidential candidates? Hang your skinny alien ass out to dry." "Precisely." Tacky shrugged. "Well, never mind. I just thought I'd mention it. Get your opinion." His voice trailed away into silence. "Forget it, Tacky." Jack gave him a shake. "Okay? Okay. Now I'm going to get that drink." "Don't be too long," Tacky yelled after him. "Oh, go to hell." "American whiskey. Straight up. A double. 2 doubles." "Hard day, sir?" "Hard liquor for a hard day," Jack said. He lowered his briefcase to the ground and noticed for the first time, what was wrong with him anyway, that the petite blonde waitress here in the atrium lounge was really quite attractive. He gave her the Hollywood smile that he'd practiced in countless mirrors throughout the late 40s. "They've probably got you working overtime too," he said. "Call me Jack, by the way." "Overtime sucks, Jack," she said, and waggled away with a swing to her hips that hadn't been in evidence for any of her other customers. Jack began to feel slightly better. After the Secret Service had testified to his bona fides and let him go, Jack spent most of the morning telling his delegates they were about to have their votes taken away if they didn't look out.
Then Tachyon had harassed him for not doing his job, handed him the jive about a secret ace, and the campaign parliamentarian, Logan, who was supposed to meet him here in the Marriott Lounge, was already late. The cheerful waggle of a waitress, he thought, is enough to give a man heart for the struggle. Flying Ace glider swooped overhead in dancing accompaniment to his thoughts. The waitress brought his drinks. He chatted with her, her name was Jolynn, and tossed down the first drink. Logan still hadn't showed. Jolynn had to leave to see to another customer, and Jack tipped her $10, reflecting that all in all, he enjoyed being rich, even at the cost of having to pretend intelligent conversation with a chimpanzee on TV for 4 years. He watched as a young man in a white dinner jacket crossed the atrium lounge to the white piano, then sat down and banged out the opening chords to Piano Man. Jack felt his head try to retreat, like that of a turtle, between his shoulders. Moss Hart, Jack thought desperately, Kurt Weill, George and Ira Gershwin, Richard Rodgers. Jack could still remember the opening night of South Pacific. Maybe he could just tip the guy $100 and tell him not to play anything. Honky Tonk Women was next, followed by New York, New York. Where, Jack thought, was Maury Ryskind when you needed him? Logan still hadn't showed up. Jack sipped his second drink and stared fixedly at Jolynn's heart-shaped ass as it perambulated about the other end of the lounge. Then another female form drew his attention. Sluts on the right, he thought, an expression he'd acquired decades ago in Camp Shenango. The woman was walking right for him. Then he saw she was wearing a Barnett button. A slut for the Lord, he concluded. Then he recognized her. She was Leo Barnett's campaign manager. That was bad enough, but there was an old score between them that made everything far worse. Oh, God. The piano struck up the opening bars of Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. Another whole set of memories invaded him, including being spat on the year before in Buenos Aires by a female Peronista. Jack rose, his heart sinking like a lead plummet, and prepared his face for more spittle. Jack Braun? You have no idea how long I've looked forward to meeting you again. I'll just bet, Jack thought. The voice, he realized, was different. Blythe had had a New York patron accent of the kind that didn't exist anymore, that had died with Franklin and Eleanor. And Blythe would have worn red lipstick like all the women did in the 40s, a bright crimson contrast to her pale face and dark hair. Fleur Van Rensselaer, I presume, Jack said. I'm surprised you remember me. Which was the civil thing to say, but perfectly ridiculous. According to some, Jack had murdered her mother, and Fleur must have found that impossible to forget even if she wanted to. The heart-shaped face tilted far back to look him in the face. I was, how little? 3 or 4? Something like that. I remember you playing with me on the floor of my father's house. Jack gazed at her with a face of stone. She was dragging this out incredibly. Why didn't she spit on him or claw his face or otherwise get it over with? I've always wanted to say how much I admire you, Fleur said. You've always been one of my heroes. Shock ran like cold fire through Jack's veins. It wasn't that he believed in the sincerity of the words. The shock came from the fact that Blythe's daughter would prove this adept at sadism. I hardly deserve it, truthfully. She smiled. It was a very warm smile. He realized she was standing very close, and his groin tingled at the thought she might try to bring her knee up between his legs. His wild card would keep him from harm, but old reflexes died hard. Aside from the Reverend Barnett, Fleur said, you're the bravest man I know. You risked everything to bring down the aces and that alien. I think you've been treated shamefully ever since. After all, your whole career was wrecked by those Hollywood liberals. Jack's thoughts dragged with glacial slowness. She was, he realized, dumbly, absolutely sincere. Something cold crept like a stalking insect up his back. I'm surprised, he said. Because of my mother? She was still smiling, still standing close. Jack wanted to run as fast as his legs would carry him. My mother was willful and obstinate.
She deserted my father to whore with that alien creature, the one who brought us the plague. She couldn't say Tachyon's name, he realized. I was well rid of her, she went on, and so were you. Jack remembered he was holding his drink in his hand. He took a long swallow, needing the bite of the whiskey to return his staggered senses to reality. Surprised at my language? Fleur said. The Bible is explicit about whoredom and its consequences. The adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. Leviticus 20. The Bible was also clear about who got to throw the first stone. Jack's tongue was thick. He was surprised he could talk at all. Fleur nodded. I'm glad you can quote scripture. I learned a lot of Bible verses when I was a kid, most of them in German. He took another drink. Don't cry for me, Argentina rang in his skull. What surprises me, Fleur said, is who you're keeping company with these days. She took a step closer and touched his wrist. Jack managed barely to keep from jumping out of his skin. Senator Hartman is surely the moral heir of the Roosevelt-Holmes clique that almost destroyed our country in the 40s. You saved us from those people then, and now you've fallen for the liberal humanist line again. That's me, he managed to grin. Huh, fallen. I thought I might raise you again. Her fingers ran up and down his strong wrist. Slut for the Lord, indeed, thought Jack. I wanted to talk to you in person. That's why I'm here in the... She gave a bell-like laugh. These unhallowed halls. Everyone needs to go slumming now and again. He stared at her, sickness rising in his belly. Fleur Van Rensselaer, he realized, was the most twisted bitch he'd ever met in his life, his third wife included. I thought perhaps we could get together, talk about politics, talk about Senator Hartman, Reverend Barnett. Barnett wants to put me in a concentration camp. Not you. You're a proven patriot. The Lord has turned your curse into a blessing. Jack could taste bile. Glad to know I'm immune to the Lord's roundup. How about every other poor sucker who's got a wild card? If I could just explain it to you, talk you back onto the right path, the path of Reverend Barnett and my father. Finally, Jack's anger rumbled to the surface. He saw Logan's head above the crowd of delegates and knew it was time to go. Barnett's path, I can't say anything about, Jack said as he picked up his briefcase. But your father's, I knew fairly well. He ate like a hog at the public trough, and for fun, he fucked black boys in Harlem. The first time he'd ever used the F word to a woman, he thought, as he headed for Logan. Though he had to give Fleur credit, she was a real professional. The smile hadn't gone, though it had, he thought, stiffened a bit. He felt slightly cheered. Cheap and lukewarm triumph was better than none. 2 p.m. Listen, Sarah, Charles Devon said, whatever happened between you and Greg on that world tour is history. It's over, except that. Hartman's campaign manager had the sort of brusque, preppy good looks people felt the senator had. Nobody envisioned Hartman as the round-shouldered ordinary he was. Sarah felt her cheeks begin to glow like a spoon in a microwave. Damn it, Charles, that's not the point. I need to talk to you about the way the senator's been acting. He turned a shoulder to her, immaculately tailored and midnight blue. I have no further comments for you, Miss Morgenstern. I would like to ask that you refrain from harassing the senator's campaign staffers any further. The press has certain responsibilities you'd be wise not to overlook. He walked.
Charles, wait! Her words bounced off his wedge of back and chased each other like arboreal animals up the Marriott's soaring organiform atrium, which shed overhead a reporter from some fringe journal described as Antony Gaudi's trachea. Delegates bumping elbows in the lobby outside the function rooms turned to stare, their faces pale, blank moons hanging over gardens of gaudy ribbons and campaign buttons, and in the middle of each, a little square shine of plaque, like an exhibit at a botanical garden, identifying which subspecies of small-time political hustler or wannabe this specimen belonged to. She struck herself twice on the thighs with the heels of her hands in frustration. "You're losing it, Sarah." On cue, the projector inside her mind brought up an image of Andrea, her elder sister, fine and beautiful as an ice sculpture. A laughing, taunting crystal voice, eyes like snowmelt. perfection tiny, mousy Sarah could never hope to attain. Andrea, who had been dead for 30 years. Andrea, murdered by the man who would be president, who had the power to twist others to his will, as he had twisted her. There was no proof, of course. Lord knew it had taken her years to acknowledge first the suspicion and then the awful certainty that there had been more to her sister's brutal death than the random urges of a retarded adolescent. It had taken her long enough to realize that that was why she went into journalism in the first place, why she was drawn to Jokertown. Deep down, she knew there was more. And over the years, as she was establishing a rep as the reporter on Joker affairs, she had come to be aware of a presence in the Joker slum, covert, manipulative, evil. She'd tried to track it down. Even a star investigative reporter, even an obsessed investigator, didn't find it easy to trace the invisible strings of a demented puppet master. She persevered. She was convinced it was Hartman even before she boarded the stacked deck. She was certain she would discover the final evidence to convict him on the WHO tour. She had. She felt cool sweat start at the roots of her hair as she remembered how her suspicions had begun to erode, then whirl away beyond her reach, like driftwood from a drowning woman's fingers. She had actually come to think she loved him, and all the time, a minute internal voice cried, "No, no, what's happening to me?" She recalled sweaty skin friction and him thrusting inside her, and she wanted to douche and never stop. He had controlled her, as he had controlled poor Roger Pellman that Cincinnati afternoon when her sister died. Had used her because he perceived her, as she perceived herself, as a poor imitation of her beautiful lost sister. At least they shared that obsession with what was lost. She had her proof, all right. She could still feel the points in her psyche where the puppeteer strings had been attached. And sometimes when they coupled, she heard the word Andrea grunted among the endearments, and something within her chilled, even as her body and mind responded with eager need. But it was no proof at all to anyone who could not read her thoughts. She found herself drifting, realized she was being drawn by some journalist tropism toward Cluster 3, the function rooms clumped beyond the circular escalator well. In her growing frenzy to nail down some evidence that might convince an outsider, make him look beyond the sober statesman's mask, the air of compassion for all those touched by the wild card that hid the puppet master from view, she had paid little attention to the phenomenon of the convention itself. The guilt stung her. You're supposed to be dealing with wildcard affairs. Self-anger flared. What could be more important to jokers, to anybody, than that a psychopathic ace may become the next president of the United States? She thought of the puppet master's finger poised above the famed red button and wanted to vomit. Delegates and reporters were streaming from the big corner Sydney room, flushed and noisy as schoolkids. "What's going on?" she asked one, mainly because he was little taller than she was. "It's Barnett's crazies," he told her. "They came up with something juicy on Hartman." He was vibrating with gratified malice. He wore glasses and a big Dukakis button. Could this be it? She wondered, starting to feel cheated that it wasn't her hand that had driven the stake through the monster's heart. They got to someone who was on the WHO tour last year. Turns out Hartman spent the whole time having himself a fling with some bimbo reporter from the Washington Post. The parade of delegates and politicians through Greg's suite seemed endless. Greg had to admit that Amy had done a tremendous job contacting people on extremely short notice. But then, most delegates were anxious to meet with the frontrunner among the candidates, and none of the elected officials wanted to offend the man who might possibly be the next president. As for Greg, the afternoon was interminable and taking its toll. He thought he'd locked Puppetman away tightly. He'd even begun to hope that maybe, just maybe, the voice inside his head would stay silent for the rest of the week. But the bars holding Puppetman were beginning to weaken again. He could hear the power, alternately pleading and threatening. "Let me out! You have to let me out!" He ignored it as well as he could, but his temper was shorter than usual, and his smile was sometimes more a grimace.
It was worst with the politicians, most of whom he could have gotten to agree with a touch of Puppetman's influence, and who now could say no with impunity. That was when Puppetman howled the most. Ohio Senators Glenn and Metzenbaum showed up on schedule. Ellen greeted them at the door. Greg was changing his shirt in the bedroom. Greg could hear Metzenbaum being his usual ingratiating self. So it is true, expectant mothers do glow. Ellen laughed as Greg walked in. "John, Howard," he said, nodding to them. "Please grab something from the bar if you want, and thanks for coming on such short notice. I'm trying to meet as many influential people as I can on this. You were both at the top of that list." Get out, that's what he really wanted to say. "I'm tired and ragged and my mind's splitting in half. Leave me alone." Metzenbaum smiled politely. Glenn, with the old astronaut's exaggerated calm, simply nodded, if anything more stone-faced than usual. The two were looking at Ellen pointedly. Greg didn't need to say anything. Ellen was well experienced at picking up such cues. "Well, I'll leave you folks to your politics," she said. "I've a meeting of my own with the Now delegates. You are backing the ERA, aren't you?" She smiled again and took her leave. Greg walked her to the door. On impulse, he gathered her into his arms and kissed her deeply. "Listen, Ellen, I just want you to know how much I appreciate all your help today. Without you, well, that incident this morning, please don't think any more of it. I'm just tired, that's all. The stress..." He couldn't seem to stop talking. The words just kept tumbling out, and he felt closer to her than he had in months. "I wouldn't do anything to hurt you." Glenn and Metzenbaum were staring. Ellen stopped his words with a quick kiss. "You have guests, dear," she said, looking at him strangely. Greg smiled apologetically. It felt more like a death's head grin. "Yes, I suppose. I'll see you in a bit for dinner. Bellomondo, right? 6:30. Amy said she'd call to remind you." Ellen hugged Greg wordlessly. "I love you." She gave him another long look and stepped out. Down below, Puppetman howled for attention. Greg felt sweat beading on his brow. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and turned back into the room. "Ohio's been very good to me, gentlemen," he said. "You two are largely responsible. I suppose you're both aware that we're looking for support on 9C and the California fairs." They weren't listening. Greg stopped in mid-sentence. "What?" he asked. "We have a bigger problem, Greg," Glenn said.
Bad news, I'm afraid. There's a nasty story going around about you and Morgenstern on the Aces junket." Greg was no longer listening. Sarah Morgenstern. His career seemed to be inexorably linked to hers. Puppetman's first victim had been 13-year-old Andrea Whitman, Sarah's sister. Greg had only been 11 at the time. It was only bizarre coincidence that had caused Sarah to suspect, many years later, that Greg had been involved in Andrea's death. To nullify Sarah and to satisfy Puppetman's own needs, he had taken Sarah as a puppet the year before. On the Wildcards junket, as discreetly as possible, they'd become lovers. Greg could see it all unraveling: the nomination, the presidency, his career. What had happened to Gary Hart could, after all, just as easily happen to him. Inside, hardly muffled at all, Puppetman screamed. For a while, she simply wandered. When she got back to her room in the Hilton, the message light on the phone was glowing like a telltale on the console of a reactor on overload. When she called the desk, there were about 12,000 messages from Braden Dulles in D.C. waiting for her. Another call came in as she was getting the word, and the harried-sounding hotel operator patched it through. "Is this true?" he asked. She felt her breath congeal in her throat. It had been like this the one time she tried cocaine, back when she was still married to upwardly mobile lawyer David Morgenstern. The muscles of her chest just refused to work. Yes. At the door, the first knock came. 5 p.m. Amy Sorensen met Greg and Ellen behind the podium screen. On the other side of heavy velvet curtains, Greg could hear the loud conversations of the reporters. The glare of video lights washed under the red folds. "They're all primed," Amy said. "I have your guests next door. I'll get them after you go in." She touched the wireless receiver in her ear and listened for a second. "Okay, Billy Ray says everything's fine. Are you ready?" Greg nodded.
It had been a long, hard afternoon, trying to get news from New York, working with Jack and a mostly soused Danny Logan. Logan was definitely one puppet he'd driven too far. On the strategy for the California fight later tonight, putting out brushfire rumors about his affair, arranging things with the Justice Department, setting up this press conference. He'd worried that the stress would bring Puppetman back to consciousness, but the power was still silent and buried. He could sense only the barest rustle of it struggling. But Gimli, if it was Gimli, that presence was still very much with him. Greg could hear the dwarf's evil chuckling, and he wondered, as he'd wondered much of the afternoon, if he weren't approaching some kind of breakdown. With the thought, the Gimli voice surged forward. "You are, Greggy," he said. "I'm going to fucking make sure of it." Greg took a deep breath and pretended he'd not heard the voice. He took Ellen's hand, squeezed it, then patted the swell of her belly. "We're ready. Let's get on with the circus, Amy." Greg fixed a smile on his face as Amy held the curtains aside. He took the 3 steps up to the stage at a bound, Ellen following slowly. Cameras clicked like a plague of mechanical insects. Electronic flashes stuttered their brief lightning. At the podium, Greg waited until the reporters had quieted in their seats, looking down at the outline of Tony Calderoni's speech in his hand. Then he raised his head. "As usual, I don't have much in the way of a formal statement," he said, waving the single page of handwriting. That received the small laugh he'd expected. Greg had a reputation as an off-the-cuff speaker who regularly strayed from Tony's prepared text, and most of the reporters in the audience had been with him on the campaign trail for months. There's a good reason for that, too. I really don't have much to say at this press conference. I feel that the less one responds to vicious and unfounded rumors, the better. And I know what you'll all say to that. Don't blame us. The press has its responsibility. I hope you all feel better for having that out of the way. There was more chuckling at that, mostly from those he knew were in his camp. The rest waited. He paused, glancing again at the notes Tony, Braun, Tachyon, and he had made. At the same time, like a person constantly probing at a broken tooth, he felt for Puppetman and sensed nothing. He relaxed slightly. "We all know why you're here. I'm going to say my piece, answer a few questions if you want, and go on to other things. I've already seen a fellow candidate ruined by what was essentially innuendo and circumstance. Whether Gary Hart actually did anything is immaterial. He was injured by rumors, and might have lost credibility even if he'd actually done nothing at all. Well, I'm not Gary Hart. He's better looking. Even Ellen says so." They grinned at that, almost universally, and Greg let himself smile with them. He placed his notes carefully and visibly to one side, and leaned on his elbows toward them. "I think I can point out a few other differences. The stacked deck wasn't the monkey business. We went to Berlin, not Bimini, and Ellen was along on the entire trip." Greg glanced over to Ellen and nodded. On cue, she returned his smile. "Senator?" Greg squinted into the glare of lights and saw Bill Johnson of the Los Angeles Times waving his notebook. Greg gestured for him to go ahead. "Then you're denying that you and Sarah Morgenstern have had an affair?" Johnson asked. "I certainly know Miss Morgenstern, as does Ellen, and she's been a family friend. She has her own problems, and I have no knowledge of precisely what she said or hasn't said recently. But I don't go sneaking around behind my wife's back." Ellen leaned in close to Greg with a mischievous look. "Bill, I did catch Greg eyeing Peregrine from time to time, but he was hardly the only one doing that." Laughter. The cameras began flashing again, and the tension in the room visibly dissolved. Greg grinned, but the expression went cold and dead on his face. Gimli's voice seemed to whisper just behind his ear. "You screwed her, Hartman. You spread her legs on 5 different continents, and your little ace made her smile and think she enjoyed it. But she didn't, did she? Not really. She doesn't think much of you now, not at all. Not without Puppetman." Ellen sensed Greg's distress. He knew his hand was clammy in hers. She was still smiling, but behind the eyes was worry. He shook his head slightly, pressing her fingers. "Such a fucking profitable wife you have, too. She knows exactly what to do, doesn't she? Smiles at just the right time, says just the right thing, Even lets you knock her up, so she'll be nice and matronly for the convention. You're so proud, such a good daddy. You're a bastard, Hartman. I am too, and this little bastard's going to wreck your life. I'm going to make your pet ace rip you open so everyone can see. Listening to the voice, he'd waited a beat too long. He could hear the laughter dying, the moment passing. He hurried to catch them again, refusing to listen to Gimli's continuing stream of invective. Okay, as Ellen has pointed out, I'm guilty of some of Jimmy Carter's lust of the heart. I doubt there's very many of us aren't. Peregrine would be disappointed if it were any other way. Beyond that, I'm afraid that you've been duped. There's a rumor, and nothing else. From today on, I'm going to consider this whole question answered, and we'll try to concentrate on real issues. If you want more of a story about this, look at your sources. Ask yourself what ulterior motives were responsible for spreading this kind of trash. Are you accusing Leo Barnett or his staff? A voice from the back. Connie Chung of NBC. I'm not naming names, Miss Chung. I don't have them. I'd like to believe that a God-fearing man such as Reverend Barnett would refuse to use such tactics, and I'm certainly not going to cast the first stone. Another wave of laughter. But the lie started somewhere. Track it down. I notice Miss
Morgenstern hasn't been quoted directly by any of you. I haven't seen any tangible proof at all. That should tell you something immediately, I'd think. He had them. He turned it around. He could see it, feel it. Yet there was very little sense of triumph in Greg. Beneath everything, he could sense a familiar stirring. Puppetman was rising, still deep down, but heading for the surface. Just another day, he thought. Give me that much time. You can't keep it down even that long, Hartman. You're addicted. That's all Puppetman is, your goddamn drug. And you both need a fix, don't you? Gimli chuckled. To get it, you've got to get around me. Ain't it a fucking pity? Both Ellen and Amy were staring at him. He was standing stock still, frozen. Greg gave them an apologetic shrug and continued. A few minutes ago, Bill Johnson called me senator. Now, it's been over a year since I gave up my seat to run for this candidacy, but I understand the mistake. Bill's been calling me senator when he hasn't been calling me other things for years now. A slow amusement moved through the ranks in front of him. That's habit, Greg told them, sliding easily back into Tony's speech. It's easy to let habits rule us. It's easy for us to cling to ancient prejudices, clouded outlooks, and outright fables. But we can't do that, not now. We hear too many rumors and believe them without foundation. We've had the habits and listened to the lies for years. That jokers are somehow accursed, that it's right to hate people, jokers or otherwise, because they look or act differently, that people can't change, and the way it is the way it must be. If you believe opinions and feelings are set in concrete, you're right. You can't change. You can't grow. But when we can do something that defies such beliefs, well, to me, that's worth more coverage than sensational rumors about infidelity. Greg glanced over to Ellen. She nodded back. Gimli was still there, and Greg's head ached with the sound of his voice, but he blinked and went on. He wanted to get off the podium, to be alone in his room. He was rushing, speaking too fast. He forced himself to slow down. I'm pleased to say that some things we think eternal pass. I've based my entire campaign on the idea that now is the time to heal the wounds. Opinions change. We can embrace those we once hated. That's important. That's newsworthy. And it's also not my story. I can understand a person who takes his or her fervor too far. I can understand passionate convictions, even when I don't agree with them. We all have things we believe in strongly, and that's good. It becomes a problem when such passion crosses the line beyond fervor to violence. There have been Joker organizations that have sometimes stepped over that line. Greg gestured to the back of the stage. Amy, please, bring them out. The curtains at the back of the stage parted, and two Jokers stepped into the light. One had skin marked with fine serrated ridges. The other was shadowy, and the ghost of the curtains could be seen through him. The press began to murmur. I'm sure I don't need to introduce File and Shroud to you. Their faces were prominent in your papers and on your broadcasts last year when the JJS was finally broken up. Gimli laughed inside at that. Greg swallowed hard.
Some of the JJS, those who seemed peripheral members or harmless, were simply fined and released. Others, the ones deemed truly dangerous, were incarcerated. File and Shroud have been in a federal prison since that time. Perhaps deservedly so. Both have admitted to extremely violent acts. Yet I was the direct victim of some of that violence, and I've spoken to File and Shroud extensively in the last year. I feel that they've both learned a hard and painful lesson and are genuinely remorseful. I will stand by my own words and convictions. I believe in reconciliation. We need to forgive. We need to strive to understand those less fortunate than ourselves. Today, in agreement with Governor Cuomo of New York, the Justice Department, and the New York Senate, I've arranged to grant parole to File and Shroud. Greg placed his arms around the jokers, the rough skin of File, the misty shoulders of Shroud. This is far more important than rumors. This is genuine, and it's also not my story. It's theirs. I'll let them convince you as they convinced me. Talk to them. Ask them your questions. Amy, if you'd moderate. As the first questions were shouted from the crowd and File stepped to the microphone, Greg took a deep breath and retreated. Don't you understand? Gimli taunted as Greg left the room and headed for the elevators. You haven't gotten rid of me. You can't run away from my particular obsession. I'm here, and I'm staying. I don't forgive. Not at all. With fingers without feeling, Sarah placed the receiver in its cradle. She'd fled her room in tears, trusting in her small size and a certain knack of invisibility that had served her well at various points in her career to hide her in the mob. At first, it worked. When they paged her in the lobby, it set a fresh pack of reporters baying after her, hungry to worry bones from which Hartman's bland denial hadn't filleted the last scraps of meat. Is Hartman telling the truth? Why did Barnett's announcement specify you? What's your connection to the Barnett campaign? The questions split half and half between trying to get her to admit she'd hit the rack with Hartman and trying to get her to admit she'd conspired with the fundamentalists to wreck the senator's good name. Part of her ached to use the proffered forum, to announce, yes, I slept with Greg Hartman, and I learned that he's a monster, a covert ace who makes people into puppets. Cowardice intervened. Or was it sanity? Her revelations, allegations, was the only way they would be viewed, were extravagant enough without turning them into Midnight Sun headline fodder. She turned her face away and said, no comment, and swallowed whole the steaming chunks of abuse. Where do you get off trying to pull that shit? The public has a right to know. You're a journalist, for Christ's sake. Finally, a cocktailer in leotards and one of those short black skirts took her by the arm and steered her here into the office of the manager of the Marriott's lounge. The receiver clicked home with the finality of a breech closing on a cartridge. Somebody took what she had to say seriously. The caller was Owen Rayford of the Post's New York bureau. Chrysalis was dead, murdered. Ace powers were involved. Was it a puppet? She doubted that. Hartman's strings quickly attenuated and broke with distance. She knew that from experience. There were bent aces, bludgeon, carnifex, maybe the sleeper if he were far gone in amphetamine psychosis, who were capable of such a deed. That was an irony about Hartman. In his position, you hardly needed ace powers to get into serious evildoing. Money, power, and influence weren't exactly any weaker forces in human affairs than they'd been up until the 15th of September 1946. The fear lived within her. It coiled like a serpent, burned like a star. It brought with it terrible knowledge. The only hope of safety lay in risking all. The manager and the waitress who'd rescued her stood by, watching with polite curiosity. She arranged her face in a smile and stood. Is there a back way out of here? She asked. 6 p.m. She had to take a Valium before she could get the damned acoustic coupler to work right. Her laptop had an inboard modem, but hotels were leery of modular jacks, preferring to keep their phones tethered firmly to the wall by old-fashioned cords. So she had to fiddle with the antique external modem, which was unforgiving if you didn't get the phone's handset into its twin-cup cradle just so. Eventually she got it going. Then she sat in gloom, lit only by afternoon light straggling through the room's heavy curtains, smoking and squinting at the screen as the records, transferred count, spun down the wires that connected her NEC laptop to the Post's computers.
It had all come out of her in one orgasmic gush. And his death, her suspicion, the sinister hidden presence in Jokertown who had flashed tantalizing clues as to his existence and identity during the riots attending another Democratic convention 12 years ago. Her own personal quest, leading to her entrapment in the very web she'd been struggling to delineate. And finally, murder. There were two people, she'd written, who had their fingers on the Jokertown pulse. Actually, there were three. Tachyon was the third, literally as well as figuratively. But he was blinded by personal regard for Hartman and the political plums the senator had thrown his way. The grants that kept him living in a style fit for a prince, which he was. Sarah would not invoke his name. The others were herself and Chrysalis. The Crystal Palace had never been more than a front for Chrysalis' real avocation, which was brokering information on everything that went down in J-Town. Close observers of the scene took it for granted that sooner or later she'd reel in a thread and find it had a cobra tied to it. The cobra was named Hartman, and Chrysalis pulled his string just at the moment when he was swollen with venom and quickest to strike. Why didn't I confide in her? She asked herself as a liquid crystal numbers flickered in the dim. There had been plenty of time, when they gained a guarded sort of friendship aboard the stacked deck during the year that intervened, but Chrysalis had remained in some sense a rival, and Sarah was not a woman who found sharing confidences an easy thing. Upload completed, her screen said, with a beep for emphasis. She quickly broke the connection and began to disconnect the modem. Calm had come upon her, strange and a little frightening. The calm of an accident victim. I'm a target, she thought without emotion. If Chrysalis learned his secret, he has to assume that I know. She regretted pushing so hard at Hartman's staffers earlier in the day. He had to have heard about that, and the inference would be unavoidable. You're such an innocent, she chided herself. Naive, just as Ricky said you were. But she wasn't a total fool. She was wading in the shark tank now. She'd learned a lot of moves during a long and successful journalistic career. None of them would suffice to get her to dry land intact. That was maybe the most important thing she knew right now. She turned off the NEC's power and clicked its cover closed. She tucked the miniature computer into her shoulder bag. Stood. It has to be Tachyon, she knew. He had to have had his suspicions about what had been happening in Jokertown over the years, about what had happened in Syria and Berlin. He could read her mind if he doubted her words. Besides, he thinks I'm attractive. Even if he refused to believe her, there was a way to attach herself to him. She had been prepared to offer herself to him before, when she was convinced the Doughboy case would lead to Hartman. He had a certain magnetism. It might not even be so bad. Don't kid yourself. She had not been with a man since the tour. She hadn't felt the lack. Even before the famous affair, sex hadn't been her biggest priority. But survival was, at least until Andrea was avenged. At least, Tachyon seemed the type to take his pleasure in a hurry and be done with it. No protracted grunting and groaning and was it good for you too? She stabbed her cigarette to death on the Hilton logo embossed in the plastic ashtray. Pausing to dab some perfume on the insides of her wrists, where blue veins met white skin, she walked out the door. 7 p.m. The convention had broken up for dinner and would reconvene at 9. Jack shared the glass elevator with a man who carried a tall stack of Domino's pizzas and stood with his face turned firmly to the door. He hated heights, a phobia that developed after Tachyon pointed out, 40 years before, that a long fall was one of the few things that could kill him. The elevator doors opened, and Jack thankfully followed the pizzas down the hall to Hartman's headquarters. Floating up from the atrium lobby were the chords of Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. Bar pianists, he thought, seemed a bit over-specialized. Billy Ray, chest puffed out as he stood guard in the hallway in his white Carnifex suit, passed the delivery man, but with a martial artist's quickness, stepped in front of Jack as he tried to follow. Did the senator send for you, Braun? Jack looked at him. Don't push. It's been a hard day. Ray's face, which had quite literally been rearranged in a fight, gave Jack a leer.
Your plight touches my heart. Let's see what's in the case. Jack bit back his annoyance and opened his briefcase, revealing the cellular phone and computer-operated dialing system that kept him in touch with his delegates in Hartman HQ. Let's see your ID. Jack dug the laminated card out of his pocket. You're really a prat, Ray. Prat? What the fuck kind of word is that? Ray's twisted face leered at Jack's ID. That's not the word the strongest ace in the world would use. That's the kind of word some insignificant shivering weenie might use. He licked his lips as if savoring the idea. Golden weenie. Yeah, that's you. Jack looked at Ray and folded his arms. Billy Ray had been riding him for over a year, ever since they'd met on the stacked deck. Get out of my way, Billy. Ray stuck out his jaw. What are you gonna do if I don't, weenie? He smiled. Give me your best shot. Just try it. Jack comforted himself for a moment with the mental picture of squashing Ray's head like a pumpkin. Ray's wild card gave him strength and speed, and his kung fu or whatever gave him skill, but Jack figured he could still demolish him with one punch. On second thought, Jack decided it wasn't what he was here for. Right now, my job's getting the senator elected, and fighting with his bodyguard isn't going to do that. But after Greg's in the White House, I promise I'll kick a field goal with you, okay? I'm holding you to that, weenie. Any time after November 8th. See you at 1 minute after midnight on the 9th, weenie. Ray stepped aside, and Jack entered the headquarters suite. Open pizza boxes were surrounded by gorging campaign workers. TV monitors babbled network analyses to media-deaf ears. Jack found out which room Danny Logan was using, took a pizza box, and set off. The campaign parliamentarian was a white-haired, paunchy former congressman from Queens who had lost his seat when his Irish constituency was replaced by Puerto Ricans. Now he advised Democratic candidates on how to collect Irish-American votes. Jack saw him spread-eagled alone on his bed, surrounded by empty bottles and crumpled yellow legal-sized sheets, covered with numbers. Better eat something, Jack said, and dropped the pizza box onto Logan's wide stomach. It's not going to make a bit of difference, Logan said. His voice was thick. We don't have the numbers. We're going to lose 9C, the test case. Jack rubbed his eyes. Refresh my memory. 9C is a formula for apportioning delegates formerly committed to candidates who have dropped out of the race. According to 9C, the ex-candidates' delegates are divided among the remaining candidates in proportion to the number of votes the survivors won in those states. In other words, after Gephardt dropped out, his delegates from Illinois, say, were divided between Jackson, Dukakis, and us, according to the percentage. Right. Barnett and a few of the party elders are challenging 9C. They want to free the delegates to vote for whoever they want. Barnett figures he can pick up a few votes. The party elders want to start a movement for Cuomo or Bradley among the uncommitted. Logan ran a hand through his thinning white hair. We announced our support for the rule, thought we'd see who lined up for and against to give us a hint how the California challenge will go. And we're losing on 9C? Jack reached for a bottle and drank from the neck. Greg's making some phone calls.
But since Dukakis came out against 9C, we're fighting a losing fight. He slammed his fist into the bed. Everyone keeps asking about those stories about the senator and that reporter lady, that we're going to have another heart fiasco. That's where the resistance lies. Everybody's smelling Greg's blood. What can you do? Jack said. Just try to delay. Logan belched massively. Lots of ways to delay in this game. And then Greg starts working on his concession speech. Anger crackled in Jack like a burst of lightning. He waved a big fist. We won the big primaries. We've got more votes than anybody. That's why we're a target. Oh, shit. Tears were rolling from the corners of Logan's eyes. He swiped at them with the back of one red paw. Greg stuck by me when I lost my seat. There isn't a more decent man alive. He deserves to be president. His face crumpled. But we don't have the numbers. Jack watched as Logan began to weep, the pizza box jogging up and down on his broad stomach. Jack left his drink on the bedside table and wandered out of the room. Hopelessness sang in him like a keening wind.
All that work, he thought. All the renewed hope that had got him into public life again. All for nothing. In the main HQ, campaigners were still clustered around pizza boxes. Jack asked where Hartman was and was told the senator was cloistered with Devon and Amy Sorensen plotting strategy. Then they'd try a last-minute phone blitz to win over some of the uncommitted superdelegates. Without anything else to do, Jack took a piece of pizza and settled down in front of the television monitors. "It'll be a close vote." Ted Koppel's voice rang in Jack's ear, speaking from the nearly empty floor of the convention to a cynical-looking David Brinkley in the sky booth. "The Hartman forces are counting on this test to show their strength prior to the showdown over the California challenge. Isn't that a risky strategy?" Brinkley's curt manner seemed to inflate each word into its own sentence. "Hartman's strategy has always been risky, David. His articulation of liberal political principle in a race dominated by glib media personalities has always been thought risky by his own strategists. Even if he loses California tonight, Hartman's campaign manager told me that he'll still stand by the Joker's rights plank in the platform fight tomorrow." Brinkley affected curmudgeonly surprise. "Are you telling me, Ted, that in this day and age, a man can get to be frontrunner by a consistent public articulation of principle?" Koppel grinned. "Did I say that, David? I didn't mean to suggest that Hartman's campaign wasn't media-wise, just that it's been consistent in the image it's presented to the voter, just as the campaigns of Leo Barnett and Jesse Jackson, the other two candidates nearest the prize, have been equally consistent. But, like I said, any strategy has its risks. The campaign of Walter Mondale in '84 stands as an example to any politician who dares to be too consistent and articulate. But let us suppose that Hartman loses the fight. How can he possibly regain momentum?" "He may not, David." Koppel was obviously excited. "If Greg Hartman can't win by at least a small margin in the fight over Rule 9C, he may lose everything. The big challenge over California may just prove an anticlimax. He could lose the whole shooting match right here in the fight over 9C. Drama, Jack thought. Everything had to be dramatized. Each vote had to be the vote, the significant vote, the critical vote, or else the voracious media gods were unhappy and had nothing to fill the air with but their own meanderings. Jack tossed his half-eaten pizza slice back into the box. He crossed the room and met Amy Sorensen coming out of her meeting. There was despair in her dark eyes. Hartman was on the phone, she said, trying to round up last-minute votes. Hopeless, Jack thought. He picked up his briefcase, left HQ, and headed down the hall to Logan's room. The parliamentarian was passed out on the bed, clutching a whiskey bottle as if it were a woman. Alone in the corner, the television rattled on. Cronkite and Rather were analyzing Hartman's strategy and concluding that he may have overreached this time. They reminded Jack of a pair of television movie critics chewing up a new film. What if there wasn't any drama, Jack thought? What if the vote came and nothing happened? It was just some little procedural thing. Wouldn't everyone be surprised if someone came along and took the drama away? What if someone, some media god or something, went and canceled Leo Barnett's showdown? Jack realized he was staring at his briefcase. He opened the case, picked up the phone, told the little computer memory to get him Hiram Worcester. "Worcester," he said, "this is Jack Braun. I'm speaking for Danny Logan. Has Logan come up with any numbers yet? From what I can see, we're in real trouble." Jack reached to the bedside table and swallowed the remains of his drink. "I know," he said. "That's why, when the fight over 9C comes up, I want you to give half your votes to Barnett. You better not be selling us out, Braun." "I'm not. That would be your classic Judas ace style, wouldn't it? A quick stab in the back, then a new job in the media courtesy of Leo Barnett." Jack closed his fist. The glass in his hand exploded in a flash of gold light. "Are you going to do this or not?" Jack demanded. He watched as crushed glass drained like sand from his fist. "I want to discuss this with Greg. Call him if you like, but he's busy. Just get ready to cut your delegate count in half. Would you mind explaining to me what's going on? We're canceling the showdown. If Barnett wins by too large a margin, it's not going to prove anything. All it'll mean is that we didn't fight.
In the pictures, you can't have a gunfight with just one man in the street. The audience'll walk out. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then, let me talk to Logan. He's on another line. Why do you expect me to trust you? The fat man's furious anger beat at Jack's ear. I don't have time to argue this. Do it or not, I don't care. Just be ready to answer for your decision later. If you cost Greg the election? Jack gave a laugh. Have you seen ABC? They've already got our man conceding. Jack cut the connection, then phoned his own assistant, Emil Rodriguez. He told Rodriguez that he wouldn't be on the floor tonight, that the delegation was his to command, but cut his vote in half on 9C and then stand like a rock against the California challenge. He began to call every other delegation head in order of number of votes. By the time he made his last call to the man who controlled Hartman's 2 votes from the Virgin Islands, the convention had reconvened. Danny Logan, unconscious on the bed, began to snore. Jack turned on the television and sat in the corner with Logan's whiskey bottle. The atmosphere on the convention floor was intense. Delegates were scurrying into place around their floor leaders. The orchestra was playing, "Good Lord, Don't Cry for Me, Argentina." A knot of fear began to tighten in Jack's stomach. Jim Wright, Speaker of the House, and the chairman the convention had elected that afternoon, gavelled the convention to order. A senator from Wyoming stood up to move the repeal of 9C. All the troops were already in line, and there was no debate. Jack took a long drink, and the roll call began. For the next 10 minutes, Peter Jennings, seconded by his people on the floor, spoke in serious tones about Greg Hartman's stunning defeat. Jack could hear people outside the room marching up and down. Twice someone knocked, and twice he ignored them. Then David Brinkley, his sardonic grin firmly in place, began to wonder aloud if he smelled a rat. He and Koppel and Jennings tossed this notion around while the lopsided numbers added up, then unanimously concluded that the whole showdown had been a sucker play, and that Barnett, Gore, etc. had fallen for it. There was more pounding on the hotel door.
"Logan?" Devon's voice. "Are you in there?" Jack said nothing. After the reporter's analysis leaked back to the convention, bedlam broke out on the floor. Mobs of delegates lurched back and forth like wood chips caught in a flood. Jack reached for his phone and called Emil Rodriguez. Move the California question now. Hartman's opponents were in total disarray. Their entire strategy had come unhinged. Hartman won the California challenge in a walk. A roar of celebration began to come through the hotel room door. Jack opened Logan's door, put a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the outside, and stepped out into the hallway. "Jack!" Amy Sorensen, her chestnut hair flying, ran toward him through a crowd dizzy with celebration. "Were you in there? Did you and Logan come up with this?" Jack kissed her, not caring in the least if her husband was present. "Got any pizza left?" he asked. "I'm getting hungry." 8 p.m. A knot of people at the main entrance to the Marriott reared back in alarm as the turtle settled onto the sidewalk. Blaze drummed on the side of the shell with his heels as he slid off. Tachyon gave the shell a fond pat before he climbed down. "Thank you, turtle, for a lovely afternoon. It's an elegant city when seen from above." "Anytime, Tacky." The shell floated away. "Dr. Tachyon." The alien turned at that smooth, well-modulated voice with its strong southern accent. "Reverend Barnett." They had never met, yet recognition was instantaneous. They stood on the steps of the Marriott, devouring one another's faces, searching for the key to the character of the other man. Leo Barnett was a young man of medium height, blonde hair, blue eyes, a dimpled chin. It was a nice face, and for an instant the Tachyon struggled to reconcile the hated image of his dreams with this soft-spoken man. Then he recalled the exquisite faces of his kith and kin, all of them murdering thugs, and the moment of dislocation passed. "Doctor, didn't anyone ever tell you that there are some things we don't do in the streets because it alarms the children and frightens the horses?" Humor laced the words, and Tachyon, who had tensed for an attack, relaxed. "Reverend, I've been on Earth longer than you've been alive, and I don't believe I've ever heard that expression." A woman stepped out of the crowd surrounding Barnett.
It, generally, refers to sex, and you know all about that. Shoulder-length sable hair, cascading onto her breast, long sooty lashes fluttering on alabaster cheeks, lashes lifting to reveal eyes of a profound midnight blue, no, brown. Reality shifted like a cable car being wrenched off its track. Tax's breath seemed to be clogged somewhere between diaphragm and throat. He tottered, groping for Blaze's shoulder, and Leo Barnett leaped forward to support him on the other side. "Doctor, are you all right?" "I've seen a ghost," Tachyon murmured thickly. The faintness was passing, and he lifted his eyes to hers. "My campaign manager, Floor Van Rensselaer," said Barnett, with a nervous glance to the woman. "I know," said Tachyon. "You're very quick, Doctor." Her opening words had been aggressive, now bitter sarcasm laced each syllable. "You bear your mother's face." He quailed slightly under blazing anger in those brown eyes. But her eyes were blue. "What an extraordinary memory you have. There is not a detail of your mother's face that I have forgotten. Am I supposed to be pleased by that? I hope so. I am inordinately pleased to see you. Every week for almost 2 years we played." He laughed gently. "I recall you were dreadfully fond of that horrid sticky candy corn. My pockets would be gummy for days afterward. You never came to our house. My father wouldn't permit it." Tack felt his jaw sag. "But I mind-controlled the servants. Your mother wanted to see you so desperately." "My mother was a damn slut. She abandoned my father and her children for you." "No, that's not true. Your father threw her out of the house. Because she was whoring with you." Floor's hand lashed out, snapping his head around with the force of the blow. Tentatively, he touched his burning cheek, started to advance on her. "No." Barnett laid a hand on Tachyon's shoulder. "Doctor, this conversation is obviously upsetting both you and Miss Van Rensselaer. I think we should move along." The minister held out his hand to Floor. Her lips seemed slack and somehow heavier. An aura of sex surrounded her. Barnett handed her into the taxi as if he were eager to release her. "Perhaps sometime we can talk again, Doctor. I confess I'm very curious about the religious beliefs of your world." Leo paused with a hand on the taxi door. "Are you a Christian, Doctor?" "No." "We should talk." The entourage was whisked away, Tack staring blankly after the taxi containing Floor. What, by the ideal, was that all about? The Tachyon phrase spoken in Blaze's heavily accented English added to Tachyon's sense of disorientation. Tack pressed steepled fingers to his lips. Oh, ancestors. He wrapped his arm tightly about Blaze's shoulders. 1947? No kidding. What the fuck are you talking about? Watch your language. They started into the hotel, and Blaze asked, "Kid Dodd, who is the old femme?" "She's not old. A little older than her mother when I lost her. And you've got to stop using French and Tachyon in the same sentence. It drives me mad." "Tell me this story," the boy demanded. Tachyon's eyes flickered from the elevators to the bar. "I need a drink." The pianist was on duty, tinkling out a jazzed-up version of Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. "Brandy," the alien snapped to a waitress as he passed. "Beer." Blaze drooped under a gimlet stare from his grandsire. "Coke," he amended in a subdued tone. They sat in silence until the drinks were delivered, and Tachyon had a long swallow. It was only a few months after the release of the virus. Blythe had contracted the wild card and was brought to the hospital where I was working. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and I think I loved her from the first moment I saw her. Blaze rolled his eyes. "Well, I did," said Tachyon defensively. "So what happened?" "Blythe's power enabled her to absorb minds. Archibald Holmes recruited her for an anti-fascist organization called the Four Aces. Jack was a member, and Earl Sanderson, and David Hartstein. Blythe became the repository for the minds of Einstein, Oppenheimer, and many, many others, mine included. Meanwhile, Jack and Earl and David were flitting around the world overthrowing dictatorships, capturing Nazis, and the like. Then in '48, they tried to resolve the China problem. David was the key to the negotiations because he possessed a powerful pheromone power. When you were with him, he could get you to agree to anything. He had Mao and the Kuomintang kissing and swearing eternal friendship. Then he and the others left China, and naturally, the whole thing collapsed. Tak raised a finger for another brandy. There was growing suspicion toward the wildcards during this period, a lot like today. China gave them the excuse they needed. They went after the four aces, accusing them of being communists. But it was just an excuse. Their real sin was that they were different, more than human. We were all called before the House Un-American Activities Committee. They wanted the names of all the aces I had treated. I refused. But then Tachyon took a long swallow of brandy. Somehow this story never got any easier. "Go on," pushed Blaze, his dark eyes bright with excitement. In a voice drained of all emotion, Tachyon resumed. Jack had become a so-called friendly witness. He told the committee that Blythe had absorbed my mind, my memories. They put her on the stand and began to grill her. Because of the stress of juggling so many minds, Blythe was fragile. She was about to reveal the other aces. I could not allow that to happen. I controlled her, and so broke her mind. She became hopelessly insane, and her husband had her committed. She died in a sanatorium in 1954. Who was the husband? A congressman from New York. There were also 3 children. Henry Jr.,
Brandon, and Flurry. I lost track of them during the years I was roaming Europe, which is when you met George. Yes, this is so confusing. You should have tried living it. So this is the ancient history you won't discuss whenever I ask you why you and Jack fight so much. Yes, for years I blamed Jack for Blythe's destruction. Then I realized that I was the one who destroyed her. Jack was just one of a long line of contributing factors. My family for developing the virus in the first place, Archibald Holmes for recruiting her, her husband for rejecting her, Jack for being weak, and humans for being venal. Blaze sucked noisily through his straw, dragging up the last of the coke. Boy, this is really heavy, you know? She's beautiful, isn't she? Fleur? A shrug. Yeah, I guess. I have to see her, Blaze. Explain. Set the past straight. Have her forgive me. Why should you care? Burning sky, look at the time. I was supposed to meet the Texas delegation 5 minutes ago. Go buy some dinner, put it on the room, and stay out of trouble. I've got to change. The phone was ringing as he entered the room. Snatching it up, Tachyon heard the hiss of long distance. An operator's cool, bored tone asked, "Will you accept a collect call from Mr. Thomas Downs?" For an instant, disbelief at the journalist's brass held him silent, and Tack could hear faint and far away Digger babbling frantically. "Tacky, you gotta listen, sir, this call has not yet been accepted." Admonishment from the frigid operator. "Tacky, listen, something sir, help me, sir, will you accept the charges? Tacky, I'm in big trouble." Digger's voice soared into the soprano range. "No!" Tachyon slammed down the phone so hard that it gave a ring of protest. He was halfway out of his shirt when it rang again. "Collect call, no!" It rang 7 more times. After the 3rd time, Tack stopped answering. The shrill ringing was a drill biting into his head. He dressed quickly in his usual elaborate finery, pale rose and lavender with silver lace. The phone was still ringing as he stepped into the hall. For a moment, he hesitated. Help me. Help him how? Tack gave his head an emphatic shake and pulled the door shut. Too often, Digger had embroiled him in the sleazy journalist's sleazy little problems. Not this time. I have enough problems of my own. Spector hadn't been to the store for a year and a half, not since the wildcard day when the astronomer went out in a blaze of glory, with a little help from him, of course. The suit he'd bought then didn't last out the day, but then a lot of things hadn't made it through that day. The old guy who ran the place had seemed okay to him. What the hell, might as well throw him some more business. He couldn't stay at a swank hotel and not have some decent clothes. He'd stand out like a joker at a fashion show. He knew it was a mistake as soon as he stepped in.
Before, the store had been old, dim, and dusty, like the old man who ran it. Now the place had been repainted, and new, brighter lighting had been put in. The room even smelled new. As Spector turned to leave, a voice called out to him, "Hey, come on in, sir. If you're looking for fine clothing at great prices, you've come to the right place. Just tell me my Bob, name's on the sign outside, what you want, and I'll fix you up in no time." Spector looked Bob over. He was dressed well enough, although the clothes didn't disguise the fact that he was creeping into middle age, but he had a hustler's eyes and smile. Spector just wanted to buy some clothes and get out. "I'll need 2 suits, one dark gray and one light gray, 38 long, not too expensive." Bob stroked his chin and made a face. "I don't think gray is really your color. Something in a tan, maybe. Come on over here." He grabbed Spector by the elbow and guided him over to one of the mirrors. "Wait just a second." Spector looked around the store. He didn't see anyone else. It was just Bob and him. Bob trotted back over, holding a tan coat. He turned Spector toward the mirror and held the coat up in front of him. "What do you think? Great, huh? And a steal at $450, plus alterations, of course. I want 2 suits, just like I said. One light gray, one dark gray." Bob sighed. "Look around outside. You know how many people are wearing gray suits? If you want to stand out, make an impression, you have to dress for it. Trust me." Spector wasn't listening. He was breathing evenly and concentrating, remembering the pain, the agony of his own death. "You okay, mister?" Spector turned to face Bob and stared into the man's eyes. They linked. Bob couldn't look away, and Spector didn't want to. The memory of his death blotted out everything else, and he gave it to the man in front of him. His insides twisted and burned, skin ruptured and sloughed off, muscles tore and bones snapped. Spector's death lived again in his mind, and Bob felt it too. Spector shuddered as he recalled his heart bursting. Bob gasped, his legs went rubbery, and he fell over, dead, just as Spector had been before Tachyon brought him back to life. Spector glanced around. They were still alone. He grabbed Bob under the armpits and dragged him into one of the dressing booths, then walked back to the rack and picked out 2 gray suits, one dark and one light. He wrapped them in plastic and headed for the street. "The customer's always right, Bob. First rule of business." 9 p.m. The problem with Jackson on the ticket is that it could cost us the election. Not to sound bigoted or nothing. "But you do," interrupted Tachyon. A frown of Jovian proportions creased Bruce Jenkins' forehead. Since the only hair remaining to the man was a tiny ruff over each big red ear, it looked as if his entire head was buckling like earthquake-torn earth. "Not to suggest that you are," Tachyon hastened to add, realizing that Takishan tactlessness might not be in place at a political convention. "But why are we discussing third-place runners, no matter how interesting or charismatic? The real issue is Senator Hartman and Leo Barnett." "Reverend, eh? Reverend Barnett. You give Hartman his title. Leo's deserving of his, too. Are we finally getting down to business, Mr. Jenkins? Yeah, Texas went solidly for the Reverend. And you intend to keep it that way? If I can. Now this ain't to say that Greg Hartman isn't a good man. He is. That's why I think a Barnett-Hartman ticket might have some real strengths." "Impossible! Now, don't be so hasty. Politics is a lot like horse trading, Doctor. You can't be too rigid. Mr. Jenkins, if the issue is the triumph of the Democratic ticket in November, then a ticket headed by Leo Barnett would be a disaster. There are still enough people who would oppose a religious figure running this country. Besides, Barnett is a one-note candidate. No, sir. There you're wrong. You see him as a one-note candidate because you're obsessed with wildcards. But Leo speaks for a lot of simple Americans who are worried about the moral decay of this country. They stepped out of the Bello Mondo restaurant. To their left came the clatter of cutlery on china as the journalists, hangers-on, and less wealthy delegates dined in the Marriott's coffee shop. Tachyon frowned up at the banners stretched across the dizzying expanse of the lobby atrium, heard the sharp tick of high heels. jumped and whirled as he felt cold fingers nuzzle up beneath his hair, touching the nape of his neck. Sarah winced at the pressure of his hand around her fingers. Bright color flamed in each cheek, but it looked angry against the unnatural white of her skin. I came for a statement, and to see if I could help. Tachyon shook his head. What? She reared back slightly, nostrils flaring. Chrysalis, what about her? She's dead. The flat tone snapped him around as surely as Fleur's slap. He took 2 quick steps, groping for support. His hand closed on the sharp point of Sarah's shoulder. Dead? You mean you didn't know? No, I've been busy, all day. Yeah.
Her tone was bitter. Then abruptly she dropped a gentle, sympathetic mask over her pale features. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. Jenkins tiptoed over. Doctor, it seems you've had bad news. Well, talk another time. Sarah gripped Tachyon's arm with both hands and tugged him toward the elevators. This has been a shock. You're very pale. Maybe you should lie down. I need a drink. Sarah hung on grimly to his arm. Don't you have something in your room? He frowned at her. Yes, let's go there. Pale tongue running briefly across those 2 thin lips. I need to talk to you. Physical vertigo added to his emotional vertigo as the elevator shot upward. Chrysalis. He shook his head. Tell me. She did. In quick, terse sentences, her pale eyes locked on his lilac ones. She seemed to be pressing for a mind contact, and he tightened his control. He didn't really want to know what went on behind that intense face. He led them into the suite, stood staring into the mirror over the wet bar, a hand closed limply about a brandy bottle. Mirrors. Chrysalis had loved mirrors and had filled her boudoir with them. He pictured the skull head with its trademark swirl of glitter on one transparent cheek, pictured it battered to a bloody pulp. The tink of glass on glass was loud in the room. He turned and held out the glass, but Sarah was gone. Hearing the squeak of a mattress, he walked into the bedroom and stared in bewilderment at her pose. Elbows resting on the coverlet, one leg cocked over the other, skirt hiked to mid-thigh. She accepted the drink and coyly patted the bed next to her. Feeling like a man sharing a bench with a spider, he sank warily down. Secrets. He sighed and drank. I suppose Chrysalis at last found the secret that killed her. Yes. Sarah stared rigidly at the far wall, gave a shake, and placed her hand on his arm. It lay there heavy and lifeless. I know how much this must hurt you. You two were very close. He removed her hand, squeezed it, and set it aside. I don't know if I would go that far. The hand crept back, fingers tightening suddenly on the big muscle in his thigh. She began to rub him. Tachyon rolled a nervous eye in her direction. Sweat had broken along her hairline, and her lips were compressed into a thin line. She sensed his scrutiny and smiled at him, eyelids half lowered, pouted her lips. Tachyon drained his glass. His leg muscle was beginning to cramp under her furious assault. Another? He waved the glass. Throaty, husky. Oh, yes, please. They sat drinking in silence. Tachyon felt his guts cramping. I wonder... Jesus! He hit the edge of the bed, slid off onto the floor, brandy sloshing across his crotch, thrust his little finger into his ear, and wiped out the moisture left by the sudden thrust of Sarah's tongue. It had felt like someone driving a Q-tip dipped in icy Vaseline into his ear. She hung over the bed, staring down at him with fever-bright eyes, gasped out, I want you! I want you! It was like getting hit with a rake. Bony knees, elbows, pelvis digging into his chest, groin, thighs as she flung herself upon him. They thrashed for a few moments, Sarah dropping inexpert kisses onto whatever part of his anatomy she could hit. Tachyon threw her off and tottered to the far side of the bed. What in the hell are you doing? Tears of shame and rage filled his eyes. I want to make love with you. If this is some kind of joke, it is in pretty goddamn bad taste. Or actually, it's in perfect taste if you go in for cruel Takesian humor. What are you driveling about? She screamed, raking back her hair. I'm impotent!
Impotent! Impotent! Still? Honest amazement filled the word. It shredded his last vestige of control. Yes, fuck you. Now get out. Just get the hell out of here. Blotchy red patches flamed in her cheeks. Sarah flung herself on his chest, hands clasped franzedly behind his neck. No, please, I can't leave you. I'm next. Don't you see? Only you can keep me safe. Are you out of your mind? Keep you safe from what? Hartman! Hartman! He killed Andy, he killed Chrysalis, and now he's going to kill me. I'm not going to listen to any more of this. He's a monster, inhuman, evil. A year ago, you were fucking your brains out with him. Her breath came in harsh pants. He made me. Now I've heard everything. You are crazy. Tachyon threw himself through the sitting room, dragging Sarah like a recollectrant foal. Flung open the door. Out, out, out! She ran from him and threw herself onto the bed, curled up with a pillow clutched to her chest. No, no, you can't make me. I won't leave. You've got to help me, she wailed as he bundled her into his arms and staggered back to the door. Read me. Go into my mind, she hissed, clinging to his lapels. I wouldn't touch that cesspool that you call a mind. Fire flared as her nails raked across his face. When I'm dead, you'll be sorry. I'm already sorry. Tachyon slammed the door, brushed distastefully at his coat, and crossed to the bar. Seized the cognac and drank directly from the bottle. Spewed as the heat became too much for his throat. He drew a hand across his face and yelped as the liquor entered the cuts left by her nails. Help me. You don't want to believe. When I'm dead, you'll be sorry. The bottle exploded against the far wall. I'm tired of feeling sorry. 11 p.m. Spector combed his hair up and went at the ends with the scissors. Lank brown strands fell into the dirty sink. The job was near barber standards. He'd cut hair on the side when working his way through school and had gotten pretty good at it. He picked up the cracked hand mirror and checked the neckline in the back. Not bad, my man, he said to himself. He scooped up a fingerful of skin lotion and rubbed it onto his reddened upper lip. Without the mustache and long hair, he looked years younger, not much different from his old college self. Only the pained eyes were forever changed. With his hair washed and blown dry, he'd be unrecognizable to anyone who'd met him since he became Demise. Except Tachyon. He'd know regardless. The thought of the little alien knocked him from his normal sullen mood into a gnawing rage. Making the hit, that would hurt Tachyon. He nodded to the mirror and walked into the living room. The decor was nicer than his apartment in Jokertown. The walls were gray-green, the furnishings were mahogany or other dark woods. He even picked up occasionally. He'd made the move back to Teaneck after the sleeper had roughed him up. Considering the hell that had broken loose not long after, it had been a good idea. He flopped into the black futon and reached for the TV remote control. His flight wasn't until 10 the next day. There would be plenty of time to pack in the morning. He punched up WABC. The set crackled to life, and Ted Koppel came into view. Little was known about this woman with transparent skin, who chose to create her own kingdom in the center of New York City's Jokertown. Koppel's brows were knit together even more tightly than usual. While police are saying little about the apparent murder, it was seemingly a very brutal affair. There is the possibility that an ace with abnormal strength was involved. Before giving you what limited background we have on this woman named Chrysalis, here's what Angela Ellis, captain of the Jokertown precinct, had to say earlier today. The video cut to a drab press area. A short woman with dark hair and green eyes stood in front of a nest of microphones. She coughed, then paused, and placed her hands palms down on the podium. The woman popularly known as Chrysalis was found dead at her place of business this morning. Should the medical examiner determine that a homicide has occurred, this office will of course conduct a thorough investigation. We have no further information to give at this time. Voices of questioning reporters immediately rose into a roar. Ellis raised one hand. That's it. We'll keep you informed as facts become available. Spector reached for the bottle of whiskey he always kept by the futon.
He twisted off the cap and took several swallows. Shit.
Had never cared one way or the other for the bitch, but something about her being dead made him uneasy. There was blood and death in the air already, and while that ordinarily made him feel right at home, he had a gut feeling that he was really going to be putting it on the line to make this hit. That was too bad, though. The money from the Shadow Fists was almost gone, and he needed another big score. This had dropped into his lap, and he wasn't going to blow it. Several more slugs of whiskey, and Koppel's familiar monotone relaxed him. He drifted off to sleep, wondering what the weather was like in Atlanta. Tachyon hunched at the bar, ankles wrapped about the rungs of the high chrome stool. The light reflecting off the hanging wine glasses hurt his aching head, but he couldn't find the energy to look away. Mirrors. The mirrors of the funhouse shattering as the kidnappers had come for Angel Face. A skull face reflected in 100 different angles as he entered Chrysalis' boudoir on the upper floor of the Crystal Palace. The invisible lips painted a pale pink, the swirl of glitter across one transparent cheek, the blue eyes floating eerily in their bony sockets. He had drunken both those bars for more years than he cared to remember. Now the funhouse was closed, following Death's death a year ago. What would become of the palace? Drunken self-pity brought tears to Tachyon's eyes, and he considered his bereft state. "Hey, buddy?" asked the cheerful young bartender. "Another one?" "Sure, why not?" The bartender set up another brandy, and Tack raised it high. "To the lost and mournful dead." Tack drained the glass, scrawled his room number across the bottom of the bar bill, slipped off the stool. There was still a lot of activity in the lobby even at this hour, but he spotted no one he knew. Tachyon considered calling Jack, but he wanted to drink and talk about Chrysalis, and the big ace hadn't known her. His aimless wanderings led him to the floor housing Barnett's party. Behind the doors he could hear the low murmur of voices. He stared hard at one door, willing Fleur to emerge. It didn't work. His silent scrutiny of the suite drew the attention of a Secret Service guard. Tack saw him coming and stumbled back to the elevators. Back in his own room, he stared down at Blaze's tousled head. Sobs shook him as he knelt by the bed and enfolded the sleeping boy in his arms. "Everyone always leaves me. Everyone I love leaves me. I love you so very much. Don't ever leave me." Chapter 2, Tuesday, July 19th, 1988. 8 a.m. Had been so drunk and upset last night that he hadn't noticed the message light on the telephone. Having now arrived at a state where his eyes focused and his head felt less like an enemy growth mounted on his shoulders, Tachyon sipped Alka-Seltzer and listened to the distant ringing. "Blythe Van Rensselaer Memorial Clinic. This is Tachyon, get me Finn." "Hi, Doc, you must have heard by now." "Yes, things are in an uproar here. There was a firebombing at Barnett's Mission last night and what I can only describe as free-form demonstrations in Chatham Square. I tried to reach you all afternoon. I didn't get back to the room until very late. I assisted on the autopsy. You want details?" Tachyon sighed. "I suppose I must." Finn ran down the findings. In the background, Tack could hear a sharp 4-beat tapping as the pony-sized centaur danced on nervous, dainty hooves. The Joker physician concluded with a wry, "It'll sure as hell be a closed casket service." Damn, the funeral. When is it? "Tomorrow morning at 11. I will of course be there. How are things down in your neck of the woods?" "Confusing. I don't even know the current delegate count." He checked his watch. "Look, I've got to go. I'll see you tomorrow." Snatching up a hat, Tachyon paused at the bathroom door and yelled over the thunder of running water. "I'm off to breakfast with Jack. Meet me at 10:30 and we'll go over to the Omni. And be there." There was no answer. Blaze was either plotting or sulking. Neither was an encouraging prospect. Miss Morgenstern. Braden Dulles was younger than she was, but he had this state voice he put on, an authoritative Ben Bradley rumble, like driving over a gravel road on a New England winter day, complete with frost crackling and the occasional squeak. "You have put this newspaper in a very difficult position." She shifted in her bed, pulled a wad of pillow closer to her breasts. She had on a heavy blue flannel nightgown. It was how she always did hotels. In winter, leave the heat down. In summer, crank up the air conditioning and bundle up. She liked the insulation a lot of bedding gave her. She worked her eyelids ponderously up and down.
She was normally a morning person, but last night after Tachyon had brushed her off, the bastard, she'd been completely out of resources, had no idea what to do but take her chances returning to her room, where she slept the sleep of the clinically depressed. She turned an eye toward the clock radio on the nightstand, 8 a.m. If Dullus's call hadn't roused her, she might have gone on until afternoon. When she didn't respond, Braden went on. It has been of concern to us here that you have of late been conducting what appears to be a personal vendetta against a major candidate for the presidential nomination. Bitterness popped like a blister. Your fair-haired boy, you mean? The Post has a tradition of awareness of its responsibilities as the newspaper of record in the nation's capital. Senator Hartman is obviously the best qualified candidate at this point in time. You think this point in time's a good one to put a psychopathic ace in the White House? Christ, all Ronnie Reagan's done is invade some new country where we didn't belong every 2 years. This man, this creature, feeds on human misery, Braden. Anguished silence. She could just see the expression on his young patrician face, the constriction around the nostrils, the deepening of the network of grooves beyond his age that surrounded his mouth and radiated from the corners of his eyes, which he cultivated because they lent him gravitas. As if he'd just detected an aroma of dog turd within the sterile, hallowed sanctum of the Post. We feel your obsession does credit neither to you as a journalist nor to us as a paper. Your latest report, if I may call it that, was simply incredible. Even were we inclined to accept such a farrago of wild accusation and innuendo, our legal department would never let us print it. And this attempt by Leo Barnett to smear Senator Hartman? Really, Sarah, how could you have lent your name to such a, well, frankly, sleazy undertaking? Barnett's people didn't ask me, Braden. I didn't know anything, I swear to God. She clung to the receiver as if it was the only thing holding her up. It was cool talisman hardness on her cheek. You told me the allegations were true. Yet within hours, Senator Hartman had issued a denial, which we feel to have been quite convincing. Because you wanted it to be? She tried to envision the Post accepting such an offhand denial of dubious dealing from a politician they didn't shine their golden light upon. A Nixon, a Robertson, even a Bush, they'd hunt him to the end of the earth. But she could not speak. She had a good reporter's patter when she needed to draw people out. Somehow, though, the spoken word always managed to betray her when she tried to express something that really mattered to her. Finally, Miss Morgenstern, we are very concerned that you have evinced no intention of returning to New York. You are the acknowledged journalistic authority on Jokertown. We find it most unsettling that you refuse to take an interest in the murder, which involved the use of ace powers, I might add, of one of that community's most prominent citizens. One I was given to understand was a personal friend of yours. It would seem your story lay there. The story's here, Braden. This is bigger than a killing in Jokertown.
This concerns everybody. You, me, aces, jokers, people in Uganda, the whole world. The president has so much power, so many. She stopped herself before she stumbled and fell headlong. That was a reason she'd always preferred the written word. The ones you spoke tended to get away from you. She drew a breath. Besides, Braden, he's here. Chrysalis murderer is here. Didn't you read my article? Are you suggesting Senator Hartman personally beat Miss Jory to death? No. Damn you, Braden. Don't be so obtuse. He had it done. He used his ace. He used his position. What the hell difference does it make? He's still guilty, just like a mafia don who orders a hit. Dulles sighed. I truly regret that it has come to this. Your personality disintegration has seriously degraded your professionalism. We therefore feel it is in neither your best interests nor ours for your association with this newspaper to continue. You're firing me? Her voice rose toward the ceiling. Say it, Braden. Just have the balls to say it. I've said everything that needs to be said, Miss Morgenstern. I will add my personal hope that you will soon seek therapy. You have too much ability to throw it away over addiction. Addiction? She could barely produce the word. Addiction to fear.
Addiction to excitement, to the thrill of being a central figure in a vast and shadowy and menacing mystery. Addiction is the disease of the 80s, Sarah. Goodbye. She heard a click and the white noise line. In her mind, she could see Braden Dulles' hands, already scrubbed to a pink-white luster, washing each other in air. She threw the phone across the room and rose from the bed to dress. She felt like a cracked porcelain doll, as if any movement, any random breath of air might splinter her all over the carpet. 9 a.m. Tachyon noticed with a flare of almost guilty pleasure that even among the greats of the nation, he was still newsworthy. The discreet hints that he and Jack had dropped yesterday had borne fruit. Reporters milled and jostled, ran microphone tests, camera checks. Jack had done a nice job of stage managing the entire affair, selecting a table flush against the low divider separating the atrium coffee shop from the walkway. A tech snapped on a floor light, bleaching the big blonde ace. Jack squinted and shaded his eyes. "Bad night?" inquired Tachyon, sliding into a seat opposite Jack. He kept his voice very low to avoid the foam phalluses that were already thrusting in their direction. "Late night. We had that challenge to Rule 9C governing the apportioning of delegates formerly committed Jack. Spare me the tedious details. Did we win or not?" "Yes, thanks to me, which set us up to win the California challenge." Jack took a sip of coffee and lit a cigarette. "Do you have any idea how we're going to play this scene?" "No." "Great," came the sour reply. The edges of Tachyon's mouth quirked. "I suppose I could just come around the table and give you a great big kiss. I'd kill you." Tachyon shaded his eyes with a hand and scanned the crowd, noting the presence of Brokaw and Donaldson. Peregrine, who always knew how to time an entrance, came flying down from the 10th floor. The beating of her great wings fluttered menus and ruined blow-dried hairdos. Camera swiveled up to document her landing. Tachyon reached out to her with his telepathy. "Good morning, sweet one. Ready to shill for us?" "All ready, Tachy dearest." "Mr. Braun, doctor, aren't you rather unusual breakfast companions?" sang out Perry. "In what way?" asked Tachyon blandly. Sam Donaldson picked up the ball, rapping out his question in his sharp staccato manner. "Your antipathy for one another is well documented. In a 1972 interview with Time magazine, Doctor, you said that Jack Braun was the greatest betrayer in American history." Jack stiffened and ground out his camel. Tachyon felt a momentary regret at what he was going to be put through. "Mr. Donaldson, you might note that that interview is 16 years old. People change. They learn to forgive." "So you've forgiven Mr. Braun from 1950? "Yes." "And you, Mr. Braun?" sang out Buckley of the New York Times. "I have nothing to forgive. What I have are regrets. What happened in the 1950s was a travesty. I see it happening again, and I'm here to sound the warning." Dr. Tachyon and I share more than just a past. We were drawn together because of our admiration for Greg Hartman. "Then the senator arranged for your reconciliation?" "Only by example," said Tach. "He was one of the driving forces behind last year's World Health Organization tour to investigate the treatment of wildcards worldwide. The senator spoke movingly of reconciliation and the healing of old wounds." Tach glanced at Jack. "I think perhaps both of us took that lesson to heart." "We also have another bond," said Jack. "I'm a wildcard, one of the first." Tachyon spent 42 years working among the victims of that virus. It was a pleasant overstatement, but Tach didn't correct him. It would have brought up the fact that for 13 years, from 1950 until 1963, Tachyon had been a useless, alcoholic derelict, roaming the streets and gutters of Europe and Jokertown. And the reason for his disintegration and deportation had been those fateful hearings before HUAC and Jack's betrayal. And we don't like what's been happening in this country. The hate is back, and we fear it. Tachyon fought free of the memories. "Then you accuse the Reverend Barnett of fanning the flames of hatred and intolerance?" asked a serious-faced young man from CBS. "I believe Leo Barnett is acting from principle, as he sees it. But so was the Nur al-Allah in Syria, and in that sad country, I saw innocent jokers stoned to death in the streets. Is that anguish something that we wish to see translated to our country? Talk shook his head. I think not. Greg Hartman is a secret ace and a killer, came a thin, tight voice from the crowd. People drew back, repelled by the madness in Sarah's narrow face. Tachyon came half out of his chair. Shit, muttered Jack. What are you going to do, Dr. Tachyon? He's one of yours, one of the devil's stepchildren, and only you can stop him. Tears blurred Sarah's words. Do something. Mind control her. Something, whispered Jack. And make a bad situation worse? He shot back in a bitter telepathic message to the ace. The crowd of reporters had turned on the woman like a pack scenting blood. She blanched and shrank back. Miss Morgenstern, on what do you... evidence does the Post... The clamoring voices rose in intensity. To Tachyon's overstretched nerves, the sound seemed to take on a physical manifestation, a wave about to break over that fragile form. Sarah whirled and vanished into the crowd of interested onlookers. Tachyon stared at the eager, hungry faces of the press and bowed his head. They had to be fed. Mothers of my mother, forgive me, he prayed, and threw Sarah to the wolves. That unfortunate girl does not deal well with stress, he called, in a clear, penetrating voice. Yesterday's revelations concerning her and Senator Hartman. Then there was an affair? Snapped Donaldson. No. The child was in love with the senator and could not accept his continued refusal. I think she is torn between love for him and a desire for revenge. Remember, hell hath no fury. His voice trailed away. Yeah, put in Jack. I tried to interest the young lady in my charms during the tour, but she was obsessed with the senator. Sad, concluded Tachyon, but not as sad as what I've just done to her. Who the hell are you? Sarah demanded shrilly. The man who held hold of her arm ignored her. Or maybe the tumult of questions and rage breaking over them like a tsunami drowned out her words. Something in his manner said he was ignoring her. The discreet security goons had come out of it first, of course, advancing in their dark three pieces, muttering into throat mics as they converged on her.
She was standing there erect and alone, challenging in her tea-green skirt and long-sleeved white blouse, chin elevated above a ruff considerably more modest than Tachyon's. She let the noise roll off her. She had spilled the truth out on the carpet like a turd shining and stinking in the hot TV lights, where it could not be overlooked or covered up. Now she would accept the consequences. A hand caught her wrist. She turned, ready to aim a kick for a gabardine crotch. Instead of a husky young jock, it was a small, gray, balding man with a round belly hanging in a Mickey Mouse t-shirt. The watchdogs weren't even close. Now the gray man was towing her out a side door with the modest but irresistible authority of an East River tug. The security toughs got caught up in the back eddies of delegates and reporters shouting questions at each other. Her last view of the function room was Jack Braun staring after her with his face rumpled up into a look of Sonny Tough's bemusement. Tachyon beside him, gazing about with neurasthenic dismay, like an underfed Regency buck whose man's man just farted in the wardrobe. Her rescuer, or whatever the hell he was, dragged her down a corridor past incurious idlers into a side service passageway. He used the momentum he'd imported to spin her around, back to a wall. A pack of reporters charged by, down the corridor, baying on the wrong trail. Is not the way to go about it, he said. He had the kind of gruff, uncular face only TV character actors have. His accent was Russian? Sarah lost it. This was simply too strange. She yanked her hand away, panicked more by the fact of contact than any ramification. He pressed in on her. No, you must listen. You are in very great danger. You're telling me, Buster? She squirmed past him and raced away, throwing a high heel in the process, toppling into the wall, scraping along, supporting herself with her hands while she kicked frantically to free herself of the other. Little fool, the man yelled after her. The truth you have can kill. The shoe finally came away, cartwheeling into the far wall. She ran. 10 a.m. Greg didn't remember sleeping at all during the night.
At 6, Amy called to give him the early morning schedule and remind him of a 7 o'clock breakfast meeting with Andrew Young at Pompano's. By 7:45, he was in conference with Tachyon, Braun, and other key lobbyists and delegates about the Joker's rights plank and the party platform. At 8:10, it was minor difficulties with the Ohio delegation, which seemed to consider Greg a favorite son candidate since he'd been born in their state and felt they deserved privileged access to him. 8:30 was a discussion with Ted Kennedy and Jimmy Carter concerning tomorrow's nomination speeches. Amy and John Worthen huddled with him to confirm the rest of the morning schedule, then Greg spoke briefly with Tony Calderone about the progress of his acceptance speech. Around 9:30, Tachyon came storming up complaining that Sarah Morgenstern had finally gone too far. He informed Greg of her outburst downstairs. "She's entirely insane," the alien raged. "Paranoid, delusions of persecution. We have to do something about her." Greg agreed with that more than Tachyon could know. She'd become unpredictable and dangerous, and he didn't dare use Puppetman to neutralize her. There was too much danger of Gimli's interference. With the problems he'd had with Puppetman in the last few weeks, he couldn't afford the chance. A public scene would ruin everything. A little after 10, he was finally able to retreat to his room for a few minutes. Ellen was away handshaking with delegates and campaigning outside. Their rooms were blessedly deserted. A headache was pounding against his temples, and it had Gimli's voice. Why worry about Morgenstern? Sure, she's a fucking loose cannon, but she's not the problem I am, is she? You could handle her if you dared let Puppetman out. Can you feel him yet, Greggy? Can you hear him howling for his fix? I can. You will too, any time now. Shut up, damn you! He didn't realize he'd spoken aloud until he heard the faint echo of his voice. Gimli laughed. Sure, I'll be quiet for a little while. After all, I've already got you talking to yourself. Just remember that I'm still here, still waiting. But then, I doubt you'll forget that, will you? You can't. The voice went away, leaving Greg moaning and holding his head. One problem at a time, he told himself. Sarah first. He composed himself, reaching for the phone and dialing. There was the slight hiss of a long-distance connection, and then the phone at the other end rang. Hartman in 88, a voice said with a strong Harlem accent. New York office, Matt Wilhelm speaking. Furs, how are things up north? There was a laugh from the other end of the line. Wilhelm, also known in Jokertown as Furs, preferred his Joker name, as Greg knew. Senator, it's good to hear from you. I should have known it was you coming in on this line. Everything's going smoothly, if a little slow. We're waiting for the official announcement that you're our nominee, then we'll move into overdrive. How's Atlanta? Hot and steamy, and awfully warm down on the floor from what I understand. Lots of resistance to the plank, Furs said. Greg could imagine the Joker's leonine features set in a scowl. I expected as much. I'm afraid so, but we're going to keep hammering away at it. You do that, Senator. In the meantime, what can Furs do for you? I'd like you to make a few phone calls. I could do it myself, but I've a meeting in a few minutes, and Amy and John are tied up with this platform business. You or someone on our staff got the time to give me a hand? Absolutely. Go ahead. Good. First, check with Cuomo's office. Be sure to relay thanks for his help yesterday with File and Shroud, and find out exactly when he's expected to arrive in Atlanta tomorrow. I want to know what arrangements have been made, and be sure one of our people picks him up at the airport. Then, call our headquarters in Albany, and have someone there confirm my reservation for the first week in August. Amy says she's never heard back from them. I also need you to call and make certain the New York apartment's ready for Ellen on Monday. Time into Tomlin, by the way, but John will be calling you with those details. Got it, Senator. Anything else? Greg closed his eyes, sinking back into the padded embrace of the couch. One more thing. There's another call. He recited the number he'd memorized before leaving New York. You won't get anything but an answering machine there, he told Furs. Don't worry about it. All you need to do is leave a short message on the machine. Just say to book a flight to Atlanta soonest. They'll know what that means. Book a flight ASAP. No problem? That's all. That's all. Thanks, Furs. I'll be seeing you soon. Just get us Jokers a platform we can stand on. We'll do our damnedest. Take care. Give my regards to your staff. We couldn't do anything without their help. Greg placed the receiver carefully in its cradle. It was done. Mackie would be coming. Greg hadn't wanted the volatile ace in Atlanta, but he had to do something. Mackie should have disposed of Downs already. Now he could take care of Sarah. Very faintly, a sardonic voice answered him from beneath. But what about me? What about me? A KGB man hanging out at the Democratic convention? Ricky Barnes shook his long, trim head. Everybody already thinks you're in cahoots with Barnett, but maybe you should think about going to work for Robertson. Sounds like something his people would come up with, along with raising the dead and knowing where the hostages from Flight 737 were being kept in Calcutta. That isn't funny, Ricky. She sat on the edge of his tautly made bed, methodically tearing a Kleenex into shreds. She spoke without heat. Ricky was maybe the first person she'd met in her life who could tease her without causing real pain.
Well, I mean, first you pitch your little scene in the midst of the Tech and Jack love feast. Then you say you're hauled out of the pot you set boiling by some old dude in a Mickey Mouse shirt. Who ever heard of a KGB man in a Mickey Mouse shirt? What did KGB man wear, Ricky? Rumpled suits and phony Rolexes. I've met KGB men, Sarah. So have you. She tossed the ruined Kleenex on the floor. Well, who was he then? Somebody with a hell of a lot more sense than you were showing, sweetheart. She pulled her legs up on the bed, crossed them, put her head in her hands. Ricky watched her from the table, where he had his antique Epson Geneva laptop set up. He was wearing a dark brown pinstripe vest and trousers, with a pale pink shirt and brown bow tie. With his elongated face and big horsey white teeth, he reminded her of poor Ronnie, Greg's aide, who always disapproved of his boss's liaison with Sarah. The Red Army fraction had executed him when they kidnapped Hartman in Berlin. She blamed Hartman for his death. But it was only in appearance that he resembled Hartman's hapless aide. Ricky approved of her. He always did. Sometimes, she suspected, a bit too much. "Do you think I'm crazy?" she asked. "Hell yes. Think about what if you're right, Rosie." Rosie was his pet name for her. He claimed she looked like an albino Rosanna Arquette. Standing right up there in front of God and everybody and announcing that Senator Greg's a killer ace? Can you think of a quicker way to bring him down on your case if he is? I mean it about Hartman. Everybody treats me as if I'm a leper because I don't think Greg's the reincarnation of Abraham Lincoln or something. Ricky bit his lip and rubbed his chin with his fingertips. He was a pretty fair piano in his spare time, and he had the hands for it, long and thin and fine. I have to say it strikes me as kind of improbable, all this ace mind control and stuff. How could he have kept it a secret all these years? She started to cloud up. He held one hand protectively between them, fingers outspread. But wait now. You're a damn fine reporter, a damn fine person. I think your stories have maybe done more to promote understanding of jokers and their problems than Senator Greg's posturing and his well-publicized handouts. Brother Malcolm knew all about what it means when the man extends a helping hand. I know you're not just making this up, but still, I know you still feel the loss of your sister very deeply. Is there any possibility that might be affecting your judgment? She let her face drop between her hands, seeming to hold her head up by her almost white hair. "When I was a child," she said, "whenever I did something cute or clever, I could tell my parents were thinking, if only it were Andy. Do you know what I mean? When I was bad or clumsy, it was, Andy wouldn't do that. I mean, they'd never say anything that horrible, not out loud, but I knew. It was as if I had a wild card of my own, a poisoned psychic gift that let me know what they really thought." She was crying then, the tears rushing out as if someone had punched a big awl through her eyes and hit a giant reservoir of grief. Ricky was beside her on the bed, cradling her against his racquetball-trimmed chest, stroking her hair with those splendid fingers, while the mascara eroded from her face and stained his Brooks Brothers shirt in big ugly blotches. "Sarah, Rosie, it's all right now, baby. It's all right. We'll get it straightened out. Everything'll be okay. You're fine, sweetheart. Everything's gonna be fine." She clung to him like a baby opossum, welcoming human contact for one rare moment, letting him murmur his soothing words, letting him hold her.
I just hope he doesn't press too far, she thought. The passengers walking the LaGuardia concourse gave plenty of sea room to the thin young man in the faded black jacket. It wasn't just the stale smell of sweat emanating from his seldom washed clothes and body. Mackie was so full of excitement at getting the call that he wasn't able to keep it all in. Parts of him kept going off into buzz. The subliminals were unnerving people. He looked up at the TV monitors next to the eastern gate. The gray alphanumerics confirmed once again that his flight was departing on time. He could actually see it there through the polarized glass, fat and white and glistening like snot in the July morning sun. The paper jacket that held his ticket and boarding pass was beginning to wilt in his hand. He didn't want to let go of it, even to slip it into a pocket. Chrysalis was dead, Digger vanished, but he got to kill one who was even better, the woman. The man had told Mackie about her. She had done it with the man on the tour. They broke up, and she got crazy and might try to do something to the man, his man. He'd wanted to go out and find her as soon as he heard that, put a good buzz on and cut her and watch the blood well up. But the man said, no, wait for my word. It had come a half hour ago in the form of a coded call to the Bowery message drop. He was glad there was no smoking on airplanes. He hated smokers, smokers jokers. He'd been on an airplane once when he'd come across from Germany to be close to the man. He held his pass up to his face, opened it, shuffled through it. He could barely read the red type, and not just because it was blurred. He hadn't gotten what you called a good education in Germany. He never learned to read real well, even though he did learn to speak English, from his mother, the whore. The ticket had been waiting for him when he asked at the eastern counter. The clerk there was afraid of him, he could tell. She was a fat nigger bitch. She thought he was a joker. You could see it in those calf stupid eyes. People always thought he was a joker, especially women. That was probably why the man sounded funny. That woman after him. Women did that. Women were shit. He thought of his mother, the fat, cognac-swilling whore. The bottleneck stuck in her mouth in his mind turned to a fat nigger cock. He watched it slide in and out for a while, moistened his lips. His mother had fucked niggers. She'd fucked anybody with the ready in Hamburg's St. Pauli district, Reeperbahnstrasse, where he'd grown up. One of them had knocked her up. When she got drunk and beat Mackie up, she told him his father was a deserter, a GI Stockholm-bound from Nam. But his father was a general, he knew. Mackie Messer was maximum bad. His father couldn't have been just anybody, could he? His mother had abandoned him, notorically. Women did that. Made you love them so they could hurt you. They wanted you to put that man thing in them so they could take it off, bite it off. He tried to imagine his mother biting off the huge black dick, but it dissolved into tears that streamed down his face and dripped off his chin onto the collar of his Talking Heads t-shirt. His mother had died. He cried for her again. Eastern Airlines Flight 377 for Raleigh-Durham in Atlanta will now begin boarding passengers holding passes for rows 1 through 15, the ceiling said to him. He wiped away tears and blew his nose on his fingers and joined the big flow. He was going where he was wanted and was content. Spector stood in the jet's cramped restroom and splashed some water from the sink over his face. His stomach was churning and his skin was cold. He'd gone into the bathroom hoping to throw up, but no luck. He was so nervous he couldn't even manage to take a leak. There was an impatient knock at the door. "I'll be out in a minute," Spector said, drying the water from his face with his coat sleeve. Another knock, harder this time. Spector sighed and opened the door. A hunchback joker in a Talking Heads t-shirt was standing outside. He pushed past Spector and closed the door. The little creep's eyes were like something dead, even worse than Spector's. "Fuck you too, shrimp." Spector clutched his way back to his seat without waiting for a reply. It was the first time he'd ever flown.
The plane was much smaller than he'd expected and was getting bounced around by what the captain called some minor turbulence. He'd already put away 2 little bottles of whiskey and asked the stewardess to bring a couple more. She hadn't gotten back to him, though. He was sitting between a guy who had been a helicopter pilot in Vietnam and some reporter. The reporter was playing around with a laptop computer, but the ex-pilot hadn't stopped chattering since they boarded. "You see that redhead over there?" Spector followed the line of his finger to a woman a few rows away who was looking over at them. Her lipstick and tight-knit dress were bright crimson. Her eyes were green and heavily made up. She was licking her lips in an exaggerated manner. "She wants me, I can tell. Wants me bad. Ever make it in a plane before?" "Nope." Spector was clacking the two empty bottles together in his sweaty palm. The ex-pilot leaned back, brushed a piece of lint from his lapel, and sucked in his gut. "Gonna play it cool, though." He looked out the window and nudged Spector. "You see those black dots out on the wing? That's where the rivets have been working back and forth. God, I hate flying in these death traps. I saw one miss the runway at National in Washington once. Nobody walked away from that one. If the impact doesn't get you, the fire and poison gas will. I was safer back in Nam." Spector slipped the bottles into his suit pocket and turned to look for his stewardess. She was nowhere in sight. Probably in first class, sucking off some rich shithead. He'd been an idiot to fly coach, but was a prisoner of his middle-class upbringing. "Time to make the big move," the ex-pilot said. He made eye contact with the redhead and walked slowly to the rear of the plane. She smiled back at him and nodded, then started giggling when he disappeared into the restroom. "Don't let him fool you," said the reporter, without looking up. He was in his early 30s, about Spector's size, and already balding. "These babies are safe as they can be." "Really?" Spector said, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. "Yeah. He could tell you're a white-knuckler. Just having some fun with you, I expect." The reporter folded up his computer and looked over at the redhead. "Hope he has fun jerking himself off." The stewardess, a blonde with cropped hair, who seemed slightly too large for her uniform, handed Spector a plastic cup of ice and two more miniature Jack Blacks. "Thanks," he said, fishing in his wallet for a small bill. He had one bottle opened and poured before she could make change. "You go into Atlanta for the convention?" the reporter asked. No." Spector took a long, cool swallow. "Not really into politics myself. Got other business." "Not into politics?" The reporter shook his head. "This could be the most exciting convention since New York in '76. It'll be a real dogfight. Me, I'm betting on Hartman." The reporter sounded like someone who'd gotten a tip at the racetrack. Funny things can happen, especially in politics. Spector drained the glass and opened the other bottle. A warm, empty feeling spread comfortably through his insides. "If I were you, I wouldn't bet the farm." The ex-pilot stalked slowly up the aisle, his hands thrust deep into his pockets. He glared at the redhead. The plane lurched and he bumped into the hunchbacked man. The Joker's hands seemed to blur for a moment, and Spector thought he saw bits of dust spray up from the armrest. He hoped it was just the Jack Black kicking in. "No such thing as a sure thing," Spector said. 11 a.m. 5 television sets were blaring in the living room of the suite the Hartman contingent had taken as staff headquarters, all tuned to different stations. On the screen nearest Greg, Dan Rather was holding forth with a patriarchal Walter Cronkite, back on the air for special convention coverage. Cronkite, as always, sounded the way you'd expect God would sound. Perception is that despite the majority recommendation, Hartman simply isn't strong enough to guarantee passage of the Joker's rights plank. Does this indicate that Hartman isn't strong enough to win once the delegates are released from their first vote obligations? That Barnett, Dukakis, Jackson, or a dark horse like Cuomo may eventually emerge as the nominee? Walter, no one has a lock on this convention. The closeness of the primary results showed that. Hartman is seen as a northern liberal who can't win in the South, and frankly, his long involvement with Joker causes is a liability outside the coasts and metropolitan areas. Barnett has Southern appeal and could woo voters from Bush, especially among the fundamentalist factions. Still, he's too conservative and strongly religious for the Democratic constituency. Dukakis is Mr. Bland, with nothing particularly against him, but nothing particularly for him. Jackson has charisma, but the question remains whether he can win outside cities with large black populations.
Gore, Simon, Cuomo, or any dark horses, only hope is a deadlock convention that turns to a compromise candidate. All this is reflected in the bitter platform fight. Of course, Greg twisted the knob, turning off the sound in mid-sentence. The other sets babbled on. Rather has his head up his ass, John Worthen commented. The right vice presidential candidate, and boom, there goes any regional weakness. Come on, they all know that, Tony Calderone threw in from across the room. They're just going for drama. Blame their writers. Greg nodded tiredly to no one in particular. Puppetman was quiet. Gimli seemed to be gone for the moment, and Mackie would be on his way soon, if not already in flight. He felt drained, lethargic. The staff meeting had been going for an hour. Plastic cups of cold coffee sprawled everywhere, floating old cigarette butts. Stacks of paper spilled from table to floor. Danishes were petrifying in cardboard boxes stacked on the floor. Greg's staff bustled through the blue-tinged air, a half-dozen conversations competing with the TV sets. Amy came through the hall door in a rush. "Barnett's made it official," she announced, as everyone turned to her. The Minority Report's not only against any Joker's rights plank, Barnett's personally calling for a return to the exotic laws. The room was loud with disbelief. With the surging emotions, Greg felt Puppetman for the first time that day. "That's crazy," Tony said. "He can't be serious. Too damn stupid." "It doesn't have a chance of being adopted," John agreed. Amy shrugged. "It's done. You should see the convention floor. Goddamn chaos. Devon's going nuts trying to keep things calm with our delegates. Barnett's not worried about the floor. It's the outside convention he wants to influence," Greg told them. "Sir? The Joker's outside the Omni in Piedmont Park. When they hear the news, they're going to explode. More fodder for his anti-Joker rhetoric." Puppetman stirred below at the thought, rising. Greg pushed him back. "He'll lose the delegates on the fence. They'll think he's too militant." John again. Greg waved a hand. "He's a one-issue candidate, the Joker's. He's obsessed. The man's not rational." That only gets said here. A quick laugh skittered around the room. Greg swung to his feet and tugged his tie into place, running fingers through gray-flecked hair. "Okay, you folks know where to start," he said. "If Barnett's gonna start pushing, we have to push right back. Get on the phones, start using all the influence we have. What we need to do is get all the neutrals out of their corners. We're all agreed that Barnett's course will lead to greater violence out on the streets, to say nothing of the lack of compassion it shows. Tell 'em, pressure 'em, convince 'em, get all our people doing the same. Amy, you might see if you can set up a meeting with Barnett for me. Maybe what he's really after is a compromise. In the meantime, I need to touch base with Ellen and see how she's doing. Then I'm going to see if I can do any good outside."
The last words held a strange sense of anticipation, a feeling he hadn't expected. Greg began to wonder if Puppetman was buried as deeply as he thought. 12 noon. Spector followed the reporter into the men's room. The concourses were crammed with people, and he was sure that the man hadn't noticed he was being tailed. Spector didn't know the reporter's name. He preferred it that way when he was going to kill someone. The reporter went to the far end of the busy bathroom and took the last stall. Spector walked calmly over to the one that adjoined it and closed the door. He felt sort of bad about this, but the guy had shot off his mouth about how tight security was going to be at the hotel and how he'd greased a lot of palms to get his room there. These were things Spector hadn't taken into account. He hadn't had time to make any plans. He usually played things by ear anyway. Spector heard the pages of a magazine being turned in the next stall, but no sounds of progress. He leaned down to make sure no one was close enough to see what he was up to. All the pairs of feet were facing toward the mirrors or moving toward the exit. He took a deep breath and slid off the toilet onto his back. He could feel the cold, damp tiles through his suit. Spector grabbed the metal wall between the stalls and hauled himself under. The reporter folded up his magazine and looked down. He managed to blink a few times before Spector locked in. His death experience rushed unchallenged into the reporter's mind. The man dropped the magazine and keeled over to one side, saliva dribbling from the corner of his mouth. The man's pants were crumpled around his ankles.
Spector fished into the pockets and pulled out his wallet, then slid back into his own stall and up onto the toilet seat. He waited several moments for some sound indicating he'd been seen. There was only the incessant noise of shoes on tile and running water, punctuated by an occasional flush. Spector flipped open the wallet. Everything he figured he'd need was there: driver's license, a non-photo press card, social security card. The lack of ID would make it hard for the cops to identify the corpse. They'd probably figure that some opportunist lifted the wallet before calling them in. Things were going better than usual. He stood and flushed the toilet, then opened the door and walked to the mirror. He lifted his chin and turned his head side to side. Sharp and cool, he thought. He winked at the mirror and smiled crookedly. If everything worked out, he'd be on a plane back to Jersey tomorrow, and the Democrats would have one less hat in the ring. It was as if New York's joke town had been turned upside down and dumped on the Atlanta streets. Every large city has its small version of a joke town, but Atlanta had never witnessed this kind of display. A blinding sun burned from cloudless blue onto a sea of signs, masks, and strangely distorted bodies. The crowd, estimated by the authorities at 15,000, had marched from Piedmont Park and besieged the Coliseum. Ranks of police and National Guardsmen watched, waiting. Mid-morning, when it was apparent that the majority report was not going to be quickly adopted, a bonfire had been started just down from the Omni. Before the encouraging cameras, shouting and chanting jokers burned their masks in the flames. A flying ace glider sailed from the crowd a little too close to the flames. The styrofoam melted, the wings turned brown, shrunken, and deformed. A joker picked up the smoldering mess. "Hey, a fucking flying joker!" he shouted. The rest of the jokers picked up the bitter humor. Gliders all over the area sailed into the bonfire or were altered by holding them over Bic lighters. The Atlanta police unwisely chose that moment to clear the area. A double line of helmeted officers hit the ranks of demonstrators. The jokers predictably shoved back. Rocks were thrown, someone's minor ace sent a few police sprawling, and suddenly it was a full-fledged melee. Jokers, reporters, and bystanders were clubbed indiscriminately. The turtle appeared late in the fray and bellowed for order. His telekinetic power forcibly pushed apart the remaining jokers and police. Some 60 people were arrested, and though the injuries were largely minor, the shots of bloodied heads were spectacular. The mood of the demonstrators, already fragile, turned ugly. A few blocks from the convention site, the jokers reformed. Fire hydrants were opened by the jokers to abate the day's heat. Each time, the police moved in to shut them off again, but avoided direct confrontations. Taunts were exchanged across the lines. A counter-demonstration by the KKK arrived downtown in the late morning, producing scattered skirmishes between Klansmen and jokers in the streets. If anything, the Klan was more brutal than the police. Shots were reported, and jokers were treated for gunshot wounds at the local hospitals. Wildfire rumors spread through the crowd that 2 jokers had died, that the police were not arresting KKK members, and had in fact let them through the barricades. At noon, word arrived that Leo Barnett was calling for a return to the exotic laws. Barnett was crucified in effigy in front of the Omni. The turtle's shell hovered overhead as if hurting the demonstrators, keeping a clear space between jokers and police. "I don't like it, Senator," Billy Ray told Greg as they stepped from the limo near the barricades. Other Secret Service men in 3-piece suits flanked them. The Joker crowd bristled with shouts and curses. "I don't think this is a good idea." Greg grimaced, irritated. He gestured harshly at the ace. "And I'm getting tired of people telling me what I should do." Ray's mouth tightened into a hard line with the rebuke. Before Ray could answer, a shadow fell over them and a voice boomed from loudspeakers. "Senator, hey, you come out to help?" The noise brought the cameras around. Greg waved up at the turtle shell. The turtle had a squadron of turtle-shaped flying ace glider frisbees hovering around him like electrons around a nucleus. A few melted fucking flying jokers were mixed in with the group. "I was hoping we might keep things calm at least. I know you're doing what you can." "Yeah, frisbee tricks, latest in crowd control." The frisbees began whirling faster, looping in intricate patterns. "Think you can get me into the crowd?" "No problem." Frisbees rained on the pavement. The shell dipped gracefully, banking behind the barricades and swiveling so that it faced into the crowd. The loudspeakers hissed as the volume was nudged higher. Okay, move the barricades aside, make a path for the senator or I'll have to make it for him. Come on, people. Hovering at head height, the turtle eased through the barricades and into the jokers like a plow. Greg stepped forward in his wake. Carnifex, the Secret Service people, and several of the police followed. Reporters and cameramen jostled for position. Greg was recognized immediately. The chant began to rise on either side of the turtle and his entourage. Hartman! Hartman! Greg smiled, reaching out to brush the hands that stretched toward him from the front ranks. Hartman! Hartman! He was beaming, his jacket off and his tie loosened, a patch of sweat darkening his spine. The candidate at work. He knew the scene would be featured in all the evening reports. Inside, he was not so complacent. The crowd was charged with emotional energy. The current was nearly visible to him, pulsing and surging, and it drew Puppetman like a lure. He could feel the power strengthening, rising, growing. Let me out, it told him. Let me taste. There's Gimli, he reminded Puppetman. Remember 76. As if Greg had spoken an invocation, Gimli's faint voice echoed. I remember 76, Hartman. I remember it very well. And I also remember what happened yesterday with Ellen. Tell me, how did you like being the fucking puppet? Go on, let your friend out. I might not stop you this time. Of course, if I did, he might get mad.
Maybe Puppetman would walk you around again. The news services would all love that. Puppetman snarled at Gimli, but Greg shivered behind his snarl. Puppetman shook the bars of his cage as the Joker's energy shimmered around them. Greg held the door shut with an effort. Hartman! Hartman! He smiled, he nodded, he touched. The temptation to let Puppetman out and ride with him was maddening. In that, Gimli was right. Greg wanted it too. He wanted it as much as he wanted anything. The turtle came to a halt in the middle of International Boulevard near the effigy of Barnett. Get on, Senator, he said. The shell swayed lower until it was only a foot above the pavement. Greg stepped up. Billy Ray and the others circled the turtle. An enormous shout went up as he climbed the shell. Sensitive despite his burying of Puppetman, he was nearly staggered by the emotional impact of their massed adulation. Greg slipped and nearly fell. He felt the turtle lift him with an almost tender push. Geez, Senator, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't thinking. Greg stood on top of the shell. Joker faces peered at him, pressing against the turtle's telekinetic barrier. The sound of their cheering echoed from the Omni and the WCC, deafening. He shook his head, smiling in the modest, half-shy way that had become the Hartman trademark during the long campaign. Greg let the chant go on, feeling the insistent beat hammer at him. Puppetman rode with it. Though Greg held him in, he could not keep the power from rising to the surface of his mind. He looked out at the Jokers and saw familiar faces among them. Peanut, Flicker, Fartface, Marigold, and the one called Grave Mold, who had finally brought down Typhoid Croyd. Puppetman saw them too, and the power slammed hard against the mind bars, growling and tearing. Greg trembled with the effort of controlling the ravenous personality, and knew he could not stay out here long. His hold was crumbling under the assault of their emotions. Brilliant, undiluted primary colors swirling all about him. Puppetman could almost touch them and see them sway like tinted smoke. Greg raised his hands for silence. Please, he shouted, and heard his amplified voice rebound from the buildings around them. Listen to me. I understand your frustrations. I know 4 decades of ill treatment and misunderstanding are aching to be released, but this isn't the way. This isn't the time. It wasn't what they wanted to hear. He felt their disdain and hurried. Inside that building, we're fighting for Joker's rights. Shouts of encouragement, aching green and knife-edged yellow. What I'm asking is that you help me in that fight. You have a right to demonstrate. But I tell you that violence in the streets will be used as a tool against you. My opponents will point and they will say, you see, Jokers are dangerous. We can't trust them. We can't let them live anywhere near us.
Now's the time for all jokers to finally cast off their masks, but you must show the world that the face underneath is the face of a friend. The shaded currents turning muddy brown with confusion and uncertainty, the brightness dimmed. With me, you could do it, easily. Puppetman mocked him. Look out there. Together, we could turn this around. We could end the demonstration. You'd walk away a hero. Just let me out. Greg was losing them. Even without Puppetman's direct link, he knew that. Greg Hartman was suddenly saying the same words they'd heard all along from everyone else. There was no magic anymore, no Puppetman. Shifting to a dark, somber violet, a dangerous hue, a feeding color. Puppetman screamed. Greg had to leave. The emotions, like a storm-tossed tide battering the shore, eroded the tenuous hold on his power. Puppetman would leap out. He had to end it, had to get away from the feast spread before his power. I'm asking, begging you to help those who are down there on the floor. Please, don't let anger ruin it all. It was a horrible, abrupt ending. Greg knew it. The crowd stared at him, silent. A few tried to begin the chant again, but it died quickly. Get me down, Greg whispered. The turtle lifted him slightly and lowered him to the concrete. Let's get out of here, Greg said. I've done all I can do. Puppetman clawed at Greg in desperation, lashing out in his mind like a mad animal. The turtle backed slowly through the crowd toward the waiting limo. Greg followed, frowning. He saw and heard nothing of what was in front of him. It took all of his concentration simply to hold Puppetman in. 1 p.m. He'd been in the cab for more than an hour. Traffic was snarled almost as soon as they left the airport. Cars were jammed bumper to bumper, horns blaring, all the way into downtown. Pedestrians, mostly jokers, were massed in the streets. Some wore masks, some carried signs. All were in a dangerously surly mood. More than once they had rocked the cab as it cruised slowly through them. Spector had given the driver an extra C-note to get him within a block of the hotel. Judging by the grumbling from the front seat, the cabbie was having second thoughts, in spite of the money. The driver's license had been easy. He'd doctored them before. After removing the lamination, he'd carefully razored out the reporter's photo and replaced it with one of his own. Then he'd used a laminating machine at the airport to finish the job. The reporter, his name had been Herbert Baird, was close to the same height, weight, and age as Spector. Right now, though, getting caught with fake ID was the least of his worries. Spector just wanted to get to the Marriott in one piece. A joker with huge folds of wrinkled pink skin jumped onto the hood and waved a sign that said, "Gnats are rats" on one side and "What about us" on the other. There was chanting up ahead. Spector couldn't make out what they were saying. "Far as we go, mister," said the cabbie. "I ain't playing joker bait for $100 or 100,000. How far to the hotel?" Spector had his luggage in the back seat with him. He'd figured it would be a mess downtown, and he didn't want to spend any more time than absolutely necessary picking through a crowd of pissed-off jokers. About 2 blocks straight ahead. The driver looked around nervously as one of the taillights was kicked in. "I'd move it if I were you." Right. Spector opened the car door carefully and stepped out onto the crowded sidewalk. Some of the jokers made faces at him or raised their fists, but most didn't give him any trouble. He moved forward slowly, unhappily aware that his new suit and luggage would make him conspicuous and a likely target. After about 10 minutes of pushing and shoving, the hotel was just across the street. Spector was covered in sweat and starting to smell like the freaks around him. A joker with needle-like fingernails stepped in front of him and took a swipe at his suitcase, shredding one side. Spector caught his eye and fed him just enough death pain to make the joker collapse. He didn't want to risk stirring up this mob with a killing. Hot as it was, these bimbos wouldn't think twice about someone passing out. The crowd was beginning to break up, doubtless to reform somewhere else, as he stepped into the hotel lobby. It was open all the way to the roof. The building's curves reminded him of the inside of something dead. Spector took a breath of cool air and walked over to the security area. "Herbert Baird, you're Herbert Baird, Herbert Baird," he thought. There were several uniformed cops and suited men with earpieces waiting for him.
"Identification, please," said one of the cops. Spector pulled out his wallet, trying consciously to relax, and handed over the driver's license. The cop took it and passed it over to a man sitting at a computer terminal. The man typed for an instant, his fingers blurring on the keys, then paused and finally nodded. "Can I have your luggage, Mr. Baird?" The officer looked at the claw marks on the side. "A bit rough out there, eh?" "Plenty more than what I'm used to."
Spector smiled. They were bored and not paying much attention to him. He was going to get in. The officer set the suitcase onto the X-ray machine and pointed to a metal detector. "If you'll please walk through, sir." As he stepped under, the metal detector's alarm beeped. Spector stopped dead and reached slowly into his pocket. He could feel at least 20 people staring at him. He pulled out a fistful of change and handed it to the cop. He'd needed it for the laminating machine. "Mind if I try again?" The cop motioned him forward with a slow sweep of his hand. Spector stepped through noiselessly and sighed. The officer reached around and handed him his change. Spector pocketed it and smiled again. "Your bag's right there." The cop pointed and then turned back to the hotel entrance. Spector picked up his suitcase. It was heavy and almost slipped out of his sweaty palm. He walked slowly across the lobby to the registration desk. There weren't many suits that didn't have bulges under them. Getting his room took longer than it should have. The clerk was a fat, officious prick who gave him the fisheye when he said he'd be paying in cash. The little creep was trying to impress the Secret Service boys or something equally stupid. It was probably his once-in-a-lifetime chance to be a big cheese. Spector would come back someday and drop the guy. He snatched the key when the clerk finally offered it and headed quickly for the elevators. He was almost there when he heard someone call out, "James! James Spector! Hey, Specs!" The voice sounded familiar, but that wasn't necessarily good. He turned around slowly. The man walked up to him smiling and held out a hand. He wore an ash-gray suit and had carefully styled hair. He was a couple of inches shorter than Spector, but much more muscular. Tony C. He let out a breath and relaxed his shoulders. No way this is happening. He and Calderon had grown up together in Teaneck, but Spector had lost track of him years ago. Tony reached down, grabbed Spector's hand, and gave it a firm shake. "My main man, the pick-and-roll prince. What are you doing here?" Lobbying," Spector coughed. "What about you?" "I work for Hartman," Tony replied. Spector opened his mouth, shut it quickly. "Hard to believe, I know, but I'm his top speech consultant." He rubbed his palms together. "I always did have a good line, especially for the girls." Spector shuffled uncomfortably. Apparently none of the cops who checked his ID card had heard Tony, but he still felt exposed. "Look, it's great to see you, but I'd like to get settled in. It's a real zoo outside, I tell you. If you think it's a zoo out there, you should see what's going on inside." Tony slapped Spector on the shoulder. There was real warmth in the gesture, the kind Spector hadn't been exposed to in years. "What's your room number?" Spector held up his key card. 1031. 1031. Got it. I want to have dinner while you're down here. We've got plenty to go over. Tony shrugged. "I don't even know what you've been doing since high school." "Fine. I've got plenty of time to kill while I'm down here," Spector said. The elevator pinged behind them. Tony backed away and waved. "See you later." Spector tried to sound like he didn't dread the idea. This was turning out to be weirder than Freakers on New Year's Eve. Hiram was hosting a reception in his suite at the Marriott. Greg was supposed to put in an appearance, so the rooms were packed with New York delegates and their families. Most of the suites Tachyon had entered stank of cigarettes and old pizza. This one stank of cigarettes, but the trays dotted strategically through the rooms held tiny quiches and pirashatsky. Tack snagged one, and the flaky pastry exploded in his mouth, followed quickly by the rich flavor of its mushroom filling. Brushing crumbs from his fingertips and the lapels of his coat, Tack reached up and patted Hiram on the shoulder. The big ace was dressed with his usual flair, but circles hung like bloated bruises beneath his eyes, and his skin had the unhealthy look of moist dough. "Don't tell me you had time to slip down to the kitchens and cook all this," teased Tachyon.
No, but my recipes. I suspected as much. Tack bent and flicked a crumb from the top of his patent leather pump with the edge of his handkerchief. When he straightened, he had gathered his courage. Hiram, are you all right? The word exploded in a sharp puff. Why? You look unwell. Come to my room later, and I'll check you over. No, thank you, but no. I'm fine, just tired. A smile creased the broad face as if it had been abruptly painted on by a cartoon animator. Tachyon expelled a pent-up breath, shook his head as he watched Hiram bustle away to greet Senator Daniel Moynihan. The alien circulated, smiling, shaking hands. It still struck him as an odd custom, even after all these years. On talkies, there were two extremes. Limited contact, because between telepaths, casual touching was repugnant. Or, between close friends and relatives, the full embrace. Either choice caused problems on Earth. The light touch seemed snobby, and the full embrace raised homophobic reactions in the males of this planet. So Tachyon mused, and watched his gloved hand being swallowed again and again by the eager clasping fingers of the humans who engulfed him. On a sofa set beneath one of the windows, a man sat surrounded by 3 laughing women. The youngest sat on his knee. Behind him, her sister leaned in and twined her arms about his neck. Next to him on the sofa was a pretty gray-haired woman. Her dark eyes were affectionate as they rested on his face. There was a warmth in the scene that seemed to touch the emptiness that Tachyon felt in his own life. "Come on, Daddy," pleaded the youngest. "Just one little speech." Her voice altered slightly, gaining in sonority and depth. "What is it that you would impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honor in one eye and death in other, and I will look on both indifferently. For, let the gods so speed me as I love the name of honor more than I fear death." No, no, no. The man punctuated each word with a shake of the head. "Julius Caesar might not be the best choice for a political convention," said Tachyon softly. 4 sets of dark eyes regarded him. Then the man lowered his gaze, and his fingers combed nervously through his gray-shot beard. "Pardon my intrusion, but I could not help overhearing. I am Tachyon." "We sort of guessed," said the girl behind the sofa. She surveyed the Tahkeesian's brilliant outfit of green and pink and tossed a droll look to her sister. "Josh Davidson." The man indicated the woman beside him. "My wife, Rebecca, and my daughters, Sheila and Edie. Charmed." Tachyon brushed his lips across the back of 3 hands. Edie chuckled, her gaze flickering between her father and sister. Emotion swirled about the little party. There was something just beneath the surface that Tachyon was missing, but deliberately missing. People had their secrets, and just because Tachyon could read them didn't mean he had the right. Another lesson learned after 40 years on Earth was the necessity of filtering. The cacophony of untrained human minds would soon have driven him mad if he hadn't lived huddled behind his shields. "Now I recognize you," said Tachyon. "You were brilliant last winter in Doll's House." "Thank you. Are you a delegate?" "Oh God, no," the woman laughed. "No, my daughter Sheila is our representation." "Dad's a bit of a cynic where politics are concerned," said the older sister. "We were lucky to get him down here at all." "Keeping an eye on you, young lady." "He thinks I'm still 10, she confided with a wink to the Tahkeesian. "A prerogative of fathers." Davidson was staring so intently up at him that Tachyon wondered if this particular father was also sending him a warning. "Touch my daughters and lose your nuts." For his own amusement, Tach decided to push it. He turned his blazing smile on the lovely Davidson daughters.
"Perhaps I might buy the ladies Davidson lunch tomorrow?" "Sir," said Sheila severely, but her eyes were dancing, "your reputation precedes you." Tack laid a hand over his heart and faltered, "Oh, my fame, my lamentable fame." "You love it," said Davidson, and there was a funny, faraway expression in his expressive eyes. "A condition that we perhaps share, Mr. Davidson?" "No, oh no, I think not." There were polite murmurs all around, and Tack moved on. He felt eyes boring into the middle of his back, but didn't look back. It wouldn't do to encourage either of those lovely girls. He was only doomed to disappoint them. 5 p.m. Greg had taken most of the other candidates for puppets as a matter of course. It was easy enough. All Greg needed was to touch them for a few seconds. A lingering handshake was enough, long enough for Puppetman to cross the bridge of the touch and crawl into the other person's mind, there to prowl in the caverns of hidden desires and emotions, bringing all the filth to life. Once the link was established, Greg no longer needed the physical contact. As long as the puppet was within a few hundred yards, Puppetman could make the leap mentally. Greg artfully used Puppetman during the campaign to make the other candidates stumble over a question or seem too forceful and blunt in stating their positions. He'd done that until Gimli had started interfering late in the primaries, and Puppetman became too erratic and dangerous to use. Even though he'd had the opportunity, he'd left Jackson alone. The Reverend was charismatic and forceful, a powerful speaker. Greg even admired the Reverend. Certainly no one else in the campaign was so unabashedly straightforward, so unafraid of making bold statements. Jackson was an idealist, not a pragmatist like the rest. That was one strike against him, and Greg knew from experience that prejudice was also real, that it was easy for the average person to mouth sympathy but not to act on it. The Joker prejudice was real, the black prejudice was real. With or without Puppetman, Jackson would not become president even if he managed to get the nomination. Not this year. Not yet. It was something Greg dared not say in public, but he also knew that Jackson was well aware of the fact, no matter what the man might say. So Greg had let Jackson go his own way. In a way, it had made for a more interesting primary campaign. Now, with Puppetman wailing inside and far too unreliable to let loose again, Greg was forced to admit that it might have been a mistake. It would have made things much easier now. The Reverend Jackson sat across the room from Greg in a voluminous leather armchair, his legs crossed over impeccably pressed black pants, his expensive silk tie knotted tightly around his throat. Around the Jackson campaign suite, his aides pretended not to watch. 2 of Jackson's sons flanked the Reverend on wooden chairs. "Barnett is making a mockery of the Joker's rights plank," Greg was saying. "He's diluting the impact by dragging in every special interest group he can think of. The trouble is that alone, I can't stop him." Jackson pursed his lips, tapped them with a forefinger. "You come asking for my help now, Senator, but once the platform fight is over, it will be business as usual. As much as I disagree with the Reverend Barnett on basic issues, I understand the political reality. The Joker's rights plank is your child, Senator. Without that plank's passage, you'll hardly appear to be a very effective leader for the country. After all, it's your own fundamental issue, and you can't even make your own party listen." Jackson looked almost pleased at the prospect. "I can take care of that." Puppetman was angry, irritated. The power pushed at its restraints, wanting to lash out at the self-confident Jackson. "Leave me alone. Just for a few minutes, let me get through this." Greg shoved the power back down, leaning back in his seat to cover the momentary inner conflict. Jackson was watching him, very carefully, very intently. The man had a predator's eyes, mesmerizing and dangerous. Greg could feel sweat starting on his brow, and he knew Jackson noticed it as well. "I'm not concerned with the nomination at the moment," Greg said, ignoring Puppetman. "I'm concerned with helping the Jokers, who have experienced the same prejudice as your own people." Jackson nodded. An aide brought a tray over to the coffee table between them. "Iced tea? No? Very well." Jackson took a sip from his own glass and set it down again. Greg could see the man thinking, gauging, wondering. "And with me, you could truly know? You could control those feelings? Be quiet. You need me, Greggy. You do." Intent on keeping Puppetman down, he missed the next few words. "Rumor is that you've been pushing your people very hard, Senator. You have even angered some of them. I've heard tales about instability, about a repeat of '76. Greg flushed, started to retort heatedly, and then realized he was being goaded. This was exactly the reaction Jackson was trying to provoke. He forced himself to smile. "We're all used to a certain amount of mudslinging, Reverend, and yes, I've been pushing hard. I always push when I believe in something strongly.
And the accusation makes you angry? Jackson smiled and waved a hand. Oh, I know the feeling, Senator. In fact, I have the very same reaction when people question my work for civil rights. I'd expect it. He steepled his hands under his chin and leaned forward, elbows on knees. Just what is it you want, Senator? A joker's rights plank, nothing more. And how do you propose to buy my support? I had hoped you would agree purely for the sake of the jokers, on humanitarian grounds. I feel deeply for the jokers, believe me, Senator, but I also know that a plank and a platform is just so many words. A platform commits no one to anything. I will fight for the rights of all oppressed people, with or without planks. I did not promise my people planks. I promised them I would do my best to win at this convention, and I am doing just that. I do not need a plank. You do. Jackson reached for the glass again. He sipped, waiting and watching. All right, Greg said at last. I've talked with Devon and Logan on this. If you keep your delegates in line, we'll release our Alabama delegates after the first vote, with the strong recommendation they go to you. Alabama isn't important to you. You took, what, 10% of the delegates there? That 10% could be yours. You were second in Alabama. More importantly, it might indicate that momentum in the South was moving away from Barnett, which would benefit you. And you as well? Jackson pointed out. He shrugged. I was also second in Mississippi. Son of a bitch. I'll have to confirm this, but I can probably release my delegates there as well. Jackson paused. He looked over at his sons, then back to Greg. I need to think about this, he said. You're letting it slip, damn it. He's only going to ask for more. I could have made him agree without any concessions. You're a fool, Greggy. We don't have time, Greg said sharply. He regretted the words instantly. Jackson's eyes narrowed, and Greg hurried to smooth over the gaffe. I'm sorry, Reverend. It's just that to the jokers out there, the platform isn't words. The plank will be a symbol for them, a symbol that their voices have been heard. We all stand to gain, all of us who support them. Senator, you have a fine humanitarian record, but let me have him. Reverend, sometimes my passion gets out of hand. Again, I apologize. Jackson still frowned, but the anger was gone from his eyes. You almost blew it. Shut up. It was your interference. Let me handle it. You have to let me out. Soon, I promise. Just be quiet. All right, the Reverend was saying. I think I can arrange things with my people. Senator, you have my support. Jackson held out his hand. Greg could feel his fingers trembling as he took it.
Mine! Mine! The power shuddered inside, screaming and clawing and throwing itself at the bars. It took all Greg's effort to hold Puppetman back as he shook hands with Jackson, and he broke the contact quickly. Senator, are you all right? Greg smiled wanly at Jackson. I'm fine, he said. Thank you, Reverend. Just a little bit hungry, that's all. 6 p.m. Where I was raised, a person does not seat themselves uninvited at another person's table. Tachyon shuffled through the 7 pink message slips, all from Hiram, and thrust them into a pocket. Where you were raised, a person also does not fail to acknowledge and thank another person for a gift. I know, I was there when you first learned to lisp out "tang koo" when I would bring you candy. The fury flaming in Fleur's brown eyes was so intense that Tachyon flinched and half raised a hand in defense. Leave me alone! I cannot. Why? She wrung her hands, the fingers twisting desperately through one another. Why are you torturing me? Wasn't killing my mother enough? In all fairness, I think your father and I must share the blame. I broke her mind, but he allowed her to be tortured in that sanatorium. If he had left her with me, I might have found a way to repair the broken shards. If that was the choice, then I'm glad she died. Better that than being your whore. Your mother was never a whore. You dishonor her and yourself by that remark. You can't really feel that way. Well, I do, and why should I feel any differently? I never knew her. You saw to that. I didn't throw her out of the house. She could have gone to her parents. She loved me. I can't imagine why. Give me a chance. I could show you.
And as soon as the glib, flirtatious comment passed his lips, Tachyon knew he had done a very stupid thing. As if to hold back the words, he pressed his fingers to his lips, but it was too late. Far, far too late. 40 years too late? Fleur rose from her chair like a wrathful goddess and dealt him a ringing slap. Her nail caught on his lower lip, splitting it, and he tasted the sharp, coppery taste of blood. All conversation ceased in Pompanos. The silence made his skin crawl, and Tachyon chewed down the humiliation that filled his mouth like a foul taste. The tick of her high heels as she stormed from the restaurant beat into his ringing head. Carefully, he held up 2 fingers before his face, counted them, dabbed at the cup with her discarded napkin. It smelled faintly of her perfume. His jaw tightened into a stubborn line. 8 p.m. Muscular dystrophy. Is it up or down on MS, Charles? Christ! Devon's voice, roaring through Jack's cellular phone, seemed surlier than ever. I guess we can't be against Jerry's kids, can we? The convention band staggered into the last bars of Mame. Louis Armstrong could have played it better in his sleep. Jack was on the convention floor, standing on a scarred, gray folding chair, surrounded by his throng of Californians. Up or down, Charles? Jack demanded. Up. Shit. Up. Jack could clearly hear Devon's fist banging on a desktop. Shit. 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 Fuck. Cunt. That bitch. That fucking wasp slut. I want to wring Fleur Van Rensselaer's neck. You'll have to stand in line behind me, buddy. They're calling the vote. Email Rodriguez tugged on Jack's sleeve. Jack hung up his portable phone and gave the thumbs-up sign to his horde of delegates. He tried to picture thousands of Americans in wheelchairs and leg braces cheering and reshuffling their political alignment, but his imagination failed. Rodriguez, a short, bull-chested man, looked up at Jack with fury in his eyes. "This sucks, man," he spat. Jack got down from the chair and lit up a smoke. "You said it, Essie." Jim Wright gavelled for order. Jack looked at the dissolving huddles of delegates and considered the chaos that had descended on Atlanta today. The violent demonstrations, the platform fight, Sarah Morgenstern's bizarre interruption of the press conference that morning. Secret ace? He thought. And then he thought, which one? For hours, the convention had been tearing itself to bits over the Joker's rights plank. The platform committee had passed it, with a strong dissent from Barnett's crowd. Barnett had moved the issue onto the floor while no one was looking, and then the sweaty brawl started in earnest. Barnett's people stood united against the plank, Hartman for, and Jackson made a principled stand with Hartman. The others had just tried to delay things till they could work out how much mileage they could get out of declaring one way or another. The thing might have breezed through if it hadn't been for the violence surrounding the Joker camp that afternoon. The middle-of-the-road candidates hung on for as long as possible, wondering if there was going to be an anti-Joker backlash, but eventually the delegates began sidling toward the Hartman point of view. It was then that the Barnett campaign made their masterstroke. Since they realized they couldn't stop the plank from passing, they began their attempts to dilute it. Why should the party be only in favor of Joker's rights, they asked. Shouldn't the party declare in favor of the rights of people with other handicaps? Soon there was an up or down vote on whether victims of multiple sclerosis should be included in the civil rights plank. While Hartman's managers, knowing perfectly well they were being sandbagged, cursed, and threw furniture, the motion passed unanimously. No Democrat was going to be caught dead opposing people with an incurable illness. Other diseases followed: amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Guillain-Barré syndrome, spina bifida, post-polio syndrome. The vote on that one was close, mainly because no one had ever heard of it. And now, Jerry's kids. Barnett was succeeding in making the whole Joker's rights issue look ridiculous. Barnett's delegate head from Texas, a blue-haired woman in a white cowboy hat, red lacquered boots, and a matching red skirt and vest with a swaying white buffalo bob fringe, was on her feet making another motion. Jack told his phone to dial HQ and climbed on his chair again. "Jesus Christ," said Rodriguez. "It's AIDS." A panicked yelp went up from the convention. Barnett had made his masterstroke.
The eyes of every viewer panicked by retrovirus homophobic hysteria would be glued to the set, ready to see if the Democrats would endorse the pollution of their bodily fluids by lurking sodomites and junkies drooling contamination from every orifice. Furthermore, Barnett had convincingly linked AIDS with xenovirus. Talkies A. Up or down, Charles? Jack asked wearily. Fuck the queers, Devon raged. The hell with this. Jack grinned and gave his people the thumbs down. The retrovirus lost in a landslide. The convention had had enough of Barnett's tactics. The distractions had provided amusement for a while and had succeeded in their principal duty of making Hartman's convictions look silly, but now they were getting tiresome. The Texas lady received instructions from on high and called for no more votes. Hartman's people quietly moved that all other persons suffering from diseases were to be included in the civil rights plank. The motion passed unanimously. The platform was moved and passed. Jim Wright gavelled the long day to a weary end. Hats and signs and flying ace gliders soared into the air from thankful delegates. Jack told his delegates to be ready bright and early the next morning. By the end of Wednesday, there were going to be at least 2 ballots, and they would say a lot about where the convention was headed. He lit another Camel and watched the thousands of delegates funneling out the exits. The band serenaded their retreat with Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. For once, Jack didn't react to the hated song. He was thinking about a secret ace. 9 p.m. Billy Ray called Greg from the Marriott's lobby. Senator, you still interested in meeting with Barnett? Lady Black just told me he's on his way back to the hotel from a meeting. It had been a horrible day.
The afternoon and evening were worse than the morning. Amy, John, and finally Devon had tried vainly to arrange a conference with Barnett. They'd gotten as far as Fleur, who told them flatly that Barnett wasn't interested in speaking with Greg. The struggle on the floor had reflected that uncooperative attitude. Either Barnett or Fleur Van Rensselaer had turned out to be a savvy political strategist. It had taken all of Greg's influence to keep any kind of Joker's rights plank in the platform at all, and without the support of Jackson, it would have been impossible. The plank finally adopted was a toothless, emasculated version of the original, fettered with conditions and clouded language. The kindest thing that could be said of it was that it was a Joker's rights plank, the first. The networks might call it a minor triumph for Hartman and the Jokers. The angry crowds out in the streets knew it meant nothing. With the platform set, the reasons for meeting Barnett were gone. All but one. The interior voice was emphatic. Do it. Senator? If we just happened to be in the hall or something when worst of all, he'd had to deal with Puppetman's increasing desperation since the incident outside. He'd tried, but had never managed to submerge the power again. Puppetman was there, alongside him. People were noticing. Jackson certainly had. Ellen was staring at him when she thought he wasn't looking. Amy, Braun, Devon, all were handling him with obvious kid gloves. If he wanted this nomination, he had to do something about Puppetman. He couldn't afford to have his attention divided so strongly. Thanks, Billy. It sounds good. We have a few minutes? I'd like to freshen up. Sure, I'll be up to get you. Greg hung up and went into the bathroom. He stared at the mirror. You're out of control, he whispered. Gimli's cold amusement answered him. The day's efforts had cost him. The image that gazed back at him looked exhausted. Barnett's for me, Puppetman insisted again, and Greg almost expected to see his lips move with the words. Once we take him as a puppet, we can maneuver him the way we did Gephardt and Babbitt, just a nudge here and there. We were going to try that before, at one of the debates, Greg reminded him. He always stayed away from us, never let us shake his hand or touch him at all. This is crazy. Puppetman scoffed. This time he will. You have to trust me. You can't win without my help. But, Gimli, we must try. If you stop fighting me, we can do it. All right, all right. Billy Ray insisted on talking for the few minutes it took to go down to Barnett's floor. Greg let the monologue run unabated. He heard nothing of it. When the elevator doors opened, Ray stepped out, flashing his ID to speak with the guards posted there. Greg went to the edge of the balcony and stared down at the glittering lobby. A glider had landed on the carpet beside him, Mistral. He picked the toy up and gave it a gentle toss.
It looped and then settled into a steady descent. Someone a few floors down saw it and gave a boozy cheer. 5 minutes later, an elevator chimed. Greg turned to see Lady Black step out, followed by Fleur and Leo Barnett. Greg put on a smile and strode forward. "Reverend Barnett, you're very well protected by your staff." Lady Black had stepped aside, but Fleur remained between Greg and Barnett, scowling and giving Greg no choice but to stop or run into her. He moved to one side and held out his hand to Barnett. Puppetman hunched, ready to leap. Barnett was bluffly handsome, a fair-haired vision of the Southern preacher. A faint smile lurked in his full lips, and the soft twang of his origins inhabited his resonant voice. "Senator Hartman, I'm sorry. Sometimes my staff seems to think I need their protection as well as the Lord's. You understand." He looked at the proffered hand, and that faint smile crossed his mouth again. "And I'd gladly shake your hand, Senator, but unfortunately mine's rather sore at the moment. A little mishap downstairs in the lobby." Puppetman cursed. Greg pulled his hand back. "Tell him that it was a joker, Reverend," Fleur snapped coldly. "Tell him how you shook the sinner's hand and how he tried to crush it. I still think you should go to the hospital, a fracture." "It's only a bruise, sister." "Please." Barnett smiled at Greg as if sharing some private joke. "I'm sure the senator has had similar experiences. Handshaking's the bane of politicians." "That it is," Greg said. He was so damn tired of smiling. He nodded to the stone-faced Fleur. "And I'm especially sorry it was a joker." "A joker with one of your campaign buttons?" Fleur sniffed. "Which my people, like yours, give out by the thousands," Greg countered, a little too sharply. He turned to Barnett. "There are enough misunderstandings already. I wanted to give you and your staff my congratulations on a hard fight over the platform, and to say that I'm glad we could finally come to a compromise." That made Barnett's lips twitch, and Greg knew he'd touched a nerve. "I did not agree to the modified plank," Barnett said. "There were, well, weak-hearted souls among my delegates who saw fit to accept it over my protest. It was a mistake, and I must confess my own vanity. I'm sick over it. But the Lord also makes use of defeats, Senator. He's shown me that I was wrong trying to play these political games. I'm finding that this convention is hardly the place for someone like me." For a moment, Greg felt an uplift of optimism. If Barnett were to withdraw his nomination, even if he instructed his delegates to vote for Dukakis or Jackson. But Barnett was smiling again, taking out the well-worn Bible stuffed in his suit jacket's pocket and patting its gilded covers. "I am a man of God, Senator. For the remainder of this convention, I intend to do what I know best. I will pray. I will lock the doors of this world and open the doors of my soul." Greg's face must have shown his confusion. "Today was hardly a defeat for you, Reverend, and hardly a victory for me. I'd like to work with you to make a new path, one both we and our party can follow. Isolating yourself isn't the answer." Barnett nodded seriously, as if weighing Greg's argument in his mind. "It might be that you're right, Senator. If so, then I have to trust that God will make it known to me. Still, I fully expect to spend the rest of this convention in prayer, and not in playing the convention power games. Fleur's well equipped to handle all that for the time being. I'm a stubborn fool sometimes. I don't really believe in compromise. I've no delusion that there is more than one right path. The God I know and the God I've seen in the Bible doesn't compromise. God never came to understandings. God never made concessions to political realities." Barnett glanced at Greg, concern lining his high forehead. "I don't mean to offend you, Senator, but I have to say what I believe. Yet I believe in the very same God, Reverend. We're only men, not God himself. We do the best we can. We're not enemies. It's human pride that keeps us apart. The least we can do as leaders is shake hands and try to resolve our differences." Greg lathed his words with earnest conviction. "For the good of all." That would seem to be a truly Christian act. Greg gave a bluff, self-deprecating chuckle and put out his hand once more. "I promise not to squeeze." Puppetman quivered in anticipation. For a moment, he was certain that it had worked. Barnett hesitated, rocking on his toes. Then the preacher thoughtfully clasped his hands together around his Bible. "The act I'd like to see us share, Senator, is prayer. Let me make an invitation to you. Join me in my vigil. Let's leave the politics to the delegates and kneel together for the next several days." Reverend Greg began. He shook his head. Why? Why does he avoid us every time? Barnett nodded, almost sadly. "I thought not," he said. "We walk very different paths, Senator." He began walking towards his room, clutching the Bible in his right hand. Greg let his hand drop to his side.
"You don't shake hands with enemies, Reverend?" Greg's voice was harsh, tinged with Puppetman's vitriol. Fleur, following behind Barnett, flushed angrily. Barnett simply favored Greg with another of his sorrowful, secretive smiles. "People expect biblical quotes from a man of God, Senator," he said. "It's not surprising, since the Bible often has just the right word for the occasion. One comes to mind now, from 1 Timothy. The Spirit distinctly says that in later times some will turn away from the faith and will heed deceitful spirits and things taught by demons through plausible liars, men with seared consciences." Now, that's a bit of hyperbole, Senator, but I think that, unbeknownst, perhaps a demon taints your words. We're not enemies, Senator. At least, I don't think so. And even if we were, I'd still pray that you'd come into the light and cleanse yourself. There's always hope for redemption. Always. Barnett gave Greg an unblinking, long stare. There was a distinct click as he turned the deadbolt behind him. The brandy kept hitting the cut on his lip, and each time it drew a yelp. And a smirk from the bartender. Tachyon considered telling her to fuck off. Then he realized what a picture he must present. The mark of Sarah's nails from last night's fiasco lay like red furrows dug in the white skin of his cheek. His lower lip was split and slightly swollen from Fleur's nail. What a singularly unsuccessful Lothario he was. No wonder the young woman behind the bar smirked. Women, they always stuck together. "Hi, mind if I join you?" Josh Davidson slid onto the stool next to him. Tack turned to greet him with genuine pleasure. No, not at all. When a man sits huddled on a stool at a bar, it generally means he wants to be alone. But I thought I'd take a chance. I'm glad you did. Buy you a drink? Sure. An awkward silence fell between the two men, punctuated only by Davidson's order. Suddenly, they shifted to face one another, and both said in chorus, I've always admired you." They laughed, and Tachyon said, "Well, isn't that convenient? We obviously have good taste." Tack paused and sipped brandy. "Why are you down here?" Davidson shrugged. "Curiosity." "About what?" "The political process. Can a man make a difference?" "Oh, yes, I'm convinced of it." "But you come from a culture that puts a premium on individual effort," said Davidson, rolling his glass between his palms. "I take it you don't agree?" "I don't know. It seems a questionable proposition to allow one man's vision, opinion, to shape policy. But in this political system, it never happens. Even in my aristocratic culture, the absolute despot is a fantasy. There are always competing interests." "Yes, so how do you choose between them?" Frowning, Tachyon said, "You make the decision." "That sounds so easy. But what right do you have to substitute your judgment for the will of the people?" suggested the Tachyon. "Yes." Tachyon steepled his fingers before his mouth, threw back his head, and regarded the wine glasses hanging like crystal stalactites from their rack. A representative owes the people not only his industry, but his judgment, and he betrays them if he sacrifices it to their opinion. Edmund Burke. Davidson's laughter was sharp and clear. Tachyon stiffened. "Doctor, you astound me." Tachyon didn't reply. He knew he astounded people. He had astounded people since the moment of his arrival on this planet. August 23rd, 1946. Ideal. Where? Had the time gone? 42 years. He had lived almost as long on this world as on his own. Home. Hello? Where are you? Dark, thoughtful eyes, soft with concern. On a world that doesn't exist for me anymore. Homesickness lay like a jagged lump in the back of Tack's throat.
So minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and years passed over to the end they were created would bring white hairs unto a quiet grave. Ah, what a life were this! How sweet, how lovely! Gives not the hawthorn bush a sweeter shade to shepherds looking on their silly sheep than doth a rich embroidered canopy to kings that fear their subjects' treachery? The men's eyes locked. "Doesn't that describe Tachyon?" asked Davidson softly. "And Earth. Treachery may be the one constant in an inconstant universe." Tack rose abruptly. "Pray excuse me. You were right. I do need to be alone." 11 p.m. The day had been a total washout. Spector sprawled on the bed, 2 pillows propping him up. He had the TV remote control in one hand and a bottle of whiskey in the other. It was his bedtime ritual and helped him feel less out of place. He wasn't going to get to Hartman in this building, not unless he was lucky beyond belief. And he'd used up his luck in getting this far. He didn't have access to the areas of the hotel that Hartman would be in, except during press conferences. And he'd noticed that politicians rarely look you in the eye unless you ask them a question. He wasn't dumb enough to draw that kind of attention to himself. He sipped at his drink and played channel roulette. Atlanta had gotten pounded again, this time by the Cardinals. The news was full of political bullshit, of course. Was Hartman porking this stupid reporter bitch? Did Leo Barnett really think God spoke to him? Spector wished he'd gotten contracts to kill them all. Politicians were mostly people who'd had too little morals and ethics to stay lawyers. He'd eventually settled on an old movie. It was a period piece, set in France during the Revolution. There was a guy in it who talked like Odie Cologne from the King Leonardo cartoons. Spector thought the actor had a double role, but hadn't been paying close enough attention to be sure. None of the colors looked like anything that occurred in nature, just pastels that blurred and bled into each other anytime someone moved. Ted Turner's movies looked about as good as his baseball team. It had been weird running into Tony, even weirder finding out that he was a honcho for Hartman. Tony was a good guy, and Spector liked him, but he'd always been something of a bleeding heart. The actor's in deep shit now, headed for the guillotine. He didn't seem particularly upset about it. Spector would have gone kicking and screaming. He knew what it was like to die. He could use Tony to get at Hartman, if there was no other way. Spector had always prided himself on the fact that he never fucked over his friends. He'd never had many, so it wasn't that hard to do. But the job came first. The actor had just sent a little blonde number up to the big blade with a kiss, and now it was his turn. It's a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done before. It's a far, far better rest I go to than I have ever known. The actor stood before the guillotine, noble, unafraid. Naturally, the camera pans up so nobody can see his head flop into the basket. "What a fucking sap," Spector said as he zapped the TV off. He downed another slug of whiskey and turned off the lights. Chapter 3, Wednesday, July 20, 1988, 7 a.m. The heavy thrum of the engines ran through every nerve. Tachyon stared gloomily out the plane's window until returned to the present by a dig in the ribs from his seat companion. The stewardess indicated the covered tray with her eyes and raised her eyebrows. "Thank you, no, but I would like a drink, a screwdriver. Put that orange juice to good use." He smiled at her. She didn't respond. In fact, she gave him a look that clearly said, "You lush." He returned to his moody contemplation of the boiling thunderheads 2,000 feet below. The stewardess returned with his drink, and Tack dug into his pocket for money. He came up with an inch-thick pile of pink message slips. "Tachyon, call me, goddammit!" Hiram. He got the woman paid, and stared again at Hiram's insulting and uncommunicative message. What the fuck did Worcester want, and what the fuck had Davidson meant? Did he mean to imply that Tachyon was a shepherd and the Joker's silly sheep? Or was the reference to a king meant for him? Or had it held a more personal meaning? Davidson had looked odd.
Or was it just an irritating affectation on the part of a professional actor who couldn't carry on a conversation without a scriptwriter? Silly sheep, goddamn him. Tack pulled out a handkerchief and gave his nose a quick blow. I'm going home to bury one of my lost sheep. Oh, chrysalis. He propped his head on his hand. 9 a.m. He'd had to wait almost 45 minutes to get seated. The Atrium coffee shop was a blur of activity. Wait persons bounced around from table to table like pinballs. Spector sat by himself in a small booth, ignoring the babble of everyone around him. He looked slowly around the room. There were lots of red-rimmed eyes and pained expressions. Spector figured most of them had gotten fucked up or fucked or both last night. He hadn't managed much sleep himself until the early morning hours. A waitress stopped at his table and made a face that might have been a smile the first 1,000 or so times she'd done it. She pulled out her pad and pencil and raised her eyebrows expectantly. "What can I get for you this morning, sir?" The words came out in swift, staccato fashion. So much for Southern hospitality. "Just coffee for now." Spector smiled slowly. He wanted food too, but figured he was going to get his money's worth out of this bitch. The waitress gave him a dirty look and shot away from the table. Spector leaned back in his chair and forced his surroundings to go out of focus. He had to come up with a plan to get at Hartman. The pain was chewing at him big time this morning, making it hard to think. Maybe he could get some inside dope from Tony. Find out where and when the senator would be most exposed. It would have to be crowded enough that nobody would realize exactly what had happened, at least not for a while. The waitress swept back over and set his coffee down hard, slopping it over into the saucer. "Sorry," she said, clearly not meaning it. "Will there be anything else?" Spector waited a long moment before replying. "I'll need just a few more minutes." The waitress rolled her eyes and walked away. Spector picked up his cup and took a large swallow. The coffee burned his mouth and throat going down. No problem. It would heal before he decided what to order. He'd never have blisters on his tongue again. Spector glanced over at the line of people waiting to be seated. A trim, bearded, older man walked past the crowd and looked slowly around the room. The man saw Spector and began walking purposefully over to his table. Spector tensed his legs, ready to bolt up if necessary. The man looked familiar somehow. He stopped at the other side of the table and smiled. "Pardon me, it's rather crowded in here this morning. Do you mind if I join you? My name is Josh Davidson." Spector was about to tell him to fuck off when he remembered that Davidson was one of his favorite actors. All the tension went out of him when Davidson smiled again. "No, please, sit down, Mr. Davidson." Spector handed the actor his menu and looked for the waitress. He was damned if Josh Davidson was going to have to wait for service if he could do anything about it. "Thank you so much," Davidson said, carefully seating himself. He pulled a folded newspaper out from under his arm and opened it up. Spector spotted the waitress and was about to signal her when a large man emerged from the crowd. Hiram Worcester smoothed the creases in his lapels and looked from table to table. "Mind if I read a section?" Spector reached for the front page, which Davidson had set aside. "Be my guest." Spector grabbed the paper and opened it quickly. He peeped up over the top. Fat Man was still looking about. If he's looking for Davidson, I'm sunk, he thought. As satisfying as it might be to croak the blimpy bastard, he couldn't jeopardize the job. A waiter walked over to Worcester and nodded deferentially. "I have to leave, Mr. Davidson," Spector said, not really feeling too well. "Mind if I keep your front page?" "Not at all. It's the least I can do." Spector stood and walked slowly toward the door, keeping the newspaper raised in front of him. It looked stupid, but was better than having Worcester recognize him. The waitress walked past him as he left. "Good riddance," she said, just loud enough for him to hear. Spector was too preoccupied to even care. 11 a.m. Tachyon leaned against the side of the pew and licked sweat from his upper lip. He was afraid he was going to faint from the stifling heat, and the 4 enormous fans in the back of Our Lady of Perpetual Misery did little to stir the heavy, moist air. He considered removing his velvet coat,
but that would reveal the sweat-darkened circles beneath his armpits, and what an offensive state in which to say farewell to Chrysalis. He was supposed to verbalize that farewell, sum up in brilliant, poignant words what Chrysalis had meant to Jokertown. And he had no idea what he was going to say. He hadn't really known Chrysalis, and on some level he hadn't really liked her. But one could scarcely say that in a eulogy. Staring at her flower-draped casket, Tack wondered if Chrysalis's ghost was hovering nearby, listening to the hurried mumbling as the Living Rosary Society told their beads and offered prayers for the repose of her soul. The procession began, led by a Joker altar boy with a bronze helix hung with the Joker Jesus. He was followed by two others swinging censers that sent clouds of incense into the already highly redolent air. Tack coughed and covered his mouth with his handkerchief. I hate all this Catholic mumbo-jumbo. She was raised a Baptist, and she should have died a Baptist. Tack turned his head slowly and regarded the man seated next to him in the pew. He was a big man with a weathered face that was florid beneath his tan. The black suit coat strained across his belly, and tendrils of sweat left shiny lines on his jowls. There didn't seem to be anything to say, so Tack didn't. "I'm Joe Jory, Debra Joss Daddy." "How do you do?" Tack mumbled, as Father Squid, resplendent in his finest surplice, walked past with ponderous dignity. The priest reached the altar, set his missal in place, then turned to the crowd and raised his arms wide, saying in his sad, soft voice, "Let us pray." Throughout the Mass, Jory and Tachyon struggled along, always a beat behind the standing, kneeling, sitting worshippers. Last year it had been the same situation at Dessa funeral, and in that moment, Tachyon knew what he was going to say in the eulogy. He stopped trying to make sense of the alien ceremony and simply sat with head bowed, tears slipping slowly from beneath closed lids as he composed his thoughts. The little Joker altar boy nudged his shoulder, and Tack returned from his reverie. A hamper containing tiny loaves of bread. The taxician broke off a bite and passed on the hamper. The bread seemed to swell in his dry mouth, and he choked trying to get it down. With a quick, surreptitious glance to either side, he unlimbered his flask and gulped down a sip of brandy. Father Squid beckoned, and Tack took his place at the lectern. Pulling out his handkerchief, he wiped his face, drew a deep breath, and began. Exactly 1 year ago, on the 20th day of July, 1987, we gathered in this church to bury Xavier Desmond. I spoke his eulogy, as I shall speak Chrysalis, and I am honored to do so. But the melancholy truth is that I am weary of burying my friends. Jokertown is a poorer place because of their passing, and my life and yours is diminished by their loss. Tack paused and stared down at his hands where they gripped the lectern. He forced himself to relax. A eulogy is a speech in praise of a person, but I am finding this one to be very difficult. I called myself Chrysalis' friend. I saw her frequently. I even traveled around the world with her. But I realize now that I didn't really know her. I knew she called herself Chrysalis and that she lived in Jokertown, but I didn't know her natal name or where she'd been born. I knew she played at being British, but I never knew why.
I knew she liked to drink amaretto, but I never knew what made her laugh. I knew she liked secrets, liked to be in control, liked to appear cool and untouched, but I never knew what made her that way. I thought about all of this on the plane from Atlanta and decided that if I couldn't speak in praise of her, at least I could speak in praise of her deeds. A year ago, when war raged in our streets and our children were in danger, Chrysalis offered her place, her palace, as a refuge and fortress. It was dangerous for her, but danger never disturbed Chrysalis. She was a joker who refused to act like a joker. The Crystal Lady never wore a mask. You took her as you found her, or you could just be damned. In this way, perhaps, she taught some gnats tolerance and some jokers courage. Tears were streaming down his face. In order to speak past the lump in his throat, he pushed his voice higher and louder. Because we worship our ancestors, Tachyon funerals are even more important than births. We believe our dead stay close by to guide their foolish descendants, a belief that can be terrifying or comforting depending on the personality of the ancestor. Chrysalis' presence, I think, will be more terrifying than comforting because she will require much of us. Someone murdered her. This should not go unpunished. Hate rises like a smothering tide in this country. We must resist it. Our neighbors are poor and hungry, frightened and destitute. We must feed and shelter and comfort and aid them. She will expect all of this from us. Tachyon paused and scanned the congregation. His attention was drawn to the bank of votive candles burning near the lectern. Crossing to it, he lifted one of the tiny candles and returned to the lectern. The flame flickered hypnotically before his eyes. In 1 year, Jokertown has lost 2 of its most important leaders. We are frightened and saddened and confused by the loss. But I say they are still here, still with us. Let us be worthy of them. Win honor in their memories. Never forget. Bending, Tack pulled his knife from its boot sheath. He placed the candle on the lectern and positioned his forefinger directly over the flame. With a quick slash, he cut his finger and extinguished the flame with a drop of his blood. Farewell, Chrysalis. Running into Fat Man had rattled him a bit, but a couple swallows of whiskey had helped calm Spector down. He sat hunched over the edge of the bed, staring at the headline. Hartman to speak in Park today. The senator was going to make a public plea to the Jokers to demonstrate in a non-violent manner. It was risky, what with all the lunatics wandering around. No one was crazier than a politician with his back to the wall, though, and Hartman was really up against it. Spector turned on the TV and tuned it to a channel that showed the times and places of the day's events. After a few moments waiting, there it was. A 1 o'clock speech and nothing about any cancellation. Spector chewed his lip and paged through the paper absent-mindedly. He needed an angle. He'd need a way to blend into the crowd and still stand out enough to manage to catch Hartman's eye. A small corner ad caught his attention. It was Keaton's Costumes. Masks, makeup, costumes, party supplies, and more, it promised. A man in a costume held up the list and smiled in a stupid, exaggerated way. He looked like Marcel Marceau. Spector tossed the paper, wiped the ink stains off on his gray pants, and started laughing. Jack passed through the enormous brass revolving door into the Marriott lobby, saw the swarms of press and Hartman delegates, and tried not to think of pigs at a trough. The campaign was doing its best to feed its people and get everyone back onto the floor in the short time allowed by the luncheon recess, and the Marriott had obliged with a vast buffet that was serving up pasta salad and rare roast beef by the ton. Jack could see Hiram Worcester perched on a sagging sofa near the lounge piano, a plate piled high with food balanced on either knee. The glass elevators were jammed full of press and delegates, taking hookers up to their rooms for a little noon relief. The piano man was playing Piano Man once again. Jack had an oppressive feeling he knew precisely what song was going to come next. Fortunately, Jack didn't have to cluster around the buffet tables and gobble his lunch with the others while the pianist offered the inevitable salute to Eva Perón. Jack had a permanent reserve table at the Bello Mondo, secured by offering the maitre d' a crisp new $100 bill every day. A good meal and a few double whiskeys would come in about right. It had been a lousy morning anyway. CBS commentators had jabbered right through most of Jimmy Carter's seconding speech for Hartman, and the other networks had cut away for commercials. Chairman Jim Wright, who Jack figured wanted Hartman to win, had cued the band to play Stars and Stripes Forever at the end of the speech, which got the audience up for a massive floor demonstration that those watching TV had entirely missed. Jack could have sworn he heard Devon's screams all the way from the Marriott. Jack was beginning to believe, in a purely superstitious way, in the existence of a secret ace who was out to get Hartman, or maybe just gremlins from the Kremlin. Jack! Mr. Brown! An avuncular Father Christmas figure rolled toward him, a straw pork pie hat shadowing his long white hair and straggly beard. Louis Manxman, a reporter for the LA Times, who had been aboard Hartman's campaign plane from the start. There was a purposeful look in the newsman's eye. "Hi, Louis." Jack tucked his briefcase under one arm, jammed his hands into the pockets of his Banana Republic photojournalist's jacket, and tried to skate past.
Manxman moved purposefully to block him and grinned up through metal-rimmed bifocals. I want the story on that test vote Monday night. Ancient history, Lewis. The papers have been praising Danny Logan's masterful strategy, the way he put it together at the last minute. Even Devon didn't know what was happening. You should have seen his face when he realized. But I know Logan from way back, and it doesn't seem like his kind of move at all. I've talked to every delegate head I could find, and they all say their orders came from you, not Logan. Logan knew what I was doing. Jack tried to move left. Manxman moved to block. A source told me the old Mick was passed out Monday night. He was celebrating. Moving right. Celebrating from breakfast on, from what I hear. Blocking. Jack glared at him. I'm a busy man, Lewis. What the hell do you want, anyway? Was it you, or wasn't it? I will not confirm or deny, okay? Why deny it? You're a Hollywood boy. You should relish the publicity. Don't be such a weenie. Jack stopped for a moment and wondered if weenie was going to be the operative word for this convention. The inevitable happened, and the man in the white tuxedo pounded out the opening bars of Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. Jack felt his temper fraying. I'm late for lunch, Lewis. I will not confirm or deny. That's for the record. That's my statement. Got that? The Santa Claus look was gone. 40 years too late to take the fifth, Jack. Anger snarled in Jack. He fixed the reporter in a cold stare and stepped forward as if to walk right through him. They were nearing the white piano on its pedestal. The man in the white tuxedo was still ringing through his paean to South American fascism. Anger began to roil in Jack in the wake of fear and humiliation. He said goodbye to Amy, then stepped up to the piano. The man in the white tuxedo gave him an automatic smile. There was a big fishbowl on the piano with a green drift of tip money in the bottom. Jack reached for the rim of the glass, exerted just slightly, and cracked off a hand-sized piece. His golden force field fluttered slightly. The piano stared.
Technology, alien biology, or future societies? Jack pulverized the glass in his hand, then reached forward, opened the front pocket of the man's jacket, and poured the glass inside. Don't Cry for Me, Argentina died away. Play that song again, Jack said, and I'll kill you. Walking away, Jack felt he ought to be ashamed of this brand of cheap satisfaction. Somehow, he wasn't. 12 noon. Troll was Chrysalis' only pallbearer. The massive security chief from the Jokertown Clinic cradled the coffin in his arms as if it were a sleeping child and led the procession into the churchyard. More prayers were said, and Father Squid blessed the grave with incense and holy water. Tachyon scooped up a handful of dirt and dribbled it slowly onto the coffin. It gave back a hollow, scrabbling sound like claws on glass, and Tachyon shuddered. The sun looked bloated and somehow diseased as it floated in the pall of a smoggy New York summer day. Tack longed for the end. The dead had been buried. Now Atlanta was beckoning. But there was still the receiving line to be endured and 30 minutes of human handshakes. Tack decided to spare himself some of the grossities. He pulled out a pair of red kid gloves and worked them over his slim white hands. "Hello," said a familiar voice to his left. "Good to see you again, Daniel." Tachyon couldn't restrain himself. He flung himself into Brennan's arms, hugging the human with a fierce grip and a show of naked emotion that he knew the man was only tolerating. With a sharply indrawn breath, Tack held Brennan at arm's length and eyed him critically. "We must talk. Come." They walked deeper into the graveyard until they were partly shielded by several intricate tombstones. Tachyon peered around a weeping angel at the woman who stared curiously after them. "The beautiful blonde must be Jennifer." "Yes," said Brennan. "I'd say you're a lucky man, but that would seem less than apt when you're being framed for murder. Is that what brought you back?" "Partly. Mostly I'm here to find who killed her." "And how are you progressing?" "Not too well." "Any theories?" "I thought Keene might have done it." Tachyon shook his head. "That makes no sense. We had a deal that took you out of the city and ended the war. Why would he risk restarting the whole killing cycle?" "Who knows? I'm just going to keep poking until something jumps." Dryly, Tack said, "Just make sure it doesn't jump on you." "I wish I could aid you, but I must return to Atlanta."
You will keep in touch? No. Once I finish this, Jennifer and I are leaving New York, and this time it will be for good. If you won't keep in touch, at least be careful. That I can agree to. 1 p.m. Piedmont Park was packed. Spector shouldered his way through the crowd toward the podium. He felt like an idiot in the tight black and white outfit. His skin was suffocating under the grease paint. He'd barely made it to the park on time. The costume shop had been wall-to-wall bodies, mostly jokers. Luckily, the gathering in the park had emptied the streets. He'd left his clothes and other belongings in a locker. The key was tucked under the wrist of his leotard. He was still a good 100 yards from the podium. They'd done a mic test, but so far, no Hartman. A shadow moved slowly over the crowd. Spector looked up, shading his eyes from the glare, and saw the turtle gliding noiselessly over them toward the stage, which was being prepared for the senator's speech. There was applause and a small cheer. The crowd was mostly jokers, although there were a few groups of gnats clustered at the edges. "Look, Mommy, a funny man." A young joker girl pointed at Spector. She was sitting in a beat-up stroller, holding a flower. Her arms and legs were rail-thin and knobbed up and down. They looked like they'd been broken 20 times each. Spector gave a weak smile, hoping the grease paint around his lips made it seem bigger than it was. The girl's mother smiled back. Patterns of blotchy red pigment crept across her skin. As Spector watched, one of the circles closed into a small dot and erupted blood. The woman wiped it away in a quick, embarrassed motion. She took the flower from her daughter's hand and held it out to Spector. Spector reached out and took it, being careful not to touch her flesh. Being a gnat in a crowd of jokers, even dressed as a mime, gave him the creeps. He turned away. "Do something funny," the little girl said. "Mommy, make him do something funny." There was a murmur of approval from the crowd. Spector turned slowly and tried to think. Funny was something he'd never been accused of being. He tried balancing the flower on the tip of a finger. Amazingly, he was able to. There was dead silence. Sweat dripped over his painted brows and into his eyes. He was breathing hard. It was still very quiet. A gloved hand flashed before Spector's face, snatching the flower. It placed the stem between painted lips and struck an affected pose. Laughter from the crowd. The other mime bowed low and raised up slowly. Spector took a step back. The other mime quickly grabbed him by the elbow and shook his head. More giggles from the crowd. This was the last thing Spector needed. Not only was he the center of attention, but he was still a long way from where he needed to be. Hartman might start up any second, and Spector wouldn't be able to get through in time. The other mime looked down, made a face, and pointed at Spector's feet. Spector glanced down instinctively and saw nothing there. Just as the mime's hand came up under his chin and popped his head back. This got the biggest laugh of all. The mime clutched at his sides and laughed noiselessly. Spector rubbed his mouth. He'd bitten his tongue. He gritted his teeth under the painted-on smile. The other mime placed a finger on the top of Spector's head and danced around him like a maypole. He stopped in front of Spector, tugged at his cheeks. Spector had put up with enough. It was time to get this fucker out of his hair. He stepped in close and made eye contact. He locked in and set the pain free, grabbing the mime's shoulders as he began to fall over. Spector lowered him slowly, pulling the mime's hands together over his chest. The shithead's eyes were glazed over with death and surprise by the time he came to rest on the trampled grass. Spector stuck the flower in the corpse's hands and applauded melodramatically. The crowd laughed and cheered. Some patted him on the back. Others looked at the mime, waiting for him to get up. "My friends," the amplified voice came from the podium. The crowd turned. Spector angled his shoulders and began pushing through. "Today, we will have the privilege to hear from the only man who can lead us through these next difficult years. A man who preaches tolerance, not hatred. A man who unites instead of being divisive. A man who will lead his people, not herd them. I give you the next President of the United States of America, Senator Greg Hartman." The applause was deafening. There were weird screams and whistles, joker noises. Spector caught an elbow in the ear from a freak with arms that hung to his knees. He shook it off and kept moving in. "Thank you." Hartman paused while the applause and cheers played out. "Thank all of you very much." Spector could see him now, but there was no way to lock eyes at this distance.
even if Hartman was looking right at him. The crowd was pressing in toward the podium. Spector rode the flood of human mistakes, used his narrow shoulders to cut through. Another minute or two and he'd be in position. It has been said that I am a pro-Joker candidate. Hartman raised his hands to still the applause before it could start. That is not strictly true. I have always placed one idea above all others, that this country should exist as our founding fathers planned it. Equal rights for all, guaranteed under the law of the land. No individual greater than the next. No one, however powerful, exempt from the law. Hartman paused. The crowd applauded again. Spector was about 100 feet away in the center of the crowd.
Technology, alien biology, or future societies. Hartman was wearing a beige suit. A slight breeze stirred at his styled hair. Secret Service agents flanked the podium, their eyes hidden behind sunglasses. The senator's gaze swept the crowd but missed Spector. It would take total concentration to lock on for the instant they had eye contact, if that even happened. I need your help to win our party's nomination and become your next president. Hartman extended his hands to the crowd. Your presence here in Atlanta can help me only if you demonstrate in an orderly manner. Any acts of violence, whether provoked or not, will certainly be used against us. You have the opportunity to make a simple but eloquent statement. A statement made by Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. That violence is an abhorrent act, that it will not be tolerated, by you, under any circumstance. Hartman's eyes were drifting across the crowd again, headed straight for him. Spector held his breath and concentrated, the pain howling in his head. Just a little more. Spector stood on his toes. Their eyes locked. There was a sound. A Secret Service man knocked Hartman down. Gunfire. There were screams, and people tried to move but were packed too closely together. Spector looked at a hilltop. There were maybe 100 men in Confederate uniforms. Puffs of smoke came from their guns. Then the echo of the shots across the park. Hartman was gone. There wouldn't be another chance. Not here, anyway. Spector jumped in behind a Joker who was as broad as 3 normal men. It didn't matter where he was going. It would be safer than here. The turtle whooshed by overhead. There were a few more rounds, and then the gunfire stopped. Spector stepped on something that cracked. There was a groan. He held on to the Joker's leather belt, which had "wide load" painted on in gold. No shit, Spector thought, but this was one time he was glad to have a fat freak as company. 6 p.m. From the end of the corridor, Mackie watched the tall, thin man with coffee and cream skin close and lock the room door. 15:31, just as der Mann sei. It came to him that America was decadent, even as his departed comrades of the Red Army fraction used to say. Where else in the world might a man see a nigger wrap himself in a suit that cost more money than Mackie Messer had ever owned at one time in his wife, and stroll out upon the town with a white woman on his arm? To himself, he laughed at his target's apparent attempt at disguise. She looked just like one of the Reeperbahn girls, armored against unaccustomed daylight. It was appropriate. Just a whore. Just another fucking whore. Who had lured the man and would pay. They turned away from him toward the elevators. He pushed off from the wall next to the fire extinguisher under glass. He couldn't do them here. He was already thinking them. It was only logical. He mustn't leave a witness. Because this crazy bourgeois palace was hollow at the core, like the culture that built it. And anyone on one of a dozen levels could see everything that went on out on the catwalk surrounding the atrium. His move had to come on the quiet. Der Mann had been very explicit. But that was no problem. Mac the Knife was subtle. Like his song. He would follow, and know the time. Maybe he'd ride the elevator with them. He licked his lips at the joke. That would be really criminel. They'd never suspect him. They might not notice him even. Perhaps they were in love. Perhaps the black man had a hard-on. He moved. A voice grabbed at him. "Hey you, not so fast." He turned. A squat white man in a brown suit stood there with a wire hanging out of his ear. Hotel Dick.
Mackie had the gradations of cop burned into his autonomic nervous system by the time he was toddling the St. Pauli cobblestones. He had been as discreet as possible, staying back in the entry to the room where the ice machine lurked and clattered to itself, fading through the wall into a utility closet when people got too near. But there was a limit to how covert even McCaith could be, hanging out here over 60 meters of emptiness in this unsettling outside-in place. The suit laid a hand on his arm. "You couldn't do that, not to Mackie Messer." "You're lucky," he said. He touched the man on the point of his cheekbone, buzzed a fingertip. Blood started. The man cried out and doubled over, slapping a hand to his face. Mackie phased through the steel fire door and started running down the stairs. He didn't dare lose his quarry now. Women were always changing their minds. No knowing if she would be returning to this place. Spector sat on the edge of the bed, feet tucked underneath him. He was almost surprised to find his room clean when he returned. It had been that long since he stayed in a hotel. He was alternately planning his next move and watching TV. Right now, the television had his attention. A local reporter, trying not to look out of his depth, was interviewing Hartman in the lobby. "Senator, do you feel Reverend Barnett had anything to do with this afternoon's disturbance?" The reporter held the microphone up to the senator, who paused before replying. "No. I think that, whatever our differences, Leo Barnett would not stoop to such tactics. The Reverend is an honorable man." Hartman coughed. "But I do feel that those individuals who disrupted the meeting likely share many of his dangerously narrow views. It is precisely this kind of unreasoning bigotry that we must all struggle to eliminate. Leo Barnett wants to solve the problem by removing wildcard victims from society. I want to overcome the hatred itself." Hartman sat back in his seat, folded his hands, and stared hard into the camera. "The guy's fucking good," said Spector, "but it won't make any difference." The camera cut back to the studio. A black woman reporter turned to her co-anchor. "Thanks to Howard for that interesting interview. Dan, what have the police discovered so far about the perpetrators of the disturbance?" "Not much, I'm afraid. Several of them are in custody, captured by the Turtle, but the police are getting very little cooperation." The reporter tapped his thumbs together. "There are rumors that most of them are members of the Ku Klux Klan, but that's been unsubstantiated. Although the disturbance was obviously well planned, none of the individuals involved claims to be the leader of the group. And so far, no clue as to where the authentic Confederate uniforms and muskets came from." The reporter frowned and turned back to the black woman. "Well, I'm sure the authorities will keep us posted if any new information comes to light in this bizarre incident." The black woman shook her head. Although dummy ammunition was used, several individuals were hurt in the panic that ensued. The video cut to earlier footage of the panic in the park. The cameraman was running with the rest during the panic, bouncing the picture all over. At least one person, a street performer, was allegedly trampled to death. Ironically, he was believed to be playing dead at the time. His name is being withheld pending notification of next of kin. "Fucking A," said Spector, punching the TV off. He was off the hook for that one anyway. But that didn't get him any closer to Hartman. He'd almost felt something holding him off for the instant that they locked eyes. No, just imagination. To do that, he'd have to have powers like the astronomer or Tachyon. "Astronomer for president," he giggled. "That'd make even Reagan look good by comparison." He popped up off the bed and walked slowly around the carpeted floor, considering his options. Killing Hartman might be more than he was up to. He could take the money and go someplace else, another country maybe. Maybe work for a casino in Cuba. Nope, he'd always done what he was paid to do. Fucking middle-class ethics again. Didn't stop him from killing people, but made him live up to a contract. He sighed and walked to the phone. Tony was his only shot. He'd known that ever since they met in the lobby. It was kismet or something.
Didn't stop him from feeling like shit, though. He punched in the number and waited. An unfamiliar female voice answered the phone. "Could I speak to Tony Calderon, please? He's not available right now. Could I take a message?" The woman sounded tired. "Yes, tell him James called. He'll know who you mean. Tell him I'd like to firm up that dinner invitation he extended. Spector was almost surprised at how cool and polite he sounded. Yes, James. What was your last name? Just James. He'll know who you mean. I'll give him the message. Thanks. Spector hung up the phone and sighed. Maybe he'd order a steak from room service and hope the Peaches were on TV again tonight. If they're America's team, he thought, we're all in a shitload of trouble. 8 p.m. Spotlights dazzled Jack's eyes. The long lenses of television cameras were trained on him like shotguns. An eddy of stage fright turned his knees to liquid. He hadn't done this sort of thing in years. He looked up into the lights, gave the world a crooked grin, reflexes coming back, good, and said his line. The 31st state, the Golden State, is proud to cast its 314 votes for the cause of Joker's rights and the next president, Senator Greg Hartman. A roar, applause, silly hats and flying ace gliders took to the air. Jack tried to look noble, cheerful, and triumphant till the spotlights moved off to the state chairman of Colorado. Take that, Ronald Reagan, he thought. I'll show you how to work a camera. He climbed down from the little red, white, and blue podium that had been brought in for just this purpose. The guy from Colorado, not sure of his totals, was fumbling his line. Fortunately, Colorado had gone for Dukakis and Jackson. The first ballot gave Hartman 1,622 votes, Barnett 998, with Jackson, Dukakis, and Gore splitting the rest. Nobody was close to winning. Chaos descended on the floor, while media commentators made wise judgments and hedged predictions about what would happen next. Rule 9C went out the window once the first ballot was cast, and floor managers were promising uncommitted delegates the moon. The second ballot was called early, 30 minutes after the first, just so campaign managers could have enough numbers to see how things were going. Hartman gained about 50 votes, mainly at the expense of Dukakis and Gore. The convention burst into a series of sweaty huddles while media commentators tried to make up their minds whether 50 votes signified a trend toward Hartman or just a lean. Floor managers went into fits at the thought of delegates slipping through their fingers. The pandemonium went on 4 hours. By the time a sleepy-eyed Jim Wright called for the third ballot just before midnight, the 3 commercial networks had died of inertia and gone back to their standard summer fare of reruns and Johnny Carson, and only PBS was covering the action for an audience of a few thousand hardcore political junkies. Hartman hit an even 1,800. The trend was solidifying. Hats and gliders zoomed ceilingward. Jack picked up his podium and threw it about 100 feet into the air, a tumbling star-spangled sign of triumph, then reached out and carefully caught it before it could brain somebody. The celebrations in Jack's suite went on for hours. He was stumbling off to bed before he realized that he really should have called Bobby. Even if she turned out to be the starlet with the cellulite obsession, Jack figured he could have given her enough healthful exercise to make her happy. 10 p.m. Peachtree, tiled, and echoic. They walked arm in arm. Sarah had drunk 2 glasses of wine. It was the first alcohol she had had for over a year. She had never drunk much liquor, except for the weeks after the tour. Ricky was regaling her with the latest candidate jokes going the rounds. How about this one? If Dukakis, Hartman, and brother Leo went boating together on Lake Lanier, and the boat's engine blew up and it sank, who'd be saved? The nation, Sarah said. Last time I heard it, it was Reagan, Carter, and Anderson. But then, you're too young to remember. What goes around comes around, Rosie. But I was old enough to vote in '80, if barely. You probably think I'm a wicked old lady robbing the cradle. She frowned. Where was that coming from? Steady, she told herself. Ricky patted her hand. I certainly hope so, Rosie. He laughed then, to show it was a joke. She felt the tension come into her, just the same. A thin current of sound was running down the corridor, between the rocks of their laughter. What's that song? She asked. He raised a brow at her. Don't you know it? She did, but she'd needed something to say. It's Mac the Knife, standby of every low-rent lounge singer in the Northern Hemisphere. The music's broken in here, see? So they hired this white dude to walk around and whistle. She laughed and squeezed his arm briefly. Damn, what am I doing?
She looked around, almost as if seeking some external cause for her behavior. Movement behind. Her tongue pushed out between suddenly dry lips. She made her face turn to the side, as if she was admiring the brash fashions draped on the headless silver and black and olive green mannequins posing in a boutique window. Somebody's following us. No, don't look. Give me some credit, Rosie. I'm a journalist, remember? I didn't sleep through your seminar. He glanced to the side, then faced forward. Just some kid in a leather jacket. A frown spoiled the smooth perfection of his forehead. Looked like he had a hunchback. Poor son of a bitch. She looked back again. Now quit that, or you're going to turn into a pillar of salt. You were the one who wanted subtlety, he said. He feels wrong somehow. The instincts of a seasoned ace reporter. Well seasoned. Is that a crack about my age? The wine you drank. He patted her hand. That's the spirit, whistling past a graveyard like. Walk on, keep your head up, never let them see you're afraid. It unleashes all those primitive Nordic predatory instincts. She fought her neck muscles, which were trying to rotate her head toward the leather boy. You think he could be one of Barnett's little helpers? Been known to happen during this convention, Rosie. Wouldn't that be an irony to get jumped on suspicion of being Hartman fans? This time she did look back. He was sauntering along, hands in pockets, first the white shoe, then the black. Ricky was right. One shoulder definitely rode higher than the other. There was something a little too elaborate about the way he wasn't paying attention to them. At least he's small. But then, Ricky wasn't exactly Arnold Schwarzenegger. Once around a curve, Ricky grabbed her hand and they took off running, Sarah wobbling on her ingenue heels, Ricky's Gucci slapping the rubber runner. The passageway wound round and round. She kept looking back, saw no sign of pursuit. They slowed, Sarah puffing for breath, Ricky gracious enough to pretend to be winded. One more turn and we're back in the Hyatt, Ricky said. Another potentially ugly confrontation avoided. That's how we 80s types handle things. They turned the bend, and there he was, leaning with his back and his cheek against cool tile, sizing them up. He started to whistle, Mac the knife. Sarah grabbed Ricky's wrist and hauled him back around out of sight. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Rosie, he said. We should just bluff our way past. Don't you see? The terror was upon her. It glowed in her eyes like white-hot wires. How did he get in front of us? Some kind of service passage. We're right near the hotel. If he causes trouble, we can make a lot of noise and someone will come rescue us. And then he came out of the wall at them, lunging like a shark. Like a dancer, Ricky swung Sarah behind him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Potty, the boy said with a Hans and Franz accent, laughing, spraying spittle from loose lips. Everybody get down tonight.
There was a buzzing in the air, oppressive as the humid night outside Peachtree Center's artificial chill. The boy swung a hand karate fashion for the side of Ricky's neck. Ricky wasn't a racquetball ace for nothing. Nothing wrong with his reflexes. He blocked with a spidery forearm. The hand went through it. There was a savage shrilling moment like a buzzsaw hitting a knot in a plank, and then Ricky's forearm and splayed hand just sort of toppled. Ricky stood staring at the red hoop of blood springing out the suit-coated stump. Sarah screamed. Ricky pointed his arm, hosing his own blood into his assailant's eyes. The boy fell back, sputtering and swiping at his face. Ricky hurled himself at him, windmill arms whirling. "Rosie, run!" Her legs would not move. Ricky was pummeling the boy with stump and inexpert fist. It looked like the worst of playground bullying. Ricky was a head taller, with a good 6 inches reach. That sound came again. She knew she would hear it every time she closed her eyes for the rest of her life. She smelled something like burned hair. Ricky's arm fell off at the shoulder. His blood vomited over the wall, white with a mosaic sprinkling of blue and green and yellow. He turned a martyr's face to her. "Rosie," he said, and his gums were shocks of blood, "please run, for God's sake, run." The hand passed playfully. His lower jaw was sheared away with the rest of his words. His tongue flopped at her unmoored, a ghastly parody of lust. She turned and fled, the charnel house sound pursuing.
As she rounded the corner, the heel of her left shoe snapped. She went to her knee with an impact like a gunshot. She skidded 20 feet, bounced off a wall. She tried to struggle up. Her leg would not carry her. She fell heavily against the tile. "Oh, Ricky," she sobbed. "I'm sorry for blowing the escape he had bought her with his life. Sorry for the strange, guilty surge of relief down underneath the terror that she would not have to face the question that another night in his room would bring between them." She began to push herself along with her hands, knees up, scooting sideways on her rump. He came around the corner, looking 12 feet tall. Blood splashed his leather and his skin, unnaturally bright in the fluorescent light. He was smiling around teeth like a collapsing fence. "Der Mann sends his regards." Single-mindedly, she sculled away from him. There was nothing in the world but the motions of a losing race. And voices, down the corridor, welling up from where the passage from the Hyatt dipped under Center Avenue. A party of delegates in Jackson buttons appeared, black, middle-aged, well-dressed, talking happily amongst themselves about their candidate's last-minute upsurge at day's end. The killer in leather raised his head. A breathed pigeon of a woman in a salmon dress with a bow beneath capacious breasts looked up, saw him with the blood upon him and his victim strewn into the corridor bend behind. She jammed fists beneath her eyes and screamed like hell. The boy's eyes blazed at Sarah. "Remember Jenny Towler?" he snarled, and walked through the wall. 11 p.m. Mine. Puppetman felt the searing, twisted menace approaching. Greg turned as Mackie ghosted through the wall of his bedroom, a crooked smile set above his crooked shoulders. There was a splotchy brown-red stain on his right hand up to the elbow that could only be one thing. Mine. "All the fucking hotel rooms look the same," Mackie said. "Get the hell out of here," Greg snapped. Mackie's grin slid from his clenched face. "I wanted to tell you," he said, the German accent broader than usual. "I offed the nigger, but the woman, mine, he's mine." Greg was surprised that he was able to hear Mackie's voice over Puppetman at all. The power slammed relentlessly against Greg's hold, again and again and again. Mackie's raw, violent insanity radiated wildly, leaking from the boy's pores with an odor of decomposing meat, and spreading out in front of Puppetman like a rotting banquet. Greg had to get Mackie away quickly, or the tenuous hold he had on himself would be entirely gone. "Out!" Greg repeated desperately. "Ellen's here." Mackie's mouth twisted, a sneer. He fidgeted, restlessly shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Yeah, I know. In the other room watching goddamn TV. They were showing Chrysali's funeral. I saw her, but she didn't see me. I could have buzzed her easy." He licked his lips. His nervous stare flicked across Greg's body like a whip as Puppetman hammered again at the bars. "I don't know where Morgenstern is," he said at last. "Then go find her." "I wanted to see you," Mackie whispered it like a lover, a voice of velvet sandpaper. The lust was honeyed syrup, golden and rich and sweet. Puppetman screeched in need. The bars in Greg's mind started to crumble. "Get out of here," he hissed between clenched teeth. "You didn't get downs, now you tell me you can't find Sarah. What the hell good are you to me? You're just a useless punk, with or without your ace." He'd always been easy with Mackie, placating the kid, feeding his ego. Even with Puppetman controlling the hunchback's emotions, he'd been afraid of Mackie. Using him was like juggling nitroglycerin. It looked easy, but he was aware that he would only get one mistake. Greg thought he might have made it now. Mackie's face had gone grim and cold. The lust did a quicksilver change to something simpler and more dangerous. Mackie's right hand was beginning to vibrate unconsciously as a threatening whine shivered the air. "No," Mackie said, shaking his head. "You don't know. You're the man." Greg cut him off. If there was going to be an explosion, it might as well be a big one. I told you to take out 2 people who are a danger to us. They're both walking around now while you're telling me how good you are and how much I mean to you." Mackie blinked, twitched. "You're not listening." "No, I'm not, and I won't listen until all the loose ends are taken care of. You understand that?" Mackie took a halting step toward Greg, his hand up. The fingers were a dangerous blur. Greg stared him down. It was absolutely the hardest thing he'd ever done. Puppetman was a berserk thing behind his eyes, gibbering and frothing with the closeness of Mackie and the emotional backwash spilling around him. Greg knew that he had only seconds before Puppetman surfaced entirely, before the mental bonds reversed and he would be the one underneath. Yet, while he held Puppetman, there were no controls on Mackie and no way to dampen the madness. If the ace took another step, if he swiped at Greg with that hand, Greg shuddered with effort. "Come to me afterward, Mackie," he whispered, "after it's all done, not before." Mackie lowered his hand, his eyes. The red violence around him faded slightly. "All right," he said softly. "You're the man." "Yes." He reached out with his hand, safely quiet now, and Greg fought the impulse to back away and run. He concentrated on holding Puppetman for just a moment longer. Mackie's dry fingertips traced Greg's cheek with a strange tenderness. Greg closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Mackie was already gone. Drawing his fingers down the strings, Tachyon pulled a sigh of music from the violin. The Secret Service agent swung his head in that heavy, slow way of a bull confronting an irritant. Tachyon nodded politely to him. The man brightened considerably, cast a furtive glance over his shoulder, and quick-stepped to where the alien was sitting cross-legged on the floor outside Floor's room. Sounds of revelry drifted down the hall from a nearby room vardy. "Hi. Hello. My daughter's crazy about you, and she'll kill me if she finds out I met you and hadn't gotten your autograph. Would you mind?" "No, I'd be delighted." Tachyon pulled a notebook from his pocket. "Her name?" "Trina. For Trina, with love." He signed his name with a flourish. Excuse me, but what are you doing out here?" "I'm going to play the violin for the lady in that room." "Oh, a little romance, huh?" "I hope."
"I won't make any trouble, sir. May I stay?" The agent shrugged. "Yeah, what the hell. But if people complain, not to worry." Tack lifted his bow, tucked the violin beneath his chin. A few years ago, he had arranged Chopin's Etude in A-flat for solo violin. The notes fell from the strings like crystal beads, like water chuckling over stones. But beneath the joy was a strain of sadness. The faces of women: Blythe, Angel Face, Roulette, Fleur, Chrysalis. Farewell, old friend. The door to the hotel room was flung violently open. Tack stared up into her smoldering brown eyes. "Hello, my love? What are you doing? Why won't you leave me alone? Please, please, just leave me alone." Her hair flew about her face. "I can't." She was on her knees before him, hands gripping his shoulders. "Why not? It makes no sense to me. How shall I explain it to you? You've twisted and corrupted everything you've ever touched. Now you're trying to do it to me." He didn't deny it, couldn't deny it. "I think we could make each other well, wash away the guilt. Only God has that power." He tentatively touched a strand of hair with the tip of a finger. "You have her face. Can it be that you don't have her soul? You damn fool. You've made her into something that never existed." She jerked her head away. His fingers trailed across her cheek, and he felt moisture. The violent withdrawal carried her a few steps to his left. Fleur leaned her forehead against the wall, every line of her body etched in agony. Tack laid the bow across the strings. Played. 12 midnight. In the latex clown's head mask, Greg was simply another of the jokers trying to stay cool in the sticky Atlanta humidity. The temperature was stuck permanently in the low 90s. The breeze felt like a moving sauna. The mask was an oven, but he didn't dare take it off. It had taken time to arrange his escape from the hotel. Ellen had finally gone to sleep,
but there was no telling when she might wake. He hated taking the risk, but he had to do something about Puppetman. The power had gained the strength of desperation. Greg was afraid that its struggles were already too visible to outsiders. Discarded flying ace gliders transformed into fucking flying jokers crumpled underfoot as Greg stepped over the gutter and into Piedmont Park. Shapes moved through the trees and around the grassy hillocks. Police swept the perimeter with regularity, trying to keep the jokers in and anyone else out. But it was easy enough for Greg to slide past them in the darkness and enter the surreal world of the park. Once inside, the city at his back was forgotten. A tent village had sprung up on one of the hillsides, spreading shouting laughter and light. A bonfire flickered close by. He could hear singing. The jokers passing in front of the fire threw long, shifting shadows across the grass. Deeper in the park, behind the peaked tents, Greg saw erratic phosphorescent brilliance. There were enough jokers whose skin glowed, flashed, or radiated that it had become a nightly custom for them to gather on a hilltop at full dark like human fireflies. A UPI photographer's shot of them had become one of the more memorable images of the convention outside the convention. Greg navigated through the park under Puppetman's guidance, following the tug of mental strings from the puppets within the crowd. There were many of them in the park, mostly longtime J-Town residents whose neuroses and foibles were familiar and much-traveled territory for Puppetman. Often he'd ignore them for the thrill that came from twisting some new puppet to his will, but not tonight. Tonight he was after sustenance and an easing of the power's needs, and he'd take the quick, easy path. One of the threads led to Peanut. Peanut, a puppet since the mid-70s, one of those he'd used during the tragedy of the '76 convention. The Joker was a sad, simple-minded man whose skin had been turned brittle, hard, and painful. He'd been Gimli's associate within the defunct JJS, and his right arm had been hewn off by Mackie Messer just over a year ago. Peanut had come between Mackie and the Nurala sister, Kahina. Arrested with others in the organization after Gimli's death, Peanut had been quickly released after Greg's office interceded on his behalf. Peanut had always been troubled by his friend Gimli's deep hatred of Greg. Peanut had admired the Hartman he knew. After his release, he'd even worked as a volunteer for the NYC campaign staff, canvassing the Jokertown district during the primary. Peanut was like an old lover. Greg knew all the buttons to push. No one paid much attention to Greg. Most of the jokers went barefaced, flaunting their jokerhood, but enough of them still wore the masks that Greg was not overly conspicuous. He lingered at the edge of the tents, on the fringes of the crowd around the bonfire. He sat against a tree bearing a wind-tattered Free Snotman poster. Sweat rained from his face onto the headlands of his Black Dog t-shirt. He could see Peanut off to his right. Greg dropped the bars around Puppetman. The restraints faded far too fast, emphasizing just how feeble was his hold on the power. Puppetman lanced out toward Peanut, examining the colors of the Joker's dim mind and looking for something tasty. The hues of Peanut's mind were simple and plain. It was easy to separate the strands and find the ones Puppetman could use. With Peanut, as with so many of the Jokers he'd taken, those strands were linked to sex. Puppetman knew that, no matter how they might deny it, most Jokers loathed their appearance. They hated the thing they saw in the mirror. Many found other Jokers just as repulsive. Fortunato had been one of dozens who profited from that truth. There was a vigorous, thriving market in Jokertown for nat prostitutes willing to entertain Joker customers. Peanut suffered as much as anyone from the stigma. His body tissues were unpliable and ridged. His face looked as if he'd slathered mud over it and then baked it in the sun. At the joints of his limbs, the skin often cracked and split, leaving pus-filled, slow-healing sores and scabs. Peanut was ugly, and Peanut was just smart enough to realize how slow-witted he was. For a gnat, that was an unhappy combination. In Jokertown especially, it was far worse. For Peanut, Greg knew, sex was a rare mingling of pain and pleasure. His erections hurt, and the leathery skin there cracked and bled from the friction of sexual contact. For days afterward he'd suffer. Yet the wild card hadn't dampened the urges or stopped him from craving the release the act brought. If anything, his drive was stronger than normal. Peanut was a regular customer of the cheapest J-Town whores. When he couldn't afford even their business-like ministrations, he'd masturbate in his flop, quickly and guiltily. Puppetman knew that, knew it well. There were many times that Puppetman thought the wild card had been designed strictly for his benefit. Caressing Peanut's mind, he saw the pulsing yellow of lust, and knew that it had been days for him. The urge was there, already strong. Puppetman reached out, slowly brightening the color and saturating it until there was room for little else. Greg, watching, saw Peanut grimace. The Joker rose and walked away from the fire. Greg waited, then followed behind. There were tints and shades within the golden primary. An orange wash of muted sadism, the azure desire for gnats, a coral green preference for oral stimulation. Puppetman had seen such facets in every puppet. Desire was always complicated and sometimes contradictory. Normally, such things remained subdued or even denied, stuff of fantasies and masturbatory visions, minor whirls in the flood. But Puppetman could make the tendencies flare, make them dominant passions. He could force someone to become a violent rapist or a humiliated slave. He could make them seduce a child or a friend's spouse. It was a favorite trick. Do whatever you want. Just make it quick.
Remember Gimli, Puppetman snarled at the reminder. He prodded brutally at Peanut's mind and waited to see what would happen. Peanut wandered to the edge of the encampment where a stand of trees held darkness. He seemed agitated, his whole body turning as he glanced from side to side. Greg watched from the cover of one of the tents as Peanut seemed to come to a decision and headed into the trees. Greg pursued. He almost ran into the Joker. Peanut had stopped a few yards into the woods. Greg could hear what had caused him to halt. The panting groans could be only one thing. Peanut was standing motionless, watching the hidden Joker couple as they screwed. The colors of his mind were confused, uncertain. Puppetman touched him again. Feel it? You can't just stand there and watch. Look at her. Look at her legs around him. See how she moves her ass under him, lifting her hips so he drives in deeper, eager and hot and wet. That could be you. You want her. You want to feel her legs tighten around your hips. You want to feel your cock deep in her warmth. You want to hear her sighing in your ear and telling you to fuck her. Fuck her deep and hard and good until you explode inside her. Peanut tugged at his belt buckle with his one hand. The Joker's pants pooled around his ankles. But she won't want you, not Peanut. You're disgusting and ugly, all hard edges. You're stupid. She'd be disgusted. She'd feel dirty and violated. Puppetman could feel the lust and anger building in concert. He orchestrated it, adding pressure until he felt it simmering. You'd have to be the master. It's what you want, what she wants. I know you. I know what you thought when you stroke yourself. Puppetman was sighing himself, ready to feed at last. Peanut squatted down, hunting in the underbrush. When he straightened, Greg could see a thick branch clutched in his fist. The Joker raised the weapon. Go ahead, hit him and take the bitch. You want it. You must. And Greg heard deep, mocking laughter. Gimli, where are you, damn ya? Greg cursed. Where are you hiding? Why, right here, Greggy, right here. Gimli laughed, and in that moment, the dwarf's wall slammed up as it had every time these past few weeks. Puppetman howled in frustration as the strings to Peanut were suddenly, jarringly severed. No! The shout might have been Greg, might have been Puppetman. Puppetman flung himself against the mental barrier, trying to break through before it was too late. Peanut, startled, turned to see the figure in the clown mask. The stick dropped from his hand as the pair on the ground struggled to their feet. What's the matter, Greggy? Can't control your goddamn pet? Puppetman, exhausted and weak, cowered inside. Greg fled, panicky at being seen. He'd never been caught before, never been noticed. Branches whipped at him as he ran blindly. Peanut shouted after him in alarm. But there was no escape from Gimli's voice.
Gimli was always there, as Greg shoved his way through the tent encampment, as he stumbled from the park back into the streets, as he found his way back to the Marriott. "How much longer can you hold him, Greggy?" the dwarf taunted. "A day? Maybe 2? Then the bastard's going to fucking eat you. Puppetman's gonna tear loose and fucking eat you whole." Spector couldn't see them across the lobby, but he knew they were there. A knot of people, Hartman and his entourage, were moving toward him. There wasn't much noise. Spector took a step out to meet them. People were looking in his direction without noticing him. His pulse quickened as they got closer. Cameras flashed around Hartman. Hartman held out his hand to Spector. Spector reached out and noticed he was wearing white gloves and a black leotard. People began to laugh and point. Spector gritted his teeth and locked eyes with the senator. He could feel Hartman's blood boiling with pain, his ragged breathing, his heart trip-hammering into oblivion. An instant of satisfaction, then it was over. He fell to the floor. Absolute silence. The camera flashes continued, strobing around them. Spector kicked him over with his foot. It was Tony. His face was horrible, caught in a last scream. Hartman laughed, and Spector looked up. He was surrounded by Secret Service. They drew their guns and pointed them at Spector. The barrels looked impossibly large. Spector was opening his mouth to say something when the first shot took his lower jaw off. He tried to back away, but more bullets knocked him off his feet. Pieces of him were being ripped away. One of his eyes went dark. He'd been shot before, but it had never been like this. He could feel the rain of slugs pushing his body across the floor. Several of his fingers were gone off one hand. He held up the other in front of his face. It was still perfectly white, not a drop of blood on it. His other eye went dark. He screamed and rolled off the bed, then crawled underneath it. There was no sound of gunfire. He moved his lower jaw and hands. His eyes adjusted slowly to the dark. Spector slid out from under the bed and turned on the table lamp. He was alone in the room. The air conditioner kicked on. He jumped. Fucking nightmare. He shook his head and pulled himself back up onto the bed. Jesus, what a fucking nightmare. He fumbled for the TV control and switched it on. It was another old movie. He recognized John Wayne. For some reason, seeing the Duke calmed him down. He reached under the night table and pulled out his bottle of whiskey. There was barely half a swallow left. He picked up the phone to order another bottle from room service. Tomorrow he was going to find someplace else to stay. Somebody was going to miss the real Herbert Baird soon, and Spector didn't want to be staying in his room when the police came knocking. He could call the hotel from wherever it was he wound up staying to see if Tony had left a message. He wished like hell it was all over, and he was back in Jersey. Chapter 4, Thursday, July 21, 1988, 1 a.m. "You bastard!" The bow fell from the strings with a discordant squeal. Hiram glared down at Tachyon. His eyes, buried in pasty rolls of fat, glared red. "Hiram, it is late. We are all under a good deal of stress. So, I'm going to ignore that." Worcester struggled visibly for control, then said, "I've left 27 messages for you starting on Tuesday evening." Tachyon clapped a hand to his forehead. "Oh, ancestors, Hiram, forgive me. Yesterday, he amended, checking his watch, "I was in New York for the funeral." "Did you see Jay?" asked Worcester. "Jay?" "Aykroyd." Memory kicked in. Jay Aykroyd, a small-time private investigator, part-time ace, and full-time friend of Hiram's. He was some kind of projecting teleport who had used his power on Wildcard Day 1986 to rescue Tachyon out of a ticklish situation. "Oh, him. No. Come with me. We have a major problem. One I think only you can solve." Thank God it doesn't seem to be too late. If it had been, you really would have something to feel guilty about. Tachyon snapped shut the violin case and fell into step with Hiram. "So what is this all about?" Worcester kept his voice very low. "Chrysalis hired an assassin." "What?" The big man snapped his fingers in front of Tachyon's face. "Wake up, Tachyon. Blood in line. I can't believe this." "Believe it? Jay is seldom wrong about things like this. Even if he's somehow mistaken, can we afford to take a chance?" Cold lead seemed to have settled into the pit of Tatch's stomach. Have we any idea of the target? Jay thinks it's Barnett, but for safety's sake, I think we can't rule out anyone. Security must be increased on all of the candidates. Our problem is how to alert the Secret Service without revealing all that we know. My God, it would all be lost then. Hiram's voice faded to a basso rumble. The words lost meaning, and Tat sat in a private hell, staring at the knuckles of his right hand as they slowly turned white. He killed Chrysalis, and now he's going to kill me. You don't want to believe. Help me.
No! Jesus Christ! Have you heard a word I've been saying? Sweat had formed dark rings beneath the ace's armpits. What are we going to do? I'll tell the Secret Service that I was randomly skimming in a crowd and picked up the surface thoughts of the assassin. His intent, but not his target or his method. Yes, good. A new worry intruded. But will they believe you? They'll believe me. You humans are all so impressed by my mental powers. He patted Worcester's arm. Do not worry, Hiram. We will stop him. It was sheer bravado, and Tatch had a feeling that Hiram knew. 5 a.m. You sure this is where you want out, ma'am? The uniformed driver asked, craning to peer through the window at the tent city sprung up like post-rain mushrooms in Piedmont Park. Day was really starting to happen, paling the flames of the occasional campfire dying on the trodden grass. "I'm sure," she said, and stepped out. The air was already congealing with a colloid of heat and wet and diesel fumes and the smell of secretions, human and not quite. She shut the door. The cruiser pulled away. She resisted the urge to shoot the car a bird. When she'd asked for police protection, they'd just stared at her. Hoping to contain hysteria and speculation, the Atlanta police were stonewalling on the Peachtree murder. Even Ricky's name was being withheld, ostensibly pending notification of his mother in Philadelphia. Sarah's involvement had not been announced either. Perhaps in part as a buy-off gesture, the APD spokeswoman was telling the press that the murdered man's companion was being held under protective custody. Sarah knew full well that the Atlanta police were trying to damp dynamite in a mason jar. The explosion, when it came, was going to be that much worse for the attempt. All the same, she was glad of it. Ricky's colleagues would learn his identity soon enough and infer that she was the woman who'd been with him when he was slain. She dreaded what would happen then. She didn't even have a stirring of temptation to use the inevitable interrogation to try to expose Hartman. She knew how futile that would be. Tachyon had done his job too well. She put on her broad-brimmed hat, hoisted the strap of her bag higher on her shoulder. The intrepid reporter, now freelance, walking among the wretched of the earth, not to mention the but-ugly, gathering their stories of anguish and repression, an act good for a few hours in the middle of a crowd. She was afraid to be alone, deathly afraid. She began to limp up the hill. 9 a.m. Greg didn't think he'd slept much at all the night before. The last ballot hadn't been cast until early morning, and then there'd been a mild staff celebration in the green room. He'd broken the 1,800 vote barrier. The hope was that the momentum would swing him to 2081 and the nomination by evening. 300 votes. Piece of cake, Devon had said, and Greg didn't care. He didn't care. Greg stood at the window of his suite, looking down at the crowd swirling below in the morning sunshine. Hartman supporters, mostly, from the hats. He rubbed his eyes, sipping on black coffee in a styrofoam cup. The coffee burned in his stomach. Puppetman burned in his head. "God damn it, you have to feed me," Puppetman wailed, and with the voice came the presence's agony, that feeling of slow starvation. "I can't." Greg could feel that emptiness in his own stomach, a steady craving. "I want to, but we can't. You know that. We don't have a fucking choice, not anymore." Puppetman clawed at him with mental talons. Greg's fingers clenched the heavy curtains. The sight of people walking in the morning sunshine mocked Puppetman's hunger. He wanted them. He wanted to leap down like a panther and ravage them. His fingers whitened with the intensity of his grip. "Back in New York," Greg began, but Puppetman cut him off. "Now!"
We won't get to New York for another week. I can't wait that long. You can't wait that long. What the hell do you want me to do? Greg raged back in desperation. It's not me. It's Gimli. We have to do something about him. Give me another day, Greg pleaded. Now, please. Greg was nearly sobbing. His head throbbed with the pain of holding Puppetman back. He wanted to rip his skull open and gouge out the demanding power with his bare hands. Soon, then, goddammit, soon, or I'll make you crawl again. I'll strip you naked and make you beat yourself off in front of the press. Do you hear me? I'll eat you if I can't have anyone else. Gimli's right in that. Puppetman raked his mind again, and Greg gasped with the pain. Leave me alone, he shouted. His knotted fingers tore the curtains from the wall in a fury. They crashed to the ground in a thunder of rods and hooks. Greg hurled his coffee cup across the room, splattering the plush furniture and burning his hand. Just leave me alone, he screamed, his fingers dragging at his face. Greg! Senator! Ellen had come from the bedroom. At the same time, Billy Ray burst in through the hall door. Both of them stared at Greg and the wreckage of the room, Ellen with a stark horror on her face and her hands folded protectively over her stomach. My God, Greg, she said. It was a whisper this time. I heard you arguing. I thought there was somebody else here. Her voice trailed off. Greg blinked stupidly, shocked. For the first time, Greg realized that Puppetman had spoken out loud. He'd been holding a goddamn out-loud conversation with Puppetman and hadn't known. The horror of it made him moan. Ellen glanced at Ray. Billy looked from Ellen to Greg, stared for long seconds. Then he backed out of the suite, closing the door behind him. Greg was gasping in the middle of the room. He forced his breathing to slow. He tried to shrug, to pretend it had been nothing. Ellen, he began, but couldn't say anything. He was suddenly crying, like a child frightened of the dark. Ellen came to him with a brave smile, cradling his head on her shoulder and stroking his hair. "It's okay, Greg," she murmured, but he could hear the terror in her voice. "It's okay now. Everything's all right. I love you, darling. You just have to rest." Words. Just words. Greg could hear Gimli's laughter, and for just a moment, he wondered why Ellen seemed to ignore it. The great state of Iowa, God's country, corn country. Tachyon wondered how the man could keep up this kind of enthusiasm after so many ballots. Casts 4 votes for Senator Al Gore. The Omni Convention Center made Tachyon think of a giant funnel. People, like tiny grains of spices, all clinging to the precipitous sides, while gravity tried to tumble them willy-nilly into the level area of the basketball court. It was an exaggeration, of course, but the facility did give the alien vertigo. Dribbling powdered sugar down his coat front, Tachyon hurriedly balanced his cruller on top of his coffee cup, snatched up his fountain pen, and jotted down the number. Then glanced at the running totals in 5 columns, each headed by an initial. Gore was definitely floundering. Only a matter of time now. Hartman had crawled painfully to 1900. Tatch drew the back of his head across his gritty, aching eyes. His session with the Secret Service had lasted until 5. By then, it seemed pointless to go to bed. "Your boy's in trouble," said Connie Chung, sliding into a folding chair behind him. "My boy, as you put it, is doing just fine. Once Gore drops out, you're going to be in for a rude shock." "What do you mean?" asked Tatch, alarmed. "He's faced with a choice between 3 Northern liberals and a conservative Southerner. What do you think?" "No," said Tatch with loathing. She brushed sugar from his chin. "You really are a baby at this, Doctor. Watch and learn." She started away, then looked back and added, "Oh, by the way, Gore's called a press conference for 10 o'clock. The phone rang during Jack's first camel of the day. For a moment, he couldn't find his briefcase, then discovered it under the coffee table.
He picked up the receiver and collapsed on the couch. His caller was Amy Sorensen. "We're in trouble. Greg wants your ass over here." Jack stared at the ceiling through gummed eyes. "What's the problem?" "Gore's called a press conference for later this morning. He's dropping out and he's going to tell his people to support Barnett.
That cocksucker! That yuppie cocksucker! For once, Jack wasn't conscious of using bad language in front of a woman. He jumped off the couch, knocking the coffee table halfway across the room. He's going to be Barnett's Veep, right? Looks that way. Prince Albert in a fucking can. And some wild card talent carved up a member of the Fourth Estate in Peachtree Mall last night, so guess who's gonna be capitalizing on it? Just get over here. The staff meeting couldn't resolve anything except to hold on and hope for defections. Gore's endorsement couldn't be anything but the result of some major payoff, and it might offend some of his followers who couldn't stomach Barnett. Hartman gained another 104 delegates on the fourth ballot, so Jack's worst fears weren't realized. But Barnett picked up nearly 300, and the momentum was definitely his. On his little 2-inch Sony, Jack heard Dan Rather relate stories of party power brokers trying to form an anyone but Hartman movement. Speculations about a dream Dukakis Jackson ticket were spiced with pointed reminders that Jackson had more delegates, and perhaps the ticket should be Jackson Dukakis. Analysts wondered whether Jackson was willing to eat crow in order to be vice president. Apparently he wasn't. The ABH movement, as Rather began calling it, seemed to remain the fantasy of a few party hacks and the Barnett campaign staff, who regarded anyone but Hartman as the equivalent of why not the fire breather. Anyone but Hartman. Jack couldn't believe he was hearing this. Why the hell wasn't it anyone but Barnett? A secret ace, he thought. Maybe there's a secret ace. The gremlins from the Kremlin as an alternate hypothesis was definitely losing ground. At first, it went well. Sarah could do this walking in her sleep. The mechanical interviews, stuff of every third Sunday supplement article and human interest story on the Tanktown 10 o'clock news. What's it like to be a joker in America? It wasn't good journalism. It was something she specifically despised. Families of dead shuttle astronauts, how does it feel to be raped reporting? But of course, this wasn't journalism at all. It was survival. It all went fine until she was recognized. The jokers camped in the park came from all over: California, Idaho, Vermont, even a few from Alaska and Hawaii. While the better read of them would recognize her name, she was one of the premier writers on wildcard matters in the world after all. She wasn't a broadcast journalist. Everybody knew Connie Chunk's face, nobody knew hers. That had always satisfied her. But there were a lot of her old buddies from J-Town here too. She hadn't even thought what their reaction to her would be until a furred, taloned hand took her shoulder and spun her away from the Joker mother and two desperately disparate children she was unspooling inanities from into a hot blast of spoiled meat predator's breath. "Just what do you think you're doing here?" a voice asked. The first panicked reaction was still echoing in the corridors of Sarah's brain. "It's him. I wish I had a gun. Dear God, Ricky, Ricky," when she recognized the person who'd accosted her. She was hard to mistake. 6 feet from the black, moist nose at the end of her wedge-shaped head to the tip of her tail, round-eared, bandit-masked, black guard hairs over buff fur shading toward silver on her belly, like a Disneymation anthropomorphic ferret made real. The only thing she wore was a green vest studded with Hartman buttons and bitter Joker slogans. "Why be normal?" and "JJS" and "Take a net to lunch." Sarah knew her well. She should have been just another teenaged Italian girl wearing a dowdy blue plaid skirt to St. Mary's. She'd been busted for the first time at 14 during a free doughboy demonstration. "Mustelina," she said. "Hi, how are you?" "What do you think you're doing here, bitch?" Sarah recoiled from her vehemence. It was amazing how the Disney people always missed details like the 2-inch fangs curving from her upper jaw. "What do you mean?" The time she'd spent among jokers had inured her so she didn't flinch away from the girl's breath. Mustelina's joker had included a compulsive craving for live meat. Fortunately, there were a lot of rats in Jokertown. A crowd was accreting. Many of the jokers from the sticks were anonymous behind masks, but the J-Town contingent tended to parade its jokerhood, wearing disfigurements like proud stigmata.
She recognized Glowbug and Mr. Cheese with his hard-shelled stump and a strange look in his eye. They had been her friends. There was little friendship here now. You know real well what I mean. You sold us to Barnett. She blinked, tears starting hot. What are you talking about? You're the one tried to smear Senator Gregg, a southern voice said from behind a kabuki mask with eyebrows halfway up a domed white forehead. You turned on Hartman, Mustelina said. You turned on us. You got a lot of nerve coming here like this. Yeah, traitor, somebody else called. Nat, fucking Jew bitch. She tried to back away. They hemmed her on all sides, the faces of grotesques by Goya and Hokusai, and hostile masks of feathers and plastic smooth as bone. Why did I come here? These are Hartman's people. Suddenly, Mustelina was snatched right out of her face and thrown 15 feet. She curled into a ball, rolled, came up bottling and popping like a string of firecrackers. A vast white figure loomed over the incipient mob. It held out a chubby hand, pallid and shiny as uncooked dough. Come on, Thara, it lisped in the voice of a black child. I'll take you where it's safe. She clung to the hand. Doughboy started forward with his rolling gait and Sarah at his side. The crowd gave back. He was nonviolent. He also weighed in at upwards of 600 and had the strength of 3 or 4 Natmen. In his own way, he was quite irresistible. I saw you on Meccano's television, Doughboy said. You were saying terrible things about the senator. Everybody said you were a traitor. She looked up at him. His face was an unpitted moon. He smiled without lips or teeth. You are my friend, Thara. I knew you'd never do nothing wrong. She hugged him. She also kept walking. This was an ideal place for Hartman's marionette to hit her, it had belatedly occurred to her. For that matter, if it hadn't been for Doughboy's arrival, his work might just have been done for him. Some of the crowd was still trailing along behind. Will you bring me some candy sometime, Miss Thara? Doughboy asked. Nobody brings me candy since Mr. Thiner went away. He stopped at the street and faced her. When will Mr. Thiner come back? Do you think he'll come back soon? He's not coming back, honey, she said gently. You know that. It had been a stroke that January. Doughboy found him paralyzed on his mattress in their little Eldridge Street apartment, carried him through the streets weeping and begging for someone to help fix Mr. Shiner. He reached Jokertown Clinic before an ambulance with a heavy enough suspension could be found. Nobody was going to try to separate him from his friend and guardian. By that time, there was nothing even Dr. Tachyon could do. Tears rolled from Doughboy's button eyes. I miss him so. She reached up. She wasn't tall enough. He bent over until she could wrap her arms around his neck. I know you do, honey, she said through her own tears. Thank you for helping me. I'll bring you candy soon. I love you. She kissed his cheek and walked quickly away without looking back. 11 a.m. Doctor! He studied the handsome, dark face, the intense eyes actively scanning the lobby of the Marriott, missing nothing. Touch bowed slightly.
Reverend, deserting the floor of the convention? Too chaotic. And disappointing? Suggested Jesse Jackson softly. It will be all right. Taki cocked his head speculatively. And you, entering the stronghold of the enemy? Greg Hartman is not my enemy. Ah, then you would have no objection to dropping out and handing your delegates to the senator? Jackson laughed. Doctor, you beat me to the punch. May we talk? He indicated a sofa near one wall of the upper lobby. Ape, Time, the Sun-Times, and the Post began circling like barracuda. Straight Arrow, the Mormon ace from Utah, and Jackson's ace bodyguard eyed them with an unblinking stare. The news of Tachyon's bombshell had spread quickly through the security forces. To Tachyon's knowledgeable eye, the lobby seemed filled with discreetly armed men. Wouldn't your suite be more private? Asked the Takisian dryly. The flash of white teeth behind the mustache. Private is not what I'm after. Let 'em speculate. Tachyon decided that perhaps he and the Reverend Jackson could use one another. Some might speculate that Tachyon's support of Hartman was wavering. Others might decide that Jackson was about to endorse Hartman. They settled onto the sofa. The tall black man, the diminutive alien with one leg tucked up beneath him. "I want you to transfer your support to me," said Jackson bluntly. "Just like that? Just like that. I'm the logical candidate to represent the jokers and aces. Together we can build a new world. I've been here 42 years, Reverend, and I'm still waiting for that new world. You must not give in to cynicism, pessimism, and despair, Doctor. I hadn't expected that from you. You're a fighter like me." Tachyon didn't speak, and Jackson went on. "We have the same interests. Do we? I want to see my people protected. You want to be president. Help me become president, and then I can protect your people, my people too." He frowned at the far wall. "Doctor, my foreparents came to America on slave ships. You came here in a spaceship, but we're in the same boat now. If Barnett becomes president, we all suffer." Tachyon shook his head more in confusion than negation. "I don't know. Greg Hartman has been our friend for 20 years. Why should I abandon him now?" "Help me. Kill me. Believe me." He ruthlessly silenced the voices. "Because he can't win. The senator is stalling. My people are reporting anyone but Hartman coalitions springing up all over the convention. If Greg Hartman can't stop Leo Barnett, Michael Dukakis certainly cannot. And you can?" That self-confident grin that had galvanized a country, like an arc light in its intensity. "Yes, I can." The smile faded, and he stared intently down at Tachyon. "I understand. I know abandonment, and people being mean to you, and saying you're nothing and nobody and can never be anything. I understand." His hand gripped the Takisian's shoulder. Tachyon laid his hand over Jackson's. The same perfectly manicured nails, the same long slender fingers, but white on black. "Why is it when you and Barnett are reputed to serve the same god, your gods are so different?" "A good question, Doctor. A very good question." A flying ace glider soughed softly onto the tile at Tachyon's feet. He picked it up, stroked the molded white scarf with a forefinger. Jackson stared at the painted black face. His hand rose reflexively, and he drew his fingers down his cheek. "Is your reluctance to back me entirely due to your loyalty, or is it because I'm black?" Taki's head snapped up. "Burning sky, no." He rose. "Believe me, Reverend, if I should ever decide to transfer my support from Greg Hartman, you would be my first choice. You see, you have a charisma that is almost Takisian in its magnitude." Jackson smiled. "And I take it that's a compliment?" "Of the highest, Reverend, of the highest." 12 noon. Greg's room service lunch sat untouched and cold on the coffee table of the suite. The Sony blared unheeded, and Tachyon sat like some damn wooden god on the couch. Dangerously near the surface, Greg could hear Puppetman's voice mingled with Gimli's mocking laughter. It took all of his concentration not to lose himself in the subliminal chatter and say something that would reveal the conflict underneath. Worst of all, Greg was afraid that Puppetman might start speaking out loud again. He paced restlessly in front of the windows. The entire time he could feel Tachyon's violet gaze on him. Judging, appraising, cool. Greg knew he was talking too much, but the motion and the monologue seemed to help keep Puppetman down. "Barnett's up another 100 votes in the last ballot. 100 votes! We've gained what, 20, 25? Someone's got to start plugging the holes, Doctor. Hell, Charles said he'd talked to Gore's staff and was told Gore was planning to stay in. That was just last night, for Christ's sakes. Barnett must have promised him the damn VP spot in return for the delegates. We've got half the press yapping about an anyone but Hartman movement, which means some of the on-the-fence delegates are going to start believing it. Barnett's already benefited from that garbage. Dukakis is back there smiling and shaking hands and waiting for the deadlock or a deal." "I know all this, Senator," Tachyon said. There was a trace of impatience in his voice as he folded delicate hands on his lap. "Then let's start doing something about it, damn it!" The alien's cool haughtiness made Greg's temper flare, and Puppetman rose with the irritation.
"No, idiot," he told the power. "Not with him here, of all people. Please." "I'm doing what I can," Tachyon said with clipped, precise words. "Browbeating those who support you isn't likely to get you anywhere, Senator, especially not among your friends." Greg had no friends, no confidants, unless he counted Puppetman. He suspected Tachyon was the same. They called each other friend, but it was mostly the residue of a political-social relationship that went back to the mid-60s, when Greg was a councilman and later mayor of New York. Greg had performed favors for Tachyon. Tachyon had done the same for him. They both affected the politics of the liberal, the left. That far they were friends. Tachyon was an ace. Greg was afraid of aces, especially aces who could read minds. He knew that if Tachyon suspected the truth, the alien would not hesitate even one moment in revealing Greg to the public. So much for friendship. The thought made Greg angrier yet. "Then let's talk frankly, as friends," Greg shot back. "The talk is all over the convention. You've been chasing Fleur Van Rensselaer like some horny teenager. There are things here more important than your gonads, Doctor." Greg had never dared to speak to Tachyon that way before, not to a person with such a formidable mind power, not with Puppetman lurking in his head. Tachyon flushed a deep red. He rose to his feet with swift, offended dignity. "Senator," he began, but Greg wheeled around with a chopping motion of his hand. "No, Doctor, no." Greg's anger was a glowing coal stuck in his chest. He wanted to use his fists on the prissily dressed man and see that fine, aristocratic nose flatten and splatter blood over the frilly satin shirt. Greg gritted his teeth to keep from shouting in fury, from backhanding Tachyon's arrogant face. He ached to kick the man in his goddamn alien balls. It wasn't only Tachyon. It was the whole friggin' day. The way his momentum had come to a wheezing halt on the convention floor, the eternal gnawing of Puppetman, the chortling of Gimli, Mackey's failures in New York and here since Chrysalis' death, Ellen, everything. For just a moment, he wondered if Puppetman hadn't fanned the embers. The thought cooled him. He grimaced. "I need you. You can pretend to be just a correspondent, but everyone knows better. You're a very, very visible supporter," he told Tachyon. "Everyone is extremely aware of your help with my campaign and our stand on the wildcard issues."
How does it look to the rest of the convention if the good doctor is obviously more concerned about getting laid than with making sure his candidate is nominated? Priorities, Dr. Priorities. Tachyon took a deep breath in through his nose, lifting his chin. "I don't need to be lectured like some errant child. Not by you, Senator, and especially not after I've spent the entire morning working for you. I find your accusations extremely distasteful." "How distasteful will it be if Barnett is the next president, Doctor? He may pretend to be compassionate, but we all know what will happen. Do you think you'll still have funding for your clinic? Is what will happen to the jokers then worth a few minutes of grunting passion between a woman's legs?" Senator Tachyon uttered in outrage. Greg laughed, and the sound had a manic, cutting edge. He was sweating, his Brooks Brothers shirt ringed under the arms. "Doctor, I'm sorry. I apologize for offending you. I'm being blunt because I'm concerned. For me, yes, but also for the jokers. If we lose here, everyone affected by the wild card loses too. You understand that, I know." Tachyon's lips were a thin, bloodless line. The angry flush lurked on his high cheekbones. "I understand better than anyone, Senator. It would do you good to remember that." He spun on his toes in a graceful ballet turn and strode quickly to the door. Greg thought that he'd stop and say more, but Tachyon simply walked out, nodding to Billy Ray stationed outside. "Not even a fucking exit line," someone said in Greg's voice. Greg wasn't sure who it was that spoke. 1 p.m. A scuffle had broken out between a member of the New York delegation and an old woman from Florida. The two women had gone from shoves to the teeth bared and hands in claws stage. Hiram, blood suffusing his face, eyes almost popping with fury, flung chairs aside and rolled toward them. At the tiered wedding cake podium, Jim Wright was banging desperately and ineffectually. He gaped as the head broke clean off the gavel and went sailing away into the crowd.
Tachyon, end running through the milling throng, saw Hiram clench his fist. Then an indescribable expression washed across the ace's face, leaving his expression as blank as a beach after a retreating wave. The plump, manicured hand fell open and hung limply at his side. The old bat was wearing a barnet button and a large wooden cross. For an instant, the Tachyon hesitated. Then, seeing the sharp toe of the Florida delegate's shoe lifting for a kick, he threw caution to the wind and mind-controlled the both of them. The press arrived, security arrived, Flor arrived. "How dare you? Let her go!" Flor dropped her arm protectively over the Barnett delegate's shoulder. Tack noted that Hiram had a grip on the New York madam. He bowed jerkily. "With pleasure. Just don't let her hit me. Oh my God, he crawled in my mind. He polluted me. Alien, madam, I make it a point never to pollute ladies of your age and situation with my precious alien fluids, or my precious alien time." "Bastard!" Flor swept the sobbing woman away. Hiram drew a hand across his brow. "Not tactful, Tacky. I'm not feeling very tactful. This is a disaster." "This overcrowding makes fights inevitable," said Hiram. They settled into some empty chairs. Even Tack's knees were practically at his chin, so closely packed were the chairs. With a furtive glance for security or cameras, the Tachyon unlimbered his flask. Hiram gulped down an enormous swallow of brandy, choked, and suddenly Tack was shivering in distress as tears started rolling down Worcester's fat cheeks to mat in the heavy black beard. Sobs shook the massive body. Tachyon threw his arms around Hiram, patting, rocking, soothing. A string of nonsense words, endearments, and reassurances poured from his lips. His own voice was jumping. The emotional storm passed, and Tack offered his handkerchief. Hiram touched his brow, lips with tentative fingers. Sorry. It is quite all right. We are all under such strain. Tachyon, he has to win." The alien glanced from the wild, staring eyes to Hiram's hands closed vice-like around Tack's arms. The human's knuckles were turning white from the pressure. Tachyon lightly touched one hand and said very softly and very gently, "Hiram, please, you're hurting me." Worcester released him like a sprung trap. Sorry. "Tachyon, we have to do whatever it takes, don't we? This is too important to leave to chance, to the goodwill of others. This is one time when the end may justify any means, yes?" Eyes closed, Tachyon remembered Syria. Jokers being stoned to death in the streets before the bored or avid eyes of the nation passers-by. South Africa. A time not so very long ago when it wasn't considered a crime to rape a joker woman. Just a lapse in taste. Yes, Hiram, maybe you're right. Patting the restaurateur absently on the shoulder, Tack went in search of Charles Devon. What he was considering, no, committed to doing, was insane. Certainly unfair. But when had a Tachyon ever been concerned with fair play? No sense approaching committed Barnett delegates. That would only arouse suspicion, and the effects might not last. But the uncommitteds, if they had a change of heart after some fervent politicking from Devon and the oh-so-persuasive and the oh-so-charismatic Dr. Tachyon, and Michael Dukakis, he could afford to lose a few. His only hope now was to be selected as the vice-presidential candidate. It just seemed to sail down out of nowhere and into her hand. She barely had to move or will, and she was holding it. She walked down Harris studying it. A plastic JJ Flash flying ace glider, with holes carefully burned through its body and wings with a hot wire or rod. The face had been pen-blacked to oblivion with careful malice. A couple of little black kids were wandering past in the other direction, staring at all the funny people. "What's you got there, lady?" asked the one in the Run DMC t-shirt. She looked at the thing in her hand without comprehension. "A fucking flying joker," she said. The room wasn't as nice as the one she had at the Marriott. There were old wooden blinds instead of curtains, the bed springs creaked, and the pastel paint was peeling around the baseboards. The motel was 45 minutes from downtown, and had had to slip the desk clerk a 50 to get the room. Still, Spector felt much more comfortable here. There was an all-night liquor store down the block and a burger place across the street. He was finishing up a greasy double meat double cheese and trying to come up with some kind of believable lies to tell Tony. He still had his Marriott room key, so getting into the hotel would be no trouble. They'd talk about old times mostly, at least that was what he hoped. His life before drawing the Black Queen was a hopeless blur. He didn't think about his past much and considered the future only slightly more. Mostly, he thought about death. Not because he liked it, but it was hard not to. Death put everything else into insignificant perspective. If all the politicians and lawyers and corporate hotshots understood the Reaper the way he did, they'd never bother to get out of bed in the morning. Spector picked up the phone, an old beige rotary model, and dialed the Marriott. After about 20 rings, there was an answer. Marriott Marquis. The voice was curt and whiny. Probably the little jerk-off who'd been at the desk when he checked in. Yes, any messages for 1031? They put him on hold without so much as a "one moment" or "let me check." Spector drummed his fingertips on his thigh. They were probably making him wait on purpose. Worse, they might have figured out what happened to Baird and were tracing the call. That would take at least a minute or two. He'd wait a few more seconds. Yes. Mr. Calderon says to meet him in the lobby at 6 this evening. Click. Fuck you too, Spector said, wrapping the mouthpiece on the edge of the nightstand. He tossed the receiver into the cradle and headed for the bathroom.
Why was it Ritzy Hotels hired assholes? The little clerk was moving up the list. His chances of living out the week were even slimmer than Hartman's. 3 p.m. The CNN glass press booth hung like a vision of heaven at the top of the center. Tachyon labored wearily up the steps, mentally preparing for another round of talks with journalists. A strata of society that shared a good many traits with carrion birds, he decided bitterly, must have a story. The more tragic, horrifying, terrifying, the better. Hartman's star, so bright at the beginning of this long campaign trail, seems to be sadly dimming in the white-hot fires of this Democratic convention. The unctuous commentator mouthing the silly metaphor. But it seemed to be becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. The door to the press booth opened. Fleur emerged. The stairway suddenly became unbearably claustrophobic. They were going to meet face to face. It was unavoidable. Tachyon steeled himself. Suddenly, Fleur's high heels slipped from beneath her, and she pitched headlong down the stairs. Calf muscles burning with strain, Tach vaulted up the steps and caught her just before her dark head connected with the concrete. Her chignon had jerked loose, and strands of sable hair hung about her face. He righted her, and a few more hairpins fell pattering to the floor. "Are you all right?" "Yes, yes." She pressed a hand to her forehead, looking about in confusion. "I could have been killed." His arms were still around her. She glanced down, raised hesitant eyes to his face. "You're still holding me." "My apologies." He began to withdraw. She laid her hand on his shoulder, holding him in place. Tachyon felt her thigh, firm beneath the silk skirt, weld itself to his. His cock stirred. "You could have let me fall. It would have been natural after the way I've treated you. I would never let you fall." Fingers, as soft as butterflies, explored his face, traced across his lips. "You saved my life." "You exaggerate." Fleur pressed her body to his. Tach groaned softly as his penis stiffened to rigid and aching attention. Suddenly, she cupped his face between her hands and kissed him. All vestiges of control vanished. Tongue probing deep into her mouth, he gripped her buttocks. Their panting breaths set an odd counterpoint to the roll call droning up from the floor. Tach's hands played frenziedly across her body. Fleur broke away, struggled to rebutton her blouse. Tachyon gripped her trembling fingers. "Here, let me. Take me to your room." He looked up, fingers frozen on a button. She lifted his hand, bit down hard on a forefinger. "Help me." A cry from his soul, or a random thought from Fleur? He ignored the plaintive voice. "We can't be seen leaving together," whispered Fleur. He handed her his room key. "I'll follow soon." Jack's phone bleeped again. It had been ringing all through his lunch at the Bello Mondo, and the other patrons were beginning to get annoyed. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, in fact, was scowling at him from the next table. Jack offered Jim Wright of Texas an apologetic look.
opened his case, and took out the handset. "This is Tachyon. I am calling from the press room. I must leave, and I require someone here with your kind of charisma." "What for exactly?" "I will inform you when you arrive. Please hurry." "Hey, don't give me this talkies and royalty in a hurry crap." But Tachyon had hung up. Jack contemplated grinding the telephone to dust. Instead, he finished his last bite of dessert, overpaid, and fed the maitre d' his C-note. The distance from the Marriott to the convention center was precisely one unfiltered camel in length. Jack's neck prickled. He and Fleur Van Rensselaer jostled in a door leading to the convention center. Psycho, his third wife, had been a real nutcass, made him nervous. Despite the way Fleur spooked him, Jack gave her a jaunty wave and grin, received a close-lipped smile in return. He saw a Marriott room key in her hand and figured she was heading to the hotel to give some reporter a blowjob straight from God, maybe convert him to Barnett's cause. Tachyon was waiting just beneath the ABC skybox, wearing his cavalier coat with the slashes and turnbacks, the riding breeches and boots. The alien's face was strained. When he saw Jack, the violet eyes flashed. "What took you so long?" "Hi to you too. It's imperative that you speak to the press immediately," waving his plumed hat under Jack's nose. "Fine." Jack tipped another cigarette out of the pack. "What am I supposed to be talking to them about?" "This anyone but Hartman business. If the media keeps harping on this, it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy." "Okay." Jack grinned as he lit the Camel. "Is Connie Chung in there? And if she's married, is her husband here?" "This is no time for—" Tachyon began waving the hat again, then abruptly swallowed his words. Color blossomed on his cheeks. At the sight, a cold, despairing certainty settled into Jack's mind. "It's Fleur, right? That was your hotel key she waved at me?" "She did not wave." The alien swallowed his words again. Tachyon drew himself up to his full princely height, with the heels about 8 inches below Jack's, and glared with furious violet eyes. "I will not have my personal life questioned. This is no affair of yours." "Darn right it's no affair of mine. I turned her down a few days ago." Tachyon showed his teeth. "How dare you? Do you know who you're speaking to?" Jack took a measured breath of smoke. "I'm talking to someone who's being led around by his dick, which is pretty funny, considering how long it's been since you last got it up." Tachyon flushed red with anger. Cold fear touched Jack's spine at the thought that he'd gone too far, that this was someone who had been raised to kill at the slightest insult, who had, in fact, once sworn to murder Jack, and might decide that he'd ignored the vow for too long. But instead, Tachyon just brushed past him, heading out of the convention center. Jack followed, his long legs keeping pace easily with the alien's quick step. Okay, that wasn't fair," he said. "The point is, Fleur did make a pass at me the other day." "I don't believe you." Tachyon spoke through clenched teeth, his boot heels tapping rapidly on the concrete. "She's trying to embarrass the campaign. You know how much the whole Sarah Morgenstern business cost us. There might be half a dozen network cameramen behind a two-way mirror watching you when you screw." "In my bedroom?" Tachyon's measured answer came out as a half-shriek. "It's still a setup. Will you listen?" He grabbed Tachyon's arm. "It's a fucking— Leave me alone," wrenching his arm free. "She's a psycho. She's not her mother, understand? She's not Blythe." Tachyon stopped walking and spun to face Jack. His face was drained of color. "Do not," he said, "let that name pass your lips ever again. You have not earned that right." Jack stared at him, his annoyance turning to boiling anger. "This is for your own good," he said. He stuck his cigarette in his mouth and picked Tachyon up and put him under his arm. He started walking for the Omni Hotel while the alien kicked and struggled. "Blood and bone! Let me down! I'm going to find a cold shower and put you in it," Jack said. "Consider it your penance for throwing that bomb at me in Paris. If you want to get laid after that, I know a Miss Peachtree who will be glad Jack stopped moving." He put Tachyon down. He marched up the ramp to the stair leading to the skybox. He dropped the cigarette to the concrete floor, ground it under his heel, and stepped in. Then he blinked, took a long breath, and tried not to collapse. Tachyon had just shredded his mind like a newspaper torn by a high wind. Reporters waited, scattered around tables and looking bored. Some were staring at him. Summoning nerve from some place he didn't know he had, Jack gave them a smile and wave, and stepped forward to say his piece. 4 p.m. Would you like a drink? No. Her arms were folded protectively across her breasts. He hefted the bottle.
Alcohol was sometimes an inhibitor. He quickly replaced the bottle, hugged his elbows, stared at the floor. They were separated by feet. It might have been light years. Never had he felt so gauche. The hiss of silk brought his head up. Fleur's skirt puddled on the floor about her feet. She studied the far wall with frowning abstraction as she swiftly unbuttoned her blouse, unsnapped her bra. The heavy breasts swung free. She was larger-bosomed than her mother had been. Tachyon couldn't decide if he liked it. His mouth was dry from nerves. He watched her buttocks dimple as she climbed into the bed. "Wait," he forced out. "Let's do this." As a come-on line, it lacked something. He jammed his hands into his pockets, took a quick turn about the room. He noted his erection was back. "I'm scared." Propping her elbows on her knees, hands hanging loosely between her legs in front of her dark snatch, Fleur said dryly, "That's my line. Help me a little." "How?" "Undress me. Be loving with me." She swung off the bed and took hold of the lace cravat at his throat, unbuttoned his shirt, and pushed it off his shoulders. Tachyon, standing with closed eyes, could feel her hair brushing at his skin. The scent of vanilla and spice washed across him. Shalimar. Blithe scent. It brought it all back so strongly. That hot summer day in '48, the crackle of petticoats as he embraced Blythe, the smell and taste of Shalimar as his lips explored her neck. Fleur slithered down the length of him like a worshipper at some ancient altar. Her lips were pressed to his belly as she opened his pants and pulled them down over his hips. His erection throbbed in time to his beating heart. In a frenzy, he kicked off his shoes and struggled to free himself from the confining material of his pants. Fleur laughed, husky and low, as he lost his balance and sprawled on the floor. Kissing, clutching, panting, punctuating the desperate flow of endearments with deep groans, they lurched toward the bed. A single bead of sperm squeezed from the head of his cock. Terrified that he would lose it, Tachyon spread her legs, murmuring Tachyon Tulver caricatures like a pagan litany. The lips of her labia closed about him. The touch of her mind. Roulette. Poison. Death. Terror. Madness. He began to lose it, the iron leaching from his penis. Suddenly, other hands tangled in his long hair, a sweet, husky voice encouraging him, the muted click of the beaded curtains blowing gently in a hot breeze, the scratchy recording of La Traviata throwing sound like shards of light throughout the apartment. Blithe in his arms, he drove deep within her, gave a shrill cry of triumph. "Blythe! Blythe! Blythe!" 6 p.m. Night was coming. She was sure of it. Sitting beneath a potted plant's notched ear in the Marriott lobby, she could feel it slouching, rough beast-like toward downtown Atlanta. When it came, it would thin the crowd, remove, one by one, the forest of walking, talking trees in which she hid, until there was no cover. It was simple mathematics. If safety was numbers, subtraction equaled death. Night was the natural environment of Hartman's hunchbacked puppet. She knew that, as she knew night would soon or late be born. She had to find an indivisible one to protect her, or the creature that clung to the fur of night's black belly would have her. Tachyon had failed her. So had Ricky, though his failure had been of the noble variety and had bought her 24 hours of airtime. She had to find someone with the strength to shield her, someone who would accept the only coin she had to pay with. Before day's placenta burst, she knew just the man. The band was playing Stars Fell on Alabama, which Jack hoped to hell wasn't some kind of political signal. After 11 futile ballots, almost anything could be taken for an omen by weary and desperate delegates. Jack hoped the song was only a crowd suitor after the day's 7th fistfight on the floor, this last between a Jackson delegate defecting to Hartman and a floor manager who was trying to change his mind. There was a motion on the floor to give up and go home for the day,
something that was perfectly in tune with the delegates' premature weariness. Jack moved through his crowd to find Rodriguez. "Listen, S.A., we've stayed solid for Hartman so far. Right. Everybody's going to come after us tonight. One crack in the facade of solid California, and people are going to figure it's open season." Sweat was pouring down Jack's face. There were sopping stains under the arms of his tailored shirt. At some point that afternoon, the air conditioners had given up. "Call a meeting after dinner. 9 o'clock. Everyone attends." Rodriguez looked at him. "What's the meeting about?" "Who gives a damn? We'll figure out something. We just need to count heads, make sure none of the other guys' people are talking to ours. If we keep our delegates busy, we can keep them out of other people's camp." Rodriguez gave a grin. "What you gonna do after that, man? Bed checks?" "Something like that." Rodriguez's grin faded. Jack spoke quickly. "We're all blocked together at the Marriott. I want you to put someone you trust on each floor. Check people in and out, make a list, get IDs. We can't stop the wrong people from visiting ours, but we can make sure they're seen when they do." Rodriguez looked dubious. "You've seen all the hookers outside. We're supposed to get their names?" "Just do it," Jack snapped. Damn, his temper was unraveling along with everyone else's. "Barnett's people are trying to compromise us," he said, lowering his voice. "One of their bimbos, for Christ, is fucking Tachyon even as we speak." Rodriguez looked horrified. "Okay," he said, "I'll see to it." Jim Wright looked relieved as he gavelled the convention to an early close, leaving the networks frantically trying to schedule hours of prime-time reruns. Jack's temper growled in his mind as he crowded out the door. The whole thing had gone on too long. 2 days of balloting, following 2 days of procedural fights, and all in the middle of a sweltering Georgia summer. Fleur Van Rensselaer was off fucking Tachyon, hoping to accomplish God knew what, and Tack had left Jack to face the media unprepared. Not only that, Connie Chung was clearly prepared to stay faithful to her husband. At least he had his table waiting at the Bellomondo, and a whole night before him. It had been a week since he'd last got laid. He had nothing better tonight than rectify that oversight. There was another message from Bobby waiting for him at the desk, but there was no answer when he returned her call. He showered, changed, endured the horrors of the glass elevator as he descended from his room to the Bellomondo. The waiter, recognizing him, brought his double whiskey without being asked. And then Sarah Morgenstern, looking like someone had recently connected her to a car battery, sat opposite him. She was clutching a shoulder bag to her chest as if it were all she owned. "Mind if I join you?" He looked at her. She wore clothes well, even the rumpled blue and white prom dress she had on at the moment, but her white blonde hair was disordered, and there was an unsteady look in her sunken eyes. "I don't want to hear about it, Sarah," Jack said. "Can I borrow one of your cigarettes? I'm feeling a little out of sorts. I saw a murder last night." "The one in the mall?" Sarah's hands trembled as they extracted a Camel. "It was an ace," she said. "A weird, twisted teenage kid. He cut Ricky to pieces, right in front of me." Jack decided he didn't want this woman's company for even a second. "Sarah," he said. She looked up at him. There was too much makeup around her eyes, he noticed, trying to hide the effects of a sleepless night. "The point is," she said, trying to smile, "I don't want to be alone tonight." Which maybe changes matters, Jack thought. He reached into his jacket for his lighter and lit her cigarette. She inhaled and began coughing uncontrollably. Tears sprang to her eyes. "Jesus," she said.
"What are these?" "The kind I learned to smoke in the army. I used to smoke Carltons in college. I really shouldn't start again. Oh, hell." She stubbed the cigarette out as if driving a dagger into her worst enemy. "Have a drink. It lasts longer." Jack signaled the waiter. At least, he thought nobly, he'd be taking this loose cannon out of play for a few hours, maybe a whole night. All this and get laid, too. He looked at Sarah, and an idea came to him. Maybe he could take her out of play for a lot longer than he first thought. The North Expressway was jammed, but Tony jockeyed the Black Regal through it effortlessly. Spector was glad they weren't eating at the Marriott. There was considerably less chance of someone recognizing him away from the hotel. Tony had on a tailored dark blue suit and matching tie. Spector was in gray. His suit still smelled like the store. "Where are we headed?" Spector asked. "La Grata." Tony whipped across 2 lanes of traffic to take the Peachtree exit. "If I get us there alive. You'll love this place. Some of the best Italian food in town. Not New York, of course, but you go with what's available." "Yeah, well, thanks for taking time out. I know you're real busy right now. I haven't seen you in ages, man. You get priority." Tony smiled. That smile had been turning women's hearts to goo and winning over men for as long as Spector had known Tony. He was a hard guy not to like. "How did you wind up with Hartman?" Spector wanted to keep Tony talking about himself. That way he wouldn't be asking many questions. Tony shrugged. "One improbability leading to another. I got a loan and managed to talk my way into law school. Did some work in local politics. Just happened to be on the winning side a few times. Somebody in Greg's camp noticed me and, well, I'm ethnic. That doesn't hurt. Plus, you're good. Always were. Good jump shot, good line for the girls." Spector smiled. "Hell, you could talk a good Catholic girl out of her clothes in less time than it took the rest of us to comb our hair. It's a sin to waste a God-given talent." Tony wagged his finger at Spector. "And you know how I avoid sin at all costs." "Right." Spector glanced out the window. There were dark clouds gathering above the treetops, with patches of gray below where the rain was already falling. "Looks like we might get wet. My friend, for a meal like this, you'd swim the Hudson over to Teaneck." Tony made a contented sound. He looked over at Spector and kissed the tips of his fingers. "Trust me." Thunder rumbled overhead. "I trust you, old buddy." Spector wished he could say it was a two-way street. 7 p.m. He woke suddenly, filled with a sense of total well-being. Or perhaps filled was not the proper description. Empty, floating, freed at last from 2 years of pressure and anxiety. Tack kicked free of the tangled sheets. The scent of sweat and sex hung heavy in the room. Realized with a thrill of disappointment that the bed was empty. Sat up, then relaxed back against the pillows at the flush of the toilet. Floor padded in, breasts swinging. She realized he was awake, and her arms crossed over her chest. "Don't. I like to look at you." "You're a heathen." "Yes, you're a courtesan." She lifted the drapes and looked out. "That's not very nice." "It was meant to be a compliment." "Why haven't you married?" "How do you know I haven't?" She leaned back against the window, one buttock cocked up on the narrow sill. "I don't read married off you." She stiffened. "Are you reading my mind?" "No." "You tried, the second time we did it." "I would have tried the first time, but I was too busy trying to make certain that I stayed, firm." "Don't read my mind." "All right, it makes sex better for me, but all right. I think it's horrible that you can violate people that way." "Floor, may I remind you that I didn't read your mind. I sensed your opposition, and I withdrew. I'm a very well-mannered person, not to mention charming and handsome and witty." There was no lightening of her somber expression, and he trailed away into embarrassed silence. He fumbled his flask off the bedside table and took a swig. "Your mother wanted so much for you. Husband, children, home, happiness. I don't want to talk about her." "Why not? It's old history." She slid into the bed, her hand reaching for his cock. "I want you in bed with me, not with her." Spector loosened his belt a notch. He'd had a salad and lamb stew, spezzatino de montone, Tony had called it, sampling a bite to make sure it was up to par. Tony had eaten a chicken and almond dish with buttered rice on the side. They'd split a strudel with custard for dessert, and that had done it for Spector. He wasn't used to eating this much, and could practically feel the food piling up at the back of his throat. Tony sighed. "Did I tell you? Just as good as advertised." Spector drained what was left of the wine in his glass. "We've been so busy eating that I haven't had a chance to ask you who you're lobbying for." Spector tensed. So far, they'd talked about the old neighborhood, girls, basketball, what had happened to people. Tony had been his only good friend during his school years. It wasn't that people hated Spector, they just didn't notice him. Tony was Mr. Charisma. They were unlikely friends, but close all the same. Tony's question reminded him that he was here to kill Hartman. It was an unavoidable fact.
Well, let's just say my employers don't share all the same views as your senator. Spector didn't want to lie, but he sure as hell didn't want to tell the truth either. Better to compromise. Tony nodded and rounded up a few stray crumbs of strudel with his fork. You don't want to talk about it? That's fine. You got any feelings about the wild card victims? I mean, personally, it's a tough break. Spector knew that as well as anyone, having drawn the Black Queen himself. Only Tachyon had been stupid enough to bring him back. But there's lots of tough breaks. Some people just get a few more than others. Don't you think jokers are getting kicked around, though? Tony was looking hard at Spector. He had a stake in this, somehow. Something that went beyond political attitudes. Sure, but what are you going to do about it? Spector picked up the bottle of Pinot Nero and poured himself another glass. Make sure their rights are protected, just like any other American citizen. That's what I want. That's why I'm working for Hartman. Tony sat silently for a moment. Don't think that's too much to ask, do you? Spector shook his head. No, I've been around a lot of jokers, but it's different with them. Blacks, Italians, whoever else, they all still look like people. It's not their own fault, but plenty of jokers look like they should be in a zoo. Most people react with their guts, not their brains. Spector knew. He'd always gone with his instincts. If he hadn't gotten the virus himself, he'd probably hate the jokers like the rest. Tony tossed his napkin on the table and signaled the waiter to bring the bill. You got time to take a little ride with me? Sure, Spector said, downing his wine. What have you got in mind? Just going to visit some friends of mine. Good friends. I'd like you to meet them. Tony smiled again. Spector couldn't say no. Maybe after we're done, you can introduce me to your boss. I'd like to meet him. Spector was uncomfortable, and it wasn't entirely due to his bloated stomach. We might just be able to do that, Tony said, but first things first. Right, Spector thought, first things first. All his old skills had returned. His aspect was truly upon him. Tachyon grinned down at his penis, thrusting aggressively from the copper hairs of his brush. Laughing, he dove between her legs, nipping at her thighs, licking, teasing. Only one thing remained, to join completely with her, to join with her mind. He would do it when they climaxed, he decided. That would forever put the terror of roulette behind him. Wriggling up her body, he sucked in one dusky nipple, penetrated her. Her thoughts were sharp, as jagged as glass.
You look just like your mother, and she was a slut. Slut! Slut! Hateful voice. He hadn't heard it in 38 years. Even filtered through the layers of Fleur's memories, Henry Van Rensselaer still had the power to disgust. You better prove how much you love me. I love you, Daddy. I love you. The soft cadences of Leo Barnett. Open your heart to Jesus, and all your sins will be forgiven you. The rest followed in swift, hurtful images. Fleur's realization of how he was using his power on the uncommitted delegates. The faked fall, the pretended passion. The disgust and dislocation as she tried to come to grips with the fact that she was in bed with her mother's lover. Even as she clutched at his sweat-slicked body, she was pretending that he was Leo Barnett. Fury took him, and Tachyon was closer to striking a woman than he had ever been in his life. He took his revenge by finishing the act with her, slaking his body's desires with hired meat. When it was over, he rolled out of the bed, and gathering up her clothes, tossed them on top of her. She stared at him, alarm shadowing the brown eyes. Get out! You read my mind. Yes. You violated me. Yes. She was scrabbling into her clothes, wadding up her hose and cramming them into her purse, smoothing the tangled hair. Pausing at the door, she flung at him. I accomplished what I set out to do. I kept you away from the convention. And you deserve something for your trouble. Tachyon dug out a pair of 20s and slapped them into her hand. Jack was right. You're not your mother. You are a slut. She slammed the door behind her. The air conditioning was icy on his bare skin. Top poured himself a drink and took several deep breaths, trying to slow his racing heart. Then, as he lifted the glass to his lips, the door hit the wall with a report like a firing pistol.
Brandy sloshed across his chest and belly. "Oh, ideal." "Expecting someone?" remarked Polyakov dryly as he eyed Tachyon's erection. But there was a narrowness to the eyes, a tension to the jaw, that made Tachyon think that the Russian's mind was anywhere but on Tachyon's sex life. "If you could return your brains from your secondary head to your primary head, may we discuss a very serious problem." "Very funny." Ta padded to the dresser and poured a fresh drink. Blaze settled cross-legged on the bed and stared down at his hands. George stood solid and lumpish in the center of the room. "So, what is this great and serious problem?" "We were arrested." "What?" Ta turned like a slow coiling snake on Blaze. "What did you do?" "Nothing," he whined. "Oh no, just played master puppeteer with a joker, a Klansman, a neo-Nazi, and a policeman," snapped Polyakov. Ta shook his head like a baffled pony. George continued grimly on. "You would think when he has a subtle and invisible power, he would have the brains not to advertise when he is using it." Something flickered between man and boy. Suspicious, Ta lanced out with his telepathy, but all he caught was the brittle edges of the passing thoughts, the flavor of conspiracy. They were all standing out there waving their dicks at each other. I was just giving them the opportunity to prove how tough they were. That stupid, ugly joker was trying to wimp out. "Shut up!" Even Tachyon jumped at the fury and command in the Russian's voice. Polyakov turned his back on the red-faced boy. The preambulations of an adolescent superpowered Caligula are not the problem. The problem is Henry Chaikin. Fascinating. And who, by the ideal, is Henry Chaikin? An AP reporter who used to be stationed overseas. He recognized me as Viktor Demyanov, reporter for TOSS. Blood and ancestors. Tok's knees felt weak, and he felt for the edge of the bed, sat down hard. Naturally the police. Frustrated with the slow unraveling of the story, Tachyon snatched the memory from his grandson's mind. The street flanking Piedmont Park. Glancing down to see the dusty footprints left by his tennis shoes on the hood of the car. The circle of sweating faces surrounding the little tableau. Mouth stretched with excitement, eyes glistening. Shrugging off George's clutching hands. Come on, put your money down. Not on an ugly joker. He's gonna get creamed." The cop giving a convulsive jerk as Blaze twitched the cord binding the human to the quarter Takishan child. He's not going to help the joker. He hates them too. I know. I'm in his head. Soon after, an army of police arrived, and Blaze discovered the limit to his power, continued Polyakov, not realizing that Tachyon had read it all. A chill, like an icy finger, traced down his back as Ta considered that at the end, Blaze had been controlling 9 people. Tachyon's limit was 3 for full control, and that took a tremendous toll on mind and body. 9, and he was only 13, and I've been training him. His eyes met the flat, implacable gaze of the sullen boy. Chaikin was an interested spectator to all of this, and he found it interesting that my current identification did not match his memory of me. I gave them a story about changing my name as I changed my life, but if they are not complete fools, they will check. Your papers are very good, but a question to the wrong place, a photo shown to the wrong man. Polyakov shrugged expressively. You have to get out of here, out of the country. If you need money, I'll give it to you. No, I came here to do a thing. I will not leave. What about me? You don't matter any more than I do. What I do out of a perhaps pathetic belief in an ideal. A familiar concept to you, Tachyon. You curse with it, believe in it. We're not so very different. We both have our honor. Unfortunately, it is always purchased with blood. There was again that fleeting glance between the Russian and Blaze. Tachyon slipped beneath the teenager's imperfect shields. You may not use Blaze. I forbid it. An infinitesimal arch of the eyebrows. Polyakov's mouth twisted in a slight, bitter smile. I'll do whatever Uncle George wants, shrilled Blaze. "I will kill you first," said Tachyon, eyes locking with the Russian's. "I'm not your enemy, dancer. He is." A pudgy forefinger thrust at the ceiling, and the Hartman suite 7 floors above. 8 p.m. Standing with the fronds of a fern falling across his face like bangs, Mackie Messer watched Sarah and the big fuck leave the restaurant. She'd been keeping him at bay all day, keeping to the crowds, never letting him have a shot at her alone. He'd thought surely she'd go to the room she shared with the nigger to take a shower. Women were crazy about keeping clean. He'd never seen Psycho, so he didn't realize that was the last thing a woman of Sarah's generation would do in circumstances like these. The memory of offing the natty nigger made his lips smile. It had felt good, his hand on bone. But the rush had faded. He was hungry. He hadn't spotted Sarah till mid-morning, over in the Joker Park. He hadn't even had a chance to phase into some restaurant's kitchen and rip off a bite to eat. Hunger was feeding the frustrated anger that had been building in him all day. The bitch. I have to kill her. I can't let the man down. He was going to have to do something soon, something violent, to let out all that feeling. And now she and her new boyfriend headed for the elevators, arm in arm, going upstairs to fuck. Women were all alike. He followed, weaving among delegates who didn't deign to notice a twisted boy, got to the elevator stand in time to see them go into one and the doors close. He laughed out loud. Yeah, baby, baby. All he had to do now was see what floor they got off on. Then he'd find them. He licked his lips. I hope they're doing it when I catch them. He thought of the man's big cock going into Sarah and his hard hand going into him, and almost creamed his jeans. Drinks, exhaustion, and a heavy meal had done their work on Sarah. Her knees had gone rubbery, and she leaned on Jack as they shot upward in the glass elevator. Jack closed his eyes against a surge of vertigo.
Then he thought of the bottle of Valiums in his luggage and gave an inward smile. Sarah was clearly on her last legs. She'd be out like a light within hours. And sometime toward morning, Jack was going to creep out of bed, find the Valiums, crumble a couple of them in a glass of room service orange juice, and feed them to her with breakfast. That, he thought, should keep the loose cannon from rolling around for most, if not all, of Friday. Jack led Sarah along the curving atrium balcony, then down a short hallway to his suite. Piano Man echoed up from the floor of the atrium. Sarah stepped through the door and stood there, her heavy shoulder bag pulling her off balance. Jack put the Do Not Disturb sign on the door, closed and locked it, and put his arms around Sarah from behind. Despite the alcohol, her body was taut as a watch spring. He brushed the disordered hair from her neck and began to kiss her nape. For a while, Sarah didn't react. Then she gave a sigh and turned toward him. He kissed her on the lips. She took her time about responding, finally put her arms around his neck, opened her mouth, let his tongue flicker against hers. There, Jack said, grinning, it's better when you help. Which was the line that Bacall gave Bogart into Have and Have Not. Sarah didn't smile. I've got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, okay? Jack watched her walk unsteadily toward the toilet. A sinking feeling was beginning to envelop him. This was playing too much like his second marriage. He took off his jacket and poured himself a whiskey. He could hear water running in the bathroom, then silence. Maybe she was fixing her hair or makeup. Maybe she was sitting on the commode, reliving the death of her friend. Jack lit a cigarette and thought about the first time he'd seen violent death, when his company was caught in a German counterattack down Highway 90 between Avellino and Benevento, and he remembered that the experience hadn't made him feel very sexy either. Damn, he thought, this had the potential to be a very depressing night. The bathroom door opened, and Sarah gave him a brave smile as she came into the room. She'd fixed her hair and makeup and looked quite different from the scarecrow who'd sat opposite him at dinner. Jack stubbed out the cigarette and walked toward her. He was about to take her in his arms when a young hunchback in a leather jacket walked right through the wall behind her, grinned, and lunged forward with a hand thrust out like a spear. Without thought, Jack picked Sarah up, made a half-turn, and tossed her gently onto the sofa behind him. The air burned with Jack's golden light. There was the shrieking sound of a buzzsaw hitting a spike buried in a tree.
a sound that brought Jack's hackles erect and sent a surge of adrenaline pouring through his body. Jack turned back to the intruder and saw a look of shock on his young, pale face. Jack flipped a fist at the little man, a gentle backhand strike, and in a flare of yellow light, the leather boy was flung against the bathroom wall with a bone-breaking crash. The boy dropped to the floor like a rag doll. Sarah screamed as she turned and saw the assassin. Jack jumped involuntarily. "I got him, Sarah," Jack said. She kept on screaming. He heard the sounds of her struggling to her feet. Jack stepped forward toward the leather boy and leaned over him. The boy's eyes snapped open and his hands sliced out, flashing as if they were knives. And when they connected with Jack, there was a flare of golden light, the screaming buzzsaw noise, and bits of Jack's clothing flying like the fur of a fighting cat. Jack didn't even feel the blows. He picked up the boy by his leather jacket and held him at arm's length. The hunchback, as if he couldn't believe what was happening, kept hacking at Jack's arm, cutting the pale blue Givenchy shirt to ribbons. Apparently, the little guy hadn't ever come up against an invincible opponent before. "Kill him," Sarah's voice. "Jack, kill him now." Jack thought not. He wanted to knock this character out and find out who he was working for. He aimed a slow, open-hand slap at the boy's head, one that would maybe put him out for a few hours. The slap went through the hunchback's head without connecting. His other hand, holding the boy's jacket bunched up under his chin, was suddenly holding nothing at all. A dazed, triumphant grin passed across the boy's face as he drifted, not dropped, toward the floor. "Jack!" Sarah wailed. "Jack! Oh, Jesus, Jesus!" An edge of fear grated across Jack's nerves. He flicked out punches, 1, 2, and both passed through the boy without touching him. The boy's feet touched the floor. His grin twisted, and he dove forward, his body passing right through Jack, heading for Sarah. Jack spun and went after him. Sarah was stumbling backward toward the door, holding her shoulder bag out protectively. The boy's hand sliced forward, hacking the bag in half with a ripping noise, like heavy cardboard torn by a buckknife.